Welcome back. We do have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of South Carolina. So we are counting down the minutes to the next poll closing. And there you see the race to 270 ticking up on the former president's side at 32-3 for Vice President Harris as the states are called. We will continue to see that, and obviously 270 is the magic number. We
got a long way to go. A lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs, Florida, which has tightened up a little bit. That race has gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting. More than 8 million Floridians did vote early. That's about 50% of registered voters. And we were out there today at one ballot station, and there were people lined up, hundreds of people who stood 2 hours in the rain to cast their ballots. Some people expect counties could go as high as 90% voter turnout. A couple of items could complicate things throughout the night. One is an abortion initiative on the ballot that would extend Florida's strict abortion law. The other would be to legalize recreational marijuana. Both of those items will need 60% to win. Martha, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, thank you very much.
The delay on the TV, they just got it. They just saw it. We're back with our panel, and we add Kellyanne Conway, Jesse Waters, and Jessica Tarloff. Kellyanne, you see some other things that you're watching?
Looking at some suburban bellwethers coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the vote is flipped back to President Trump. Loudoun County, Virginia, we know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice,
We've got a
Jewish Americans. But
yeah.
I think that we'll be talking about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
We are seconds away from 17 states plus Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire, Illinois, Tennessee, Florida, plus the critical battleground.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple.
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
With 177 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
And it is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
Are we sure about New Jersey? Oh, man, I voted next to a guy this morning wearing a garbage bag. So I thought the state was a lock. I guess I was wrong about that. I also just heard from a person who was not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're breaking up. So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So I still don't understand people. And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse. But I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it, they are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse
Tarlow, welcome.
Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Your thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You had been bragging about that one for months to me.
Okay. I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge, and I think Philadelphia was a big story this day, already in the first hour of Election Day polling, that they were smashing records, and we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing, once all the exits are out, you know, what ended up being the 1, 2, and 3 most important issues. Because in Ann Selzer's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as #1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to handle the economy and is leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? You know, it wasn't close. We just called it for the former president. It's a big electoral vote haul. But if you think about it, you know, in elections past, Florida was a swing state.
Yep.
2022, Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County, the Republican is taking home a vote, including Latino vote, which could bode something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion initiative, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won with, maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there, those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at the issue around LGBTQ+ and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this. And maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are in these suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County out there?
Yeah, that's Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah.
What was 2020?
Yeah, let's look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so I want to show you guys the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago, that's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump. And I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, another Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. You know, the Trump team is going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta. Let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at.
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there,
Yes.
the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these 2 surveys today.
So that may sync up with what...
It's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now, you got almost half the vote still out there, okay? Yep. 52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000. You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you know, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020, because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well?
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters said the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. I mean, that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them are more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is about one thing, about Trump and fear of Trump. So it's the same factor we keep coming back to time and again is, the Trump factor in this race is, is he able to overcome the resistance to him, which has been so dominant in three previous cycles? And that's what that vote is about.
Because if you were just running on the issues that include the most important, economy, immigration,
right.
You wouldn't see
that, but you got half of people thinking that's important.
And
that's a Trump. That's a Trump.
A huge issue for 2020, and it also resurfaced a bit with candidate selection in 2022.
It certainly did.
That he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see the increase in his approval numbers translate into something positive for him tonight?
And if you work your way back to what that's about January 6th.
Can I clarify
and the price he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. The threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it, go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this. Our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021, to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House. Stand by, panel, if you would.
Speaking of that, let's go check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters. She is in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. What's the mood over there? Long way to go tonight, but how are things looking, Aisha?
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me still hasn't really filled up the convention center, and that's because I'm told that there's a long security line. Apparently, a lot of folks are at the Hilton partying right next door and still haven't made their way over, and that's because there's a really long security line. They got to go through the mags before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people, the spaces that you see behind me, and why that hasn't filled up just yet. I want to just talk about, you guys were on the big screen when you called Florida in here, and everybody erupted into a cheer. I was just talking to Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida, of the great state of Florida, and he was telling me how it was a record early vote turnout, and that's why. And he thinks that's going to resonate across the country today. People are going to come out and vote for Trump. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aisha.
Aisha, thanks. Let's check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. Hi, Jackie.
Hey there, guys. It's quite a different scene out here compared to where Aisha is. I should note that at Harris headquarters, we don't actually have Harris campaign officials because they're all in Wilmington tonight. So we're trying to get a sense from campaign officials about who was invited to this event, how many thousands will be here, and who's in the crowd. But I am hearing from people close to the vice president, sort of watching these reports come in. They started tonight very anxious about Georgia, and the first batch of data that they're getting is leaving them feeling pretty buoyed about it. A source close to the VP says that they're seeing really high turnout in the metro Atlanta area, and as of a short while ago, they had a 10-plus point lead among women showing up. And also, they noted that black turnout was slow to start, but it is finishing strong, and they attribute that to their get out the vote effort. One thing they've been wrestling with is whether or not they underestimated Trump's get out the vote effort. So far, they're not seeing signs of that, but they're definitely feeling happy about that first report coming out of Georgia, guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much. Before we make some race calls, Harold, you wanted to clarify something you said?
The 58% 42, the Florida abortion initiative, that it didn't pass, though, because you had to have 60%. So I misspoke, but it got 58%, but fell by 2. And matter of fact, they had a marijuana initiative, which I would have voted against, but it didn't reach the number either to get to 60.
Yeah, and
so both failed.
Governor DeSantis is touting both of those things down there in Florida. Okay, we have some calls.
We begin in Pennsylvania, home to a razor-thin Senate race between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican businessman Dave McCormick. The Fox News decision desk says this is too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be a big cheer. Fox News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term. We'll pause for applause down there with Aisha. In Maryland, it's too early to call the race between Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks and former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks has a lead, however, in our Fox News voter analysis as we wait for the raw vote total to come in.
And too early to call Missouri's Senate race between Republican Senator Josh Hawley and Democratic Attorney Lucas Kunce. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, we can tell you, will win once again in the state of Tennessee, another reliably conservative state.
In Mississippi, longtime GOP Senator Roger Wicker will take home another victory. The Fox News decision desk can project that in Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren will win her third term.
Connecticut's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will also win a third term. Not enough data to project the main Senate race quite yet.
And in New Jersey, current Democratic House Rep Andy Kim will win his Senate race, putting him in the upper chamber for the first time. This is the Bob Menendez seat. In Delaware, Democratic House Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester will win her first Senate race.
In Rhode Island, Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse will return for a fourth term. And let's take a look at the balance of power and how it shapes up at this point in the evening. 8:18 on the East Coast. You have 43 Republicans securing their seat. One seat was flipped. That is West Virginia. The former governor will now be Senator Jim Justice in West Virginia. 34 Democrats have secured their seats in the Senate, and a long way to go in the upper chamber as well.
We have a lot of raw vote totals starting to dump in from those early states. More Democracy 24 coverage ahead as we await the next round of poll closings.
While you watch Fox News, stay connected at foxnews.com with live.
It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader Caleb Johnson leads Iowa. My goodness! Against UCLA. Wow! It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox. Hey, America, are you ready? The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job you have to put your heart into.
You fight and never give up.
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
It's too dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
I speak in the name of the one true God.
As a head football coach, my job is to teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
My little brother was diagnosed with leukemia. It just pushes me to be stronger.
He's so sweet.
Gone on a couple of dates.
You don't know how to kiss.
Come on.
Show us.
I always do trust in God.
You can beat a team, but it's hard to beat a family.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, family, football. streaming now. Part of Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives.
Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected. Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a border?
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
As a head football coach, my job is to teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, Family, Football. New series streaming now.
Obviously, the biggest issue in this election. Let's go to Sandra Smith with a look at how that is playing out in our Fox News voter analysis. Sandra.
Hey, Martha. Hey, Brett. Yeah, just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how voters were thinking about the economy there when they decided who they were going to vote for. But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there, okay? When it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this Election Day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA, 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit. Brett and Martha.
Sandra,
thanks. Let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all. Maria, you know, it's not just the betting markets on the election, it's the markets that were betting prior to this election day. Right. What are we to divine from all of that tonight?
Well, I think when you're talking about investors and businesses, Brett, Martha, I think you really have to look at economic policy and tax policy in particular. The one issue that is bothering investors and corporations out there is the plan of Kamala Harris to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. We haven't seen that in a long time, and the word on that is that that cuts into wages. Something's got to give. When a corporation is looking at a 28% corporate tax rate, it's likely that that means less money for employees and wages. So that's one of the issues that business and investors are worried about. Her economic policy, of course, Trump has talked about a 15% corporate tax rate if you're doing business in America. Also, you want to expect issues and differences on energy policy, and probably the sleeper of them all is regulation. Kamala Harris is likely to come out with a whole host of new regulations around the climate change agenda, which has been a real issue for the Biden-Harris administration already. Things like a company has to evaluate and assess the impact from emissions from their companies and that company's customers. Very expensive, creates the need to hire lots of consultants, and that's what business is worried about when it comes to economic policy.
Maria, thank you. Larry Kudlow joined the party here. Tell us what you're watching as we start to get more of these numbers loading in here on the Electoral College map.
Well, I think right now, you know, I'd like to be in Trump's shoes right now, but I don't think it's conclusive. We need more numbers, need more data. Some good news, but I just don't think there are enough numbers. You know, I agree with the assessment that Maria made on the policy front. But be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what the policies are going to be. It's watching like a hawk, but I don't think it knows yet. I mean, I don't know. We've got to see what happens tonight. Number two, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. You know, it started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition, working folks, whites, blacks, Hispanics, young people, others, will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base to put him over and win? I mean, a lot of people think he is. He's going to get much better numbers with Hispanics than he ever had before. He's going to peel off a lot of black votes for it, young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy. It's not your father's Republican Party anymore. It's not that they hate business, but the business roundtable CEOs are not the center of the new party. The question is, could he expand that working class coalition enough to win this election? And give me another hour or two, and I'll try to answer that question.
We'll try to get you some more data there, Larry. Charles, you know, the Republican Party has changed, but the issue of the economy, the vice president has closed that, according to the latest polls. I mean, he was up big when you asked that question early, but as she closed, it got to within 2, 4, it was 6 points for us in the closing days.
Yeah, Vice President Harris benefited from a couple of things, I think. First, the media. Every time economic data comes out, it's great, phenomenal. Of course, Friday we learned that last month we lost 28,000 private sector jobs. And by the way, you can talk about all the storms you want. All the experts who they put together to come up with these consensus numbers also factor that in. Our jobs numbers have been going down steadily since 2021, and now wages are really beginning to drop big time. Last week we had what they call the employment cost index. Wages are dropping, and that's bad news for everyone, particularly folks who are already having trouble keeping up. The inflation issue, and Trump went out on a dangerous limb when he talked about tariffs, because conservative economists hate it. Obviously, the media is going to hate it. No one will talk about the fact that the tariffs that he put in already have worked tremendously, have really hit China really hard. And by the way, the Biden administration pounced on them. They didn't take them away. They actually added to them. So, but all that negative press to go out there and say, I'm going to do this, when everyone's saying it's going to hurt the economy, a lot of people are listening to that. But still, folks know the bottom line is that the top 20% of Americans are doing 40% of the consumption. They have made all of the money on their Biden-Harris policies, including flooding our country with cash we did not need. It was fun for regular folks when you got the stimmy check and went to the mall, but now everyone outside of the top 20% suffering big time.
May I add one thing, Martha, to the comment on jobs? Because here, too, it goes right back to policy, and that is the open border policy. The open border has not just had the effect on national security and our own personal security. The open border is an economic issue. For the last several years, what we have been seeing is an increase in jobs for non-citizens, illegal and legal, and a decrease in jobs for American citizens. That's important. People understand
Kevin O'Leary, just with the quick time we have left, she has talked a lot about being from the middle class. It was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties, and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks. I look at that. I have to invest tomorrow morning no matter what happens. And the idea of price controls, that's a bad idea too. We left those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
But don't you think, I mean, with all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember was Nazi hunters.
All right, guys,
and I remember firing squads.
Well, then you need to read the stories more carefully.
Continue the argument. Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue that talk.
All.
We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump, 72 for Vice President Harris. That'll be on your screen all night in the ticker there on the bottom. And then we'll scroll through the races by state. We'll look at Senate races, some House races, and governor's races as well. We're back with our panel here in studio. I think Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio. I think they're pretty much.
I kind of wish we missed it.
We'll just dip in.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance than when we heard on the campaign trail when it came in. They're absolutely right. I mean, we did not have a good debate, for instance, over economic issues, and it clearly is the #1 issue on people's minds. Brett?
We didn't really get into policy. I'm keeping an eye here on what are called the non-MAGA Republican voters.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of discussion over the past several years about whether the anti-Trump Republican, the Never Trump movement, would end up mattering. Our voter analysis memo tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not quite sure I buy that, but it's interesting and I think that what we have here, and the fact that the Trump campaign has made such an effort to turn out these low propensity voters, that is to say, what we might call unlikely voters, that might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters that they might lose.
I think that has been the strategy, right? I mean, Kellyanne?
Sure. Well, we've said all night and all week, well, gee, we don't know anything. Well, here's what we do know, that the two parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans. We had a lot of strong men and I think at least one woman running in the Republican primary. One candidate and a super PAC spent $250 million to get 9 electoral votes. Another woman got 97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the party. Donald Trump has expanded this party. Good candidates expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially tonight. So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney and John Kelly and this, everybody just has to cover, the mainstream media has to cover it. They're missing the big story, which is the millions, maybe tens of millions of would-be, could-be, have-been Democrats voting for Donald Trump. They're rank and file people. They don't have big names. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that he has converted this into the party of the worker, and he has told Americans not everybody has to be stuffed into a 4-year college degree, that the welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal. Yeah. And she's not doing that. She's not winning black men. Folks, Barack Obama did not help her bridge this gap, at least in Georgia so far. We'll see in Michigan,
Jessica, we will see that because that blue wall will really tell us something. But it is changing. The party's changing. There's a lot of Reagan Democrats in this coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Right. It is a lot closer than people thought it would be. You know, the Trump campaign did a stop in Virginia. They thought it was closing. We're not calling it yet.
No, not yet. And we'll see when that happens. My expectation is still that Kamala Harris will win it. But I understand that President Trump ran an unorthodox campaign in terms of where he went and certainly the things that he was saying. And that's really what I'm paying attention to and what's gone on in Florida. Now, that's great for him, a feather in his cap. Ron DeSantis has done incredible work to make Florida a place that a lot of my own liberal friends are happy to be living. But that is inefficient vote when you are trying to become president. And Donald Trump went to a lot of places, like having a rally here at Madison Square Garden, going to Coachella to give a rally, spending time in New Mexico, which he lost twice. And I think that if Kamala Harris is victorious tonight, there should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened and if his time would have been better spent parked in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, and one of the blue wall states that he has to pick up, Pennsylvania, for sure.
We've got to go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how that inefficient vote is. It's a real issue, and we have to see whether or not it actually pans out. And one of the reasons he went to New York and New Mexico and were these House races. I mean, there are House races in all of those places. So. And she did the same thing in places as well.
Hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first look at Arizona. Remember Arizona? Michigan, Wisconsin. This is Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa. My goodness! Against UCLA. Wow! It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox.
Hey, America, are you ready?
The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job you have to put your heart into.
You fight and never give up.
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
It's too dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
As a head football coach, my job is to teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, Family, Football. New series streaming now.
Back, and let's get a live look, she said, at Pennsylvania, where Alexandria Hoff is in Newtown tonight. Hi, Alexandria.
Hi, good to be with you. You know, in theory, polls have closed, but that is not the case everywhere. You have Cambria County, for example, a judge there ordered that the poll hours must be extended to 10 p.m. That's due to a machine issue earlier in the day. And then in Luzerne County, there's one polling location that's staying open till 9:30. That's in Laughlin for similar issues. The DNC also made a legal push to try to keep polls open in Northampton County later. That actually ended up being denied by a judge. That was due to there being very long lines of Lehigh University students there and polling issues as well. So yeah, in theory, polls have closed, but once again, if you are in line, even by that deadline, you are still able to cast a ballot, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Hey, Alex, thanks. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer. Listen, bounce around. We've got Virginia, you've got Texas, you've got a number of things happening. Ohio.
Yeah, let's get to it, okay? So this is Georgia. I just want to set this up for a moment here. She's performing slightly better than Biden in Douglas County. There's all the metro counties of Georgia. Slightly better in Cobb County. I still see a little of a sticky move here in Fulton County, okay? And maybe that becomes significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that you've got DeKalb County, nothing reporting because the polls were suspended from that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, you know, with 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here, Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. You know, a lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding, and you see, you know, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is critical, too. All right, so there's a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less, too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia. This is interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board and we showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map, 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything from DeKalb. What about Fulton? Fulton. You see, Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in. So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up and look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades, and around 2016 it flipped toward the Democrats, and right now a little more than 50% of the vote in. So Kevin, come on back down here a moment. One county I haven't checked in on, you know, when you look at the African-American turnout, look at Chatham. Chatham is where Savannah is, down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%. And for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out in the Peach State. Go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, Brett, Martha,
I think
back to you on that.
that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis match. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points. Let's measure his strength right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing better on the margins here, okay? About 3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your 3 main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé, okay? But let's go into my hometown. That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these, you know, that's the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten to be pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County. You got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about 1/3 of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. And Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last 2 times around.
You want to talk to your co-anchor, Dana?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is, especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in, and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California, and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters, or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire. And they want a better life. So they went to the rallies and they went to the podcasts and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is, Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often, or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together could have longer legs.
Well, it goes to what Kellyanne was saying earlier about the working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
There's something else I see very quickly, and I see it in Virginia. Remember, this is the first presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education and just really post-COVID policies. These school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues. And I think two pillars that we don't cover enough in all the issues, the themes here, are wokeness and weakness. In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair. But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose someone in Tim Walz who was to the left of her on the woke agenda.
Harold, quickly.
So you look at, we talk about early surprises. Jesse and I love sports, so do you, Brett. When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is a big thing. This is one of those early things that could go your way. Similarly, her numbers in Ohio are interesting to me. I did not think, you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on. That number suggests, that's what she was suggesting, it could close there. We'll see as the night goes on. But Georgia, North Carolina, still the states that she's got to perform well in, maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia, we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night. As we think about these numbers here over the next few hours.
It might be a shorter night.
Or shorter if these surprises
Virginia.
happen.
So we really have to look at the gender breakdown in these states and where we are at half the vote in some place like Ohio and Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to get that. Coming up.
Minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close, and Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring.
It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa. My goodness! Against UCLA. Wow! It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox.
Hey, America, are you ready?
The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives. Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected. Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a border?
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school.
1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent. Come and be baptized in the River Jordan.
I speak in the name of the one true God.
As a head football coach, my job is to teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
My little brother was diagnosed with leukemia. It just pushes me to be stronger.
He's so sweet.
Gone on a couple of dates.
You don't know how to kiss.
Come on.
Show us.
I always do trust in God.
You can beat a team, but it's hard to beat a family.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, Family, Football. Streaming now. Part of Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
We are getting a lot of new numbers in here, and we are about to see a close in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all obviously battleground states, all very hotly contested, and those closes are just minutes away. So meanwhile, let's check back in with Harris Faulkner, who is speaking with voters and hearing their voices. Hi, Harris.
And watching everything you guys are doing, Martha. Thank you. This is Voters' Voices, and I'm Harris Faulkner. Here with me, polling expert Lee Carter. And we have a fabulous audience of voters talking with us about the top issues in the race for the White House. Most polls show the economy is the voters' top issue. Now a clip from Vice President Kamala Harris. The lines on the screen show how voters reacted to the comment in real time. That's what you've gathered. And the red lines represent Republicans, the blue Democrats, the gray are independents. Here it is.
While inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million served to him on a silver platter, I come from the middle class. And I will never forget where I come from, which is why my common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription drugs to groceries to housing. Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your families. In fact, independent economists have analyzed our plans and found that mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy. His will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year.
Independents, Republicans didn't find what they wanted. Again, we're watching for independents.
That's right. So you can see there, independents gave this a D, Democrats gave it an A, Republicans gave it an F. Now, I think what's so interesting about the independent voter there is they really were turned off when they heard her talk about the middle class. And I also heard from voters there they wanted more specifics on the economy, and they said that you can find experts to reinforce whatever you want to believe. I'd rather hear what you're going to do for me.
Yeah. All right. I want to go to Alexandria now, Republican registered voter. Still not sure all the way up until the time you voted. What did you do and why?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, Eris. And I think that for me, both candidates really had to prove themselves. They had to win my vote. And they can talk about everything relative to the economy, but what really matters is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? And for me, I can say personally that I am concerned with the direction that the country is headed in. And I would say for a vast population of the electorate that the same sentiment is shared. So I think that we all have to really contextualize all this information and ask ourselves the actual questions of how we feel in the circumstances.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right. This is the second time, you're 22, that you voted in a presidential election. Was your vote different this time than it was in 2020? Did you vote for him last time?
I did not vote for him last time.
Sounds like the economy made a huge difference for you. All right. Oh, this is fun. Getting to know all of you as we watch in real time. We've got some races that are coming into, and we don't want to miss a minute with Brett and Martha. So we will hear more from the voters' voices throughout this evening. So glad to be here with all of you. Brett and Martha, back to you.
Harris, thanks so much.
Harris. So we welcome Sean Hannity to the panel. Sean, you're watching all of this along with us tonight, and you say that you have some Significant takeaways already.
I have a lot of takeaways from tonight. Obviously, you guys have gone over the issues and what is important to people and what they've been telling all the pollsters, exit polls, et cetera. I'm looking at this from a little bit different perspective tonight. To me, it's a numbers game. I was on with Dana and Bill Hemmer earlier today, and I made the point going into today that Kamala Harris and her team had a numbers problem. And the numbers problem was they didn't have anywhere near the votes or the percentages of votes that they had in 2020 when it was Biden and Harris. Now, that's a math problem that you have to overcome with unprecedented day of voting, which Democrats are not used to doing. I've checked in with a lot of people that I trust, a lot of people that I think have a lot of knowledge in individual states. For example, Reince Priebus, long conversations with him. He feels that the turnout was so massive for Republicans in the lead up to today, and that the Democrats did not show up in the numbers that would be needed to overtake that early lead that was built up in the early voting. And that's also backed up by Mark Halperin. If you took a look, he's been doing a really good job analyzing numbers, I think. Now, in Philadelphia, I'm trying to get an answer that I'd like an important question to. I did notice other networks, they kept showing Temple University and a massive line of students. Okay. The only problem was, if you go back to early voting in 2020, the Democrats had a 1.1 million vote lead heading into Election Day. This year it was about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a year. That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout, yes, at the universities. It seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally, who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men, and these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So, just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students would.
We also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy. Kayleigh, the interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. We've already called that state for the former president, but inside those numbers, there's a massive Puerto Rican turnout in Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
In other places, the media would tell you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring, but Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by 1. Now, what other national lessons can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is plus 11.
Yeah. Thank you. The electoral vote count about to go up. Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 15 states, including New York, Colorado, Texas, plus critical battlegrounds.
We are going to win the state of Michigan.
Arizona. We need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan, one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt, that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call as the polls are closing there.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column. Former president also has a lead in Iowa. There's no call at the top of the hour here. Remember that Iowa poll had people scrambling there at the Des Moines Register saying it was Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota, and now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead, according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming, with 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well. The Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Carrie Lake. Also too early to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, 2-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. Yes. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a 2nd term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast, and we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel.
Exactly.
And we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Yeah. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
I don't know. But I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters in urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Yeah, go blue. What are you talking about?
Michigan.
We'll be at Ohio in a moment here. Hang on one second there, Bo. Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this has got to be your target right now. You know, Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there, okay? It hasn't really moved, so the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 700. She's going to win the county, okay? The question is the margin. The question is whether or not, you know, Trump is chewing in this African-American male vote that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African-American. 47% African-American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson, all right? Trump's winning, okay? What's that mean? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points, okay? So Trump right now flipping that county. You know, is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys? This is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane, all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 61%, 68%, 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, this is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. You know, 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
You know, I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think maybe like
that was
something,
the idea.
a little something for the mention.
Yeah, just because I popped it up, guys. I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something on the side, a little backsheesh, right, Brett? Okay, so this is Michigan. It's the first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this. Yeah. Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on the ballot. They tried to get him off the ballot. The court said, no, you got to be on the ballot. He's drawing 2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far. So that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Yes. Trey Gowdy's here. You know, what about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries... First of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the 2 smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove. There may be a 269 tie. I know nobody wants to hear that, but there is a scenario under which there will
Any
be
other
a
topic
tie.
for discussion tonight?
Sean, you want to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I don't think anyone really wants that. But actually, I would accept that because that would end up in the House of Representatives, and I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be pretty good.
It is a very dysfunctional House, but I think they could coalesce around that, yes.
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel that night. By the time you got to me, about everything smart had been said. So I started talking about the betting odds. Well, I've followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast, Trump stood a 58% chance, according to the betting odds, of winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does
$58 to 42. In 2020, Joe Biden won that group, but only with 6 percent of the vote. So Harris is at 16, Biden was at 6. So that's another state, essentially Wisconsin, looking like Michigan when it comes to senior voters who are a larger share of the electorate than those younger voters. Now I've got us over in Pennsylvania. You see there, Trump is up 50 to 48. But in 2020, Trump won that group of older voters by 7 points. So for him to only be up by 2 means he's not performing as well with older voters in Pennsylvania. So the message here, of course, and you remember there was that late-breaking poll
in Iowa.
Ann Seltzer in Iowa, which included in it that Kamala Harris was ahead in Iowa, which is a red state that Donald Trump should be ahead in, and she said a large portion of that was older voters. I can't break it down by gender for you, though. That is cutting the bologna too thin. So I can't. I'm anticipating your next question.
And I think, the way to describe this, and I think for many of us who have covered a number of these presidential elections and talked to the strategists on both sides of it, the way that Iowa poll that was described to me is that what indicated was that plus 65 voters were breaking towards Kamala Harris. And that was a trend, and that you may see that in other states. And you're suggesting now that that exit poll data shows that in Michigan, in Wisconsin, that she is overperforming Joe Biden among the plus 65 group, which is a reliable vote.
Yes, a larger share of the electorate. So she's doing better with this larger share of the electorate. And what'll be interesting is, as our reporting continues, and maybe it'll take a few days, is to figure out why that is. Are those older voters disappointed with the way Donald Trump has behaved? That's a question yet to be answered.
Ed,
that is part of it. Yeah. And this, again, is why they've been so confident that ultimately they'd prevail in those big 3 states in the Midwest, is they knew, with elderly voters especially, they were going to do all right.
All right, Ed O'Keefe and everyone, thank you. When we return, we're going to check in with our correspondents in those battleground states, and especially Arizona, which perhaps some history has been made in the U.S. Senate there. CBS News America decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
Amazon early holiday deals are here. With everything you need to kick off the season. Shop Amazon early holiday deals now.
Welcome to CBS News Election Headquarters, where our expert team has you covered.
This race continues to be a dead heat. It is the issue of economy and inflation that is weighing the most on voters.
The vote count will likely extend beyond Election Day.
Major Garrett has been fact-checking on the fly and in real time.
One of the things that's hanging in the balance is whether truth matters.
In an election like no other, turn to the team like none other. America Decides. CBS News live election coverage.
Everyone's forgotten who runs this valley. Time to remind them.
You will ruin this family's name.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
I took all the risk, and I took it for you.
The only thing left to do is to kill as much as you can before they kill you.
Don't miss the epic return of Yellowstone, premiering Sunday at 8, only on Paramount Network.
I'm Maddie Matlock, right?
Matlock is in the old TV show, right?
Right.
Freaking genius.
We got one shot. I didn't think you were that crafty, Miss Matlock. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
I don't think that means what you think it does.
Matlock, Thursdays on CBS.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshiny day.
Yeah. Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. You're looking live at vote counting in Maricopa County, Arizona, where Phoenix is located. And our Chris Van Cleve is there. And Chris, how's the vote counting going?
Well, Nora, I was just inside that room here in Maricopa County. You know, it's the nation's fourth largest county. It is a critical swing county. About 60% of Arizona voters live in Maricopa County. They have a lot of ballots to go through. This is the processing room you're looking at, and they're working on the early votes, those mail-in ballots that have come in. We're about 8 o'clock tonight, here local time, 10 o'clock your time. We'll get the first batch of those that have been tabulated, about 1.2 million, but they have hundreds of thousands more. They're still going through. And now part of this process, you see people sitting at those tables. It's a Republican and a Democrat, or a Democrat and an independent. It's two people from different parties. And independents here make up about a third of registered voters in Maricopa County. And they're going through batches of 200 at a time, taking them out of the envelope, making sure the barcode of the ballot matches the envelope, making sure there's no damage to the ballot. Then it can move on to the tabulation process. So this is a tedious, slow process. It's part of why it takes Arizona consistently so long to count all of the votes. We expect it will be 10 to 13 days before every vote in the state of Arizona has been counted, because so much of this state votes early by mail. We can also tell you the polls closed at the top of the hour here, except for 9 polling places in Apache County. That's a small county in northern Arizona, because there were some issues there. But we're waiting for this first update here in about a half hour, Nora.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you very much. Let's go now to congressional correspondent Scott McFarland with the other big story tonight, control of Congress. Good evening, Scott.
Hey, good evening, Nora. We're going to see some history in the U.S. Senate tonight. We are likely to double the number of elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate in American history tonight. CBS News projects in Delaware. Lisa Blunt Rochester, a 3-term House member from Delaware, is on a trajectory to win the U.S. Senate seat over the Republican Eric Hansen. Lisa Blunt Rochester would be the 3rd elected African-American woman in U.S. history for the U.S. Senate. And we go over to Maryland, could get a 4th. Too early to project a winner here, but the Prince George's County, Maryland executive, Angela Also Brooks, off to a good start against the 2-term Republican governor, Larry Hogan, in that race. So it would be a total of 4 all-time elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate. Carol Mosley Braun of Illinois, if Angela Also Brooks holds on, if Lisa Blunt Rochester holds on, and number 4, familiar name tonight, Vice President Harris from California, Nora.
All right, Scott McFarland, thank you very much. And we have a CBS News projection at this hour. Florida has rejected adding a state constitutional amendment guaranteeing access to an abortion. That needed 60% of the vote to pass. And Margaret, this is a victory for Governor Ron DeSantis in that state. And now, doesn't it mean that most of the South has very restrictive abortion policies?
Very restrictive. And for this state, it is also important because Donald Trump endorsed the no. So he has staked out a position. When he said he sent it back to the states, this was the result in the state of Florida. They fell short of the supermajority, that 60% benchmark. First state to hold a referendum like this where reproductive rights were restricted, not expanded.
And failed. All right, Margaret Brennan, thank you. And when we come back, new results. CBS News America Decides. Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
Amazon early holiday deals are here. Woo! Woo! With everything you need to kick off the season. Woo! Shop Amazon early holiday deals now.
FindLaw is the place for all things legal. You can find an experienced lawyer in your area using the largest directory in the U.S. Create vital estate planning forms or start your business using our easy, accurate, and affordable DIY services. And get answers to your legal questions through access to thousands of free legal articles, laws, and the latest legal information. FindLaw, Legal solutions start here. Get started today at findlaw.com.
And the ball is caught! Tripping up in the air with some nifty moves.
Scuffed up boots and tools, my hair slick back. This is how we do where I come from.
Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I can see clearly now.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
Sunshiny day.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Let's go to Michigan, considered crucial to decide the outcome of the presidency, where 15 electoral college votes are in play. CBS's Jerika Duncan is in Detroit. Jerika, good evening. What are you looking out for tonight?
Good evening. We're here at the headquarters for the Democratic Party. We are looking at some counties specifically to keep our eye on, but I want to share with you some information we just got from exit polls that show Harris is leading when it comes to voters 65 and older. But when you look at the statistics, or the numbers, I should say, that come in for those 30 and under, Trump is actually leading in that demo. So something worth noting there. Of course, the votes are not all in, and we're still getting reporting from other counties, 3 that just closed up actually at 9 o'clock this evening. But I want to talk about the counties to look for. Wayne County, one of the largest counties, and it includes Detroit and Dearborn. This is significant because Detroit, of course, has that large African-American population. And when you look at how that group turned out in 2008 for Obama, they set a record then at 5 million votes here in the Michigan. Then 5.5 million people voted in 2020. And at that time, we saw about 53% of registered voters that came out in the city of Detroit. Wayne County's executive telling us within the last hour or so that he believes that number is actually going to be slightly lower when you look at the number of registered voters that came out in Detroit, from 51% in 2020 to about 50% in this election. But again, all of those numbers are not in just yet. Oakland County is another one to look at. This is a more affluent community. In 2020, 75% of registered voters came out and voted. And then Kent County, which is where I spent a couple of days about a month ago during that vice presidential debate and spoke to voters there. Kent County is interesting because this is a space that usually went to Republicans, but it became sort of a swing county. In the last 4 elections, it has picked the correct winner 3 times. So that is the county that we're looking at. And of course, the UAW vote is another one because this is a big market, as you know, for labor, for union workers. The UAW president, Shawn Fain, who I spoke to today, said that they made 300,000 trips knocking on doors here in the state of Michigan. Lindsay?
Jerika Duncan in Detroit, thank you so much. Polls close in 3 more states at the top of the hour: Nevada, Montana, and Utah. You're watching CBS News America Decides.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do this. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
Welcome back to CBS News election coverage. America Decides Campaign 2024.
Hoorah. All right. Hey, how you doing? Waiting on the other guys. I'm back. I just switched over from my podcast over there. And looks like some big things are going down. Some big things are happening. We still got the then I'm trying to okay, I see my screen. I gotta try to bring this up in a full screen there. Let me see if I can bring this. But it looks like how y'all doing? I'm Jerome Bell. I'm the host of the Radical Republicans live show. I'm waiting on the others to come in. But it looks like President Trump has just won North Carolina. They called North Carolina for President Trump. I'm trying to bring up. So right now the totals are 195 to 117, and they're saying 0% in some of the counties. They're saying Trump may pull off Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Clean sweep in Georgia is gonna, they're extended. So, but I just heard that they called North Carolina for President Trump. So I'm gonna take off one of my earpieces because I'm listening to another broadcast as well. And so, but hope you all are excited. Hope you all are excited. Vim and the crew will be here probably in about an hour, or actually 20 minutes or so. I think you see they'll be in. So man, so we are watching history. We are watching history unfold here, and it looks like Kamala has no path to the presidency, is what I'm hearing. Okay, she has to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and we don't think she's going to do it. We don't think she's going to do it. So I'm back and forth. I'm watching the map. So Trump right now is at still 195 to 117. I think he has more than that. I think he has more than that. But I think they called Virginia for Kamala Harris. I do believe they had called that for Kamala Harris, but that doesn't matter. Virginia swung. Virginia's pretty much blue or purple anyway. But you got Fairfax County, you got Loudoun County, you got Norfolk, you got those pockets. So 75% in Georgia. 75% in Georgia is still too close to call, looks like. So we're still watching that race in Georgia. Hold on 1 second. I'm listening and watching two broadcasts. So hope you guys are in. Hope you guys are enjoying what's going on here and what's happening on AHN right now. Hold on, let me go. So we may, they're talking, we may end it with the Senate. We may end it with the Senate. I think we're only 4 seats away from having a majority in the Senate. 5, actually. Four seats. If we get 4 seats in the Senate, then we'll take over the Senate. And I think we're going to hold the House too. So, so hope you guys are checking this out, man. Be part of history tonight. And like I said, I'm just waiting on the other crew to get in. Ted Cruz won re-election down in Texas. That was that was good. Do you want me to turn my video off the news and have you share the link? Yeah, man, let me share the link. I don't know how to do it though. Let me see if I can figure out how to share Vim. Okay, yeah, okay, I can share my screen. Yeah, man, go ahead and cut your feed. I'm going to share my screen, man. So go ahead and cut your screen. I'm gonna pop mine up here. I think mine may be a little clearer here. I think I'm sharing my screen now. We'll figure it out in a second. I think that's my screen I'm sharing. Here, we're going to full screen there. North Carolina. is Trump. Is Trump. So you guys are watching the screen here. I don't know how to make this bigger. So I'm used to using StreamYard, right? And so we are on Restream right now. We're on AHN News feed, but so watching a couple of feeds. Hey man, but hope you guys are checking everything out. Trump is up by 5 points in Georgia right now. 75% still too close to call there. He's up 75. Okay, now let me see if I can share my screen here. Share. Okay, all right. I think we're back. I think I'm back sharing the screen. Hey, I need you to pop that in, though, Vim. I'm checking Vim. He's running things out in California to. So I'm not running it. So Vim is actually producing the show from where he's at. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Here we are. Okay. All right. We're good to go now, I think. Oh, no. Let's check it out, Vim. And this is some weird stuff here, man. You know, trying to figure this out, trying to bring on the big screen. Yeah, I got it in. It's small. Okay, Wisconsin and Michigan, I think there is what they're saying is in play right now. All we need is that New Hampshire. Well, we won't care about New Hampshire. That's little bitty stuff over there. You know, so it looks like, man, we're looking pretty good, and we may even get a decision tonight. We may even get a decision tonight. How cool would that be? How sweet would that be if we actually get the decision tonight here and whatnot? I'm not sure why I look a little fuzzy on the thing, Vim. I look fuzzy, man. It's not my system. I think it's coming through the restream or something, but I look a little fuzzy, it's slow. But anyway, we just keep rolling with it. We just keep rolling with it. Klobuchar. Oh man, they named Klobuchar the winner over in Minnesota. I was hoping Royce White pulled that out. We was hoping Royce White pulled that out. They called it with less than 1%, man. How they gonna call that with less than 1%? Mississippi, Trump. We just got called for Trump, Mississippi. So they need to update this number. They need to up this 195 number. You know, they haven't updated that yet. We need to know where we are. How many are we from winning? How many are we away from winning? You know, and that's what I don't know if you guys can see this screen. It's kind of small, but I'm not even sure how to. Okay, yeah. All right, so it's just small. I'm not sure if you guys can see the screen or not over there. Let me see if wait a minute. So you guys can see it a little bit. All right, so it's not clear. So I'm just gonna have to commentate what's going on. Okay. I mean, but I'm sure you're all watching. We got Florida, of course. Trump won Florida. Mark Robinson lost his race. They called that real early too. They called that right as soon as the polls closed. They called that race for Stein. Mark Robinson lost the governor's race in North Carolina. So we're still waiting on Philadelphia. We're still waiting on Pennsylvania, rather. Still waiting on Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If we get 2 out of the 4, it's a done deal. We get two out of the 4, it's a done deal. So
how you doing, Jerome?
hey man, hey, I'm good, man. Can you I wonder I'm gonna pop in some audio here.
Yeah. I wanted to pop in and see if you needed my help with anything. Is there anything I could help out with, or
no, man? So far, I think I'm good, man. I think I'm good.
Okay.
No, hey, that's you know what? You popped in and now the screen came up sweet. So it was very small, man. So now we're in though. I like
Okay.
it. I like it better.
Awesome.
So yeah. So
Awesome.
whatever you did, man, just stay, man. I'm gonna pop in some volume on
Okay.
here and see if we can get some coverage real quick on Fox
I'm
News.
actually going to pop out, Jerome, for a little bit just because I got to do one more podcast, but then I'll be back
Okay.
with you in a little bit, man. And
Okay.
you'll have the dual screen. Should I leave it that way or?
Just like that, man. That's perfect.
Awesome, bro.
All
Awesome.
right,
Thank
thanks,
you.
brother. Okay, there we go. We're gonna pop up some on volume here. And you know, we got some Steve Bannon. You know what? I think I'm gonna pop in some Getter. You know, I think I'm gonna pop in a Getter screen here. You know, and share my screen here. Because I really like the coverage of the war room. So we're gonna pop in some Bannon real quick. Tell you what, here, let's watch some live stream here. I'm gonna share this tab here, so we're gonna watch some.
You
Steve
have to
Bannon.
win us on the issues, and I think that's the big message back.
You have to treat us like any constituency.
Right.
You've got to come and deal with our issues and give solutions. Yes,
and I
ma'am.
think the issue is that it's a coalition that arranges itself not based off race or gender, but on the fact that you are an American citizen. But to their core, the leftist media rejects the idea that your citizenship should have any value.
Steve Bannon just got out of prison. Steve Bannon, you know, for the people, they sent him to federal prison for a damn misdemeanor. But Steve Bannon is back, the leader of the war room, the leader of
something that the
the
leftist
posse.
media, the Democrats
I'm pretty sure you guys are
fundamentally
familiar
reject.
We have
with,
to be layered
with
with
the
these
great
different
Steve
groups, but
Bannon.
the unifying thing is citizenship. I think the next phase of the MAGA movement in
Nice, we're
America
gonna
First,
listen in.
it's not simply America First. It's not simply America First. It's American citizens first.
Yeah.
Every executive order, every law, everything that we think of, particularly as President Trump goes in this first 100 days, has to be around the axle of what does it do for the basic average American, right? If it's good for the basic average American, it's going to be good for the country, and that's where you're going to see larger portions of the African American community, the Hispanic, the Asian, the South Asian.
And that's why Springfield struck such a chord, because it oriented this country through the lens of citizens versus non-citizens, and for the first time we were allowed to have that discussion.
Do you have the meme of they have the meme of the poor Haitians down?
You're gonna have to specify which meme.
No, the meme with they're eating a dog leg. And
I'll tell you what, though, before we got North Carolina, we were pretty nervous. I think we're feeling pretty good about everything right now with North Carolina being in the bag for us. And that was a touch and go situation because we really didn't know, you know, how North Carolina was going to turn out with Hurricane Helene wiping out most of North Carolina, you know, northwest North Carolina, or western North Carolina anyway. So, I'm just checking a couple of messages here. Checking on some races. Let me know if I can take this down from last week. Okay, now we're good. Okay, I'm just checking on them. All right, but so just checking out some races. We still got some Senate races and some House races to concern. Right now, we did flip one. Let me see, Republicans and Democrat seats flipped. So we did flip one seat in the House so far. So far, we flipped one seat. So hopefully, we have 219 in there, and we have flipped one seat in the for the majority in the Senate. So right now we're at 47. We need 51 for a majority. So we get 4 more seats. We'll have the Senate, and I'm hearing everyone thinks that we're going to win the House, but we're not gonna shut this down until we get to 270 because we know what happened in 2020. They stopped counting. They stopped counting. So hopefully they'll continue to count. We know Georgia's going to be late. We know Pennsylvania, part of Pennsylvania is going to be late. That they're holding those doors open till 10 o'clock. We know in Pennsylvania, not sure what time that they're going to hold them open. And if they are even back, I don't even know if they're even back voting back in Georgia, but right now it looks pretty good in Georgia. Scott Perry is having a little bit of issues out in Pennsylvania, but we think he'll be okay too. I know you guys are probably being able to see this, I would hope, everything that I'm seeing. So So we're just going through it together. You know, the other people will be on later. So right now we're still at 195 to 117. I'm not sure if that even counts North Carolina, to be honest, but it should. But those numbers didn't update. They haven't updated in quite a while. But South Carolina is in for Trump, but we knew that. We knew South Carolina was going to stay red. Okay, let's turn up some volume here. Let's see what they got.
Somebody you probably haven't heard mentioned much, but who could be a spoiler candidate. We also know that many Arab Americans are going to sit out this election entirely, which could tip the scales in favor of former President Trump. We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail-biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay, Grady,
thank you very much.
You know, there's some Democrats saying North Carolina is on the edge. I don't think they're fully agreeing with Sean. And they still may make T-shirts, but
I'm not only saying North Carolina. I am saying North Carolina and Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight, and I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
Wow.
I think Fox News is kind of late because I've already got confirmation. I've already got confirmation that North Carolina is going. That they called North Carolina.
I showed you this county last hour.
So Fox News is behind. I'm hearing the decision desk.
You know, sometimes in these elections,
I'm hearing that the decision desk already called North Carolina for Donald Trump. Let's see if Fox News catches up. Maybe they're being safe this time. But I have heard by the decision desk that North Carolina is they called North Carolina for Donald Trump. So we'll see here. Now that's what I've heard. I just said that's what I've heard. So let's finish listening in.
On the map, okay? When you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County, the University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85% voter turnout in one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? Is Detroit, right now Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, all right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, you know? And you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference down in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Vim? You back?
How you doing, sir? How you doing? I got Robbie Mann here too. Good friend of mine. Gonna go with the split screens for a sec.
Yo, dude. Let's manifest a Trump victory. I got Tobuscus here. I got the lovely Seth. We are here. We are changing Miami. How's everyone doing?
Hey, Miami, man. I hear Miami-Dade, the Latino vote went heavy for Trump.
Yeah, there's not a lot of libtards. I don't know if you're allowed to say that here, but
oh, you can say whatever you want.
Oh, absolutely, you can.
I mean, give me libtards all day.
I want to take Virginia. I want to manifest Virginia. Please, God, let Trump win Virginia. I just want to get this over with. I don't want to celebrate too early.
Bad news. I hate to be a spoiler of bad news, but I've heard a couple of things from the decision desk that Fox News isn't reporting yet. Hey, I could be wrong, but I hear that that they called Virginia for Harris, but they called
but Trump is still winning.
But they called North Carolina for Trump.
Wow. But the thing is that I don't want to just trust the decision desk. I'm sorry, but like Trump is in the lead when I look at I'm looking at the votes right now. He's up by 1%. I don't know if that's accurate.
Oh, I just moved from Virginia, man. I ran for Congress in Virginia. I want Trump to take Virginia, without a doubt. I want him to take Virginia. That'd be huge. I like I say, I'm hoping the decision desk is wrong. You know, I'm hoping they're right about North Carolina. I'm hoping they're wrong about. But you got Richmond. I mean, yeah, you got the Richmond area, and you got the Petersburg area that hadn't come in yet. So I think that's why they're calling. Those are heavily black areas. But hey, you know, black men, they've been stepping up for Trump. So
black men are stepping up for Trump. You can check out my interviews at the Robbie Mann on Twitter. I was in New York City. I have a video on my Twitter about most black males. There's only black females that weren't into Trump. Most black men, majority were into Trump.
I'm hearing like 30%. I'm hearing like 25 to 30%.
I think it's more than that. I personally think it's more than that, but sure. I mean, that's what they say, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. I mean, you know, but hey, I called for it. You know, when they were talking about 13%, I'm like, nah, it's gonna be more like 30%. You know, and I'm hopefully it's more than that. You know, to be honest. I mean, because,
I'm thinking that we have some things in place this time. I think last time Trump wasn't prepared for the steal. And I've talked to people on the ground, and I think there's people there that are monitoring things, and they're prepared this time, so they can't steal it. So I'm staying positive. It's not locked yet. I don't want to celebrate too early, but I just want to get this victory, and then we can open the champagne bottles. Like, look at that.
Yeah,
so,
man.
I got an unverified report from here. One sec. I got to read this to you guys. Basically, in Pennsylvania, and this is still unverified, but one of the people that give me tips sent this to me. So 9 mail-in trucks with 1.5 million votes was stopped by the police, and they are currently investigating what's going on there. Because
praise the Lord that they stopped them.
The reason why this is so strikes a chord with me is because, as you guys know, this Coachella craziness happened. And by the way, I got to thank all of you guys. You know, Robbie, I know I've thanked you personally. I want to thank you in public because the way you stood by me and made sure I got on all your friends' podcasts to say the truth was very helpful. But one of the things I was doing before that incident was that I was following a bunch of semi-trucks with mail-in ballots, right, that were all fraudulent. 150 semi-trucks starting from Tacoma, Washington. So when I saw that report, I felt it was important for me to tell you guys about it because that was the thing we were all expecting him to do, where across the country, there's all these semi-trucks that were then offloading at the post office, then mail trucks being filled with these ballots, and all these ballots were fraudulent. It's almost like they had 100 million of these printed in order to infuse into the system to cause the fraud. And that piece of news right there, if it's actually verified and true, we will find out very soon. Really, it would be a miracle. It would be another miracle, as much as a miracle as that bullet missing Trump.
Amen.
As much as a miracle as me being here, even talking about this after the insane persecution that happened in Coachella. A lot of miracles happening right now. So honestly,
spirit world is real.
God's in
Ben,
control,
and,
man. Like I say, God's in control, man.
God
So,
is good. I mean, Trump
no
could have
doubt.
already been dead, right? He was by the grace of God, he was saved, and I think that the angels are looking out, and I think we're on the right side here with Trump. I feel a lot of darkness on the Kamala side. It feels very disingenuous. And I'm glad that, I hope we can just have justice and get this victory, dude. I'm just I've never been so excited about a presidential race in my life with Bobby Kennedy, with Bobby and Tulsi and Elon. And it's just taking the fluoride out of the water and making America healthy.
They call them the Avengers, man. They're calling them the Avengers.
It's so good, man. It's so good. Let's get this victory. I just tell my friends, never celebrate too early. It looks good right now.
No,
We got to just keep the pedal to the metal, and let's keep going.
Yeah. So right now, man, North Carolina 65% in. Fox News hadn't called it yet, but Trump is up 52 to 46. But if my friends at the decision desk is right, man, Trump won North Carolina. So we'll see.
I want to win Virginia. I want to win Wisconsin.
Man, it would be sweet if we win Virginia. I think we're going to win Wisconsin. I think we're going to get Wisconsin. I think we're going to get Michigan too.
Brett Favre. Shout out to Brett Favre, man. I mean, I think he's a huge person there that came in for the people that follow him,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you had all the others. I mean, even Mahomes. I think Mahomes came in too. These players that are stepping up a little bit for the conservatives. You got
Bosa and Mahomes,
man, you got all these. Yeah, hell yeah, man. You got these Democrats doing it, so why not? I mean, should be a proud, conservative.
But all the Democrats, like all the P. Diddy list is on the Democrats.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. And that's why they all came out. They all came out, man, in droves. Harris. Oh, yeah. You guys have something in common. You guys all fit in that Venn diagram, Yeah. You're on the Epstein list and the Diddy list. You're on both of them, and you're all supporting Harris. So, man. So, yeah. We still can't celebrate too much, but hey, man, I think we're getting close. So we'll see here in a little bit. Hopefully, we'll find out tonight.
Nevada's.
They don't have to worry about the West Coast bullshit,
Yeah. Well, Nevada's a big one. Nevada, they're talking about spending 3 days on counting ballots. Let's see what happens. Nevada's known for all sorts of fuckery, so
I want to secure the victory before.
Before Nevada. I mean, before they even close. Before they even close the.
Because even if they try to cheat Nevada and Pennsylvania, if we can just secure Virginia, I think that we don't have to win Pennsylvania anymore.
No, I mean, if we get North Carolina, Georgia, and one of the others, we're good. I think it's a done deal. So and Virginia, in Georgia, of course, they extended till 10 o'clock. Well, longer because of the bomb threats, and then Philadelphia is going to like 10 o'clock. I'm hearing. So those may be a little late. 10 o'clock Eastern, but it's 10 o'clock Eastern now. So it's 10 o'clock Eastern now. So hell, the polls in Philly should be closing here soon.
So Robbie, where are you at, dude? Where is that? That's a studio you guys film at?
Yeah, we're rotating right now, so that's why I came in to join you guys. I'm going to go back in a little bit, but we're on the bestpoliticalshow.com, and we got a bunch of people here like Andrew Meyer, Maria Bueno. We got Luke Radowski. You've talked to Luke before. Luke's the main host on this, and we're all kind of rotating in and out here. We might go to the PBD party after. I didn't get invited to Mar-a-Lago. I would love to be at Mar-a-Lago right now.
Yeah, I've been to one of them. parties.
Kicking it with Elon and RFK.
Right now. I'd love to be there.
I'm just so excited, man. I'm just like high. Like that. You're just like high on light. You just have that feeling. You're so close. You don't want to celebrate too early, but
yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we're right there, man. All right, Harris is Nevada's just closed, I think. No, they closed soon in Nevada. But Yeah, man. Yeah, you know, I'm excited. I'm gonna sit here all night until we win it, man. I can't go nowhere, man. You know,
Yeah.
I
We
can't
can't
go
sleep.
nowhere.
It's up
No,
to
man,
you.
I'm not going to sleep again. We did that shit live in 2020, and then Biden ended up winning. You know, I'm
2020
not.
was weird, man. Trump was
Yeah.
winning. Remember, we went to bed and all these mail-in
Yeah,
votes
man,
came
it's like
in. I
about
mean,
400,000 votes, man. I have the data on that stuff too, man. One of my friends, he's a techie at the New York Times at the time, and he sent me the live data on there. I have the data exactly when all those votes came in and when the numbers flipped and Trump lost votes and Biden gained votes. It was the weirdest shit, man. It's crazy. Yeah. 3:30 in the
yeah, I mean, I
morning,
think
man.
there was some fraud that went on in 2020. It's pretty
Major,
apparent, dude. I think, but
major.
like I said, I think we're prepared this time. I think that
Yeah, everybody's on the
the
ground.
Trump
Everybody's on
campaign
the ground.
learned from that, and people are on this. People are watching. People are ready to stop it. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, they have a lot of attorneys on the ground. I mean, just like it happened, it started early this morning, and the lawyers, in Pennsylvania, I think it was Cambridge or Cambria County or whatever, when all the shenanigans were going on, and the lawyers are right there, went straight to the courthouse, filed, they got extended time, yeah, Trump's at 205 now.
Wow.
Trump's at
Wow.
205.
I'm not
Yeah.
happy until we get the 270.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me see what did they pump up? It was 195. So Utah, oh, that's what it is. So Utah, of course, we were going Trump. Montana went to Trump.
Nice.
I want
Utah, Montana.
I want Virginia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
I want to sweep
That's on
over
my
there, man.
that's on my
Iowa.
Santa. That's
I
on
wanna
my list.
sweep.
God, please grant us
Yeah.
this victory.
Yeah, man. I want to sweep over there. That'd be so sweet.
I want a landslide, man. Kamala, I mean, dude, she's the least popular vice president of all time. She got no votes in the primary. We have Vivek, who got votes in the primary. We have RFK, who got like 15% of the
Everybody
vote.
got votes in the primary except her, and she.
And we have all these Avengers against her. How the hell is she even? She shouldn't win anything. But the libtards, they watch the news. They're told the false information. They believe what they're told. And it's really sad. The Democrat, the deep state's really good at brainwashing stupid people. They're very good at brainwashing stupid people, man.
Yeah,
So let me ask you about that. I mean, we just went through 4 years of utter just bullshit. How are people still falling for this stuff? Like, what is wrong with these people? Are we just talking about like?
I think people are retarded, man. I think people are in their little echo chambers and they don't want to break free of their friend groups and what their favorite artist is telling them online, and they have like they're in their workplace. And I used to live in LA for 20 years. I mean, it's a very liberal city. There's a lot of red pill people, but I think people don't want to lose their job. People are not want to outspoken, say they're Trump supporter, and they lose their job. People don't want to say anything. The news is telling them this. They don't do the research. They're not on this podcast. They're not on Luke's We Are Change podcast. They're going through. They're watching ABC, NBC. They don't do that. They're going on social media listening to Lady Gaga. I think that's why, man. But I think people are waking up. I think we see this, that people are coming around. But I think there is these people who drive with their mask on in their car with their windows up. You see those people with the mask on by themselves with the windows up. Those people are voting Democrat.
Yeah, they're just crazy. You got this cognitive dissonance. You got everything going on, man. You got, like I say with the black people, man. I mean, you got the Stockholm syndrome. I think it's being broken this year. I think this is gonna be a breakout year. Out of the Stockholm syndrome for at least I know for black men. Black women is just so fucking stuck in that shit. With that Willie Lynch syndrome garbage. But yeah, man. I mean, they're just brain dead.
Is
and
Kamala
just full of
even
hate.
black or is she Indian? I mean, I did a video.
Well, she's
on my
not black.
Twitter.
There's the only thing black in her was Montel Williams and Willie Brown. That was it. She has no black anywhere else. Nothing about
She's
her.
Indian when she needs to be Indian. She's black when she needs to be black. She panders. She's just a fraud.
She's a chameleon. She's a chameleon.
So I asked my buddy who's Jamaican yesterday. I'm having lunch with him, and I'm like, dude, could you I'm curious. You're Jamaican. He's a black Jamaican. I'm like, explain to me this whole thing with Kamala. And he was explaining that in Jamaica, I guess they have Asians, they have Indian Jamaican. He's like, she just happens to be an Indian Jamaican, which she ain't black, but she's trying to play that she is, basically, is the way he explained it to me,
I mean, the thing is that too, and Candace Owens is doing a great special on her. She's broken down her whole genealogy and finding out that one side of her family is like white Jews, but her dad, I mean, he's a Brahmin Indian. See, they're on the caste system. Her mama was a Brahmin Indian. Her daddy was a Brahmin.
Brahmin's the highest class, right? Yeah.
Well, that's the highest class in India. So they were high up on the food chain. So she's talking about she lived in a middle. She was raised middle class. No, you were raised a high class chick. You know, that's why you was able to live in that neighborhood out in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. You know, but her dad is Irish and Brahmin Indian. You know, she has absolutely zero black in her, none, zero. You know, if she did a DNA test, she probably, I think Elizabeth Warren may come back more Indian than she come back black.
Oh wow, wow.
I still think my theory though is still that I still think Trump should have lost the first debate to Biden on purpose. This is 5D chess because Biden was just so unelectable that because now they throw the woman of color. We want the first woman president. These girls, abortion. But if it was Joe Biden, if Trump loses on purpose the first debate, and this is a crazy theory I have. I think it would be too late for them to put another candidate in, and then I think it would have been a landslide. So now we're sweating a little bit, but I think it would have been a landslide if Biden was running.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, totally. I think honestly, what's going to happen, Robbie, is if our man gets in, this is all based upon
Bitcoin all-time high.
How you doing?
You're seeing. Sorry to interrupt. You're seeing the crypto markets, predicting Trump winning. I mean, Bitcoin's ripping right now. All the altcoins are ripping because Trump is the first crypto president in our lifetime, and I think Kamala is anti-crypto.
Yeah. She wants our Federal Reserve System and the whatever federal coin or whatever they want.
Let's win this, man. Let's manifest a Trump victory, please.
It looks good so far. Well, always does.
This is Tobuscus.
Yeah.
At the beginning, it always looks great.
How are you?
What's up? How's it going? It's amazing watching it. I just feel like I'm having flashbacks. I'm like, oh yeah, definitely, it's winning. We're winning, and then, but supposedly nothing weird's happening.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of weird stuff happening. It's just we're catching.
There's definitely weird stuff happening.
Like we just got reports of like 9 USPS trucks filled with fraudulent ballots that were pulled over by police. So now there's body cam footage. Now they caught these guys apparently. Shit. So, there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out. They're definitely trying. It's just this time around we're a little sharper, I guess.
There's a lot more people that are looking out for it and expecting that. What you're talking about, I didn't hear that. That's terrible. That just happened.
Well, I got an unverified report of that, so it's not verified yet, but it's from a good source, and it's something that we're expecting because actually, with the America Happens Network, we're actually chasing down semis full of ballots. I don't know, like a month ago, we handed all this evidence to one of the big election fraud guys who's been launching a lot of the lawsuits. So we're expecting these fake ballots to be delivered to locations. It's just I'm ecstatic that. Apparently they were pulled over. They got caught this time. So, and it's going to happen everywhere.
Cops like Trump. Real cops like Trump. I mean, for real.
Yeah.
The police force.
Totally.
It's wild. I'm so glad we're here, though.
Yeah.
We're at this
That sounds good. I mean,
we're so close, guys. We're so close.
True, man.
We're so close. We just need to pull through. I don't want to. People celebrate too early. I'm saying you just got to keep putting your pedal to the metal. I think, look, Trump is winning right now. They're calling. Wait, that's West Virginia. I got so duped. I thought it was Virginia. They called for.
Yeah.
Can you guys look up the live Virginia odds right now? Can we win Virginia?
No, I mean, he's. They still have him winning. They still say North Carolina. Like I say, I'm going with my guys that tipped me off. I'm going to see. I'm going to wait and see, if they were right, but they're still saying North Carolina and Virginia is still too close to call. We're like 60-some% of the voting. But,
Bitcoin is ripping right now. They're predicting a Trump victory.
Well, you know what? There's this guy, man. There's this French trader, right? Dude, this French trader over, from France, of his own money, he bet $40 million that Trump was going to win. He did all the data. He said he went through all the data and went, I guess he's a numbers guy or whatever, but he went through all the polling data. He went through all the polls, all these people putting out polls, and went back to the polls from 2020. He said, all these polls are skewed. He said, all these polls are skewed, man. And he's like, Trump should win probably by like 9 points. And he dropped $40 million that Trump's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going with that guy. I'm going with that guy. 40 million? 40 million? I'm going with that guy, man. But yeah, he laid it all out, man. He said, yeah, man, all these, they're just so skewed, man. They're just so screwed up. He said, Trump's going to win probably between 4 and 9 points. It's not going to even be close. Yeah. Like, all right, you got 40 million to bet. I don't, but I believe you.
Yeah.
You know?
Man, and remember, this is based on
sorry to interrupt you guys. This is insane. Yeah. How is Elizabeth Warren winning again? She's such a sick. Oh God.
Cognitive dissonance.
She just
man.
won her seat again, dude.
These people, man, they're just insane up there in Maine. I mean, they're just stupid. Them people are just stupid. They don't care, man. You know, I mean, I guess, you know, those people are just so comfortable, you know, with their lives and how they how their lives are, man. But that's insane. How do these people keep winning? I mean, because you got the same people, you know, California's a shithole, you know, San Francisco's a shithole, but, you know, Nancy Pelosi wins. You got Maxine Waters, you know, always win. These people always win. And I don't understand how they always win. And their districts are fucked up. And I don't know how they keep winning. You know, but like I said, that's that cognitive dissonance, man. They got these people, you know, as hey, marijuana, stay high, man. Don't vote. You know, just stay high, you know, or whatever the case is. But yeah, man.
Trump's winning Minnesota right now, which is a surprise. But
you know, they say Minnesota's in play. You know, they say Minnesota's in play. They say she was only winning Minnesota by maybe 2 points, like in polling. So I mean, you know, and you know, that was early voting. So you know, they say Minnesota's definitely in play for Trump. So, you know, we'll see. I would love for him to win Minnesota.
Oh man, it would be so nice.
You know,
yeah. Jerome, let me
guys look. Go ahead. I gotta go in about 3 minutes here. I gotta go back on the show. But yeah, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna ask
Pennsylvania by 100,000 votes.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Actually, only 60,000, 70,000. Wisconsin, Trump is winning. But are they going to pull this fucking these trucks in with the mail-in ballots like last time?
Dude, man, hey,
what? That's a big fine, man. If they actually
be sitting up. Yeah, if they caught that, oh man, oh dude, if they caught that's prison time, man, dude. You better squill. Who sent you these ballots? Where'd you pick these up, man? That's major prison time. Major prison time.
Yeah,
has to be.
Well, guys, listen. It's been really grand. I'd love to join you guys. I can maybe come back on later. But yeah, dude, I love you guys. And let's get this victory, man.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it.
I appreciate you having me, then.
Anytime, brother. Anytime. Great to have you here. Thank you.
All right. Love you guys.
Love you
I
too,
love
bro.
you, man. Later.
Dude, Jerome, I'm going to step away for a sec, too, because I got to do another podcast. You got the control, right? Are you able to let people in or from your side?
No, man, I don't have any control from my side.
What I'll do is while I'm doing this, I'm going to put myself on mute. If I see somebody come in, I might just let them in if that's all right.
All right, sweet. All right, cool, man, because I'm going to be flipping back and forth, man, between channels.
Awesome.
Here a little bit.
Awesome, brother. Thank you.
All right, sweet.
Look past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important.
Hey, we're going to flip a little bit. We're going to go to the war room. You know, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the war room and get off Fox News for a second.
Diggs, I like this.
Hit us with the latest. I know we're about to go to someone production's going to tell me, but hit us with the latest in Virginia 7.
We started the night saying Virginia 7 would be a bellwether. 2/3 of the vote is in there, and it's a 2-point race. That's a bad sign for Democrats because a lot of the Democrat vote is in that county. Prince William County's a lot of that vote is in. So some of the places that are outstanding are rural. At the same time, Donald Trump is outperforming right now. Any time he's ever run in Virginia, he's really outperforming the model for Republicans in Virginia. He's looking a little bit more like Glenn Youngkin in 2021, though that was an off-year election race. So Virginia's a race to watch. Even if they lose, they're going to have tightened it up quite a bit there, absent a sudden shift in the votes, and I think that's a sign. Meanwhile, that old Slotkin house in Michigan is trending the Republicans' way. Good candidate there, good ground game there. You remember just 8-9 months ago, the Michigan party was in total disarray, right? They didn't even know who their chairman was, and tonight Michigan is looking to be a much stronger Republican state than I think a lot of people would have guessed a year ago. So these bellwether House races are looking good. I'm still keeping an eye on Nebraska. I think that's one of those ones we're going to have an upset watch on with Deb Fischer. She's clearly underperforming the Republican model there. Doesn't mean it's over, but if she wins, you're going to win real close, and that would actually complicate that Senate math. Now you got to win 3 Senate seats if you're the Republicans that have full control.
And we're working to connect with Monica Crowley. We obviously have a robust team of war room people who are down in Palm Beach at the election night victory party for President Trump at the convention center in West Palm. If we have them, we can go to them. I think I'm hearing we do. But if not, just flagging that per the New York Times, they are now ticking up the leaning Trump overall victory to 72%. I am curious, John, though, as I stand here, I mean, we heard whether it was from the, sort of color revolution apparatchiks, the Norm Isons of the world, Mark Lyses of the world, this concept of a red mirage, this idea of very, very long delays. And it seems like this is all happening rather quickly, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. This is a race that may have broken that last week. People may have just decided. Some races break, some are a dogfight to the end. This race feels like one that's breaking, much more like 88 Bush, 80 Reagan. Those are races that were really clear. So one place I'm most interested in, because it makes the map eminently more difficult for Kamala Harris, is Georgia. And my partner in crime most nights, Amanda Head, is down in Georgia. Let's go out to Georgia and see what Amanda has to tell us. Amanda, it feels like Georgia's baking towards maybe the alarm going off pretty soon. What do you think? Timer going to go off?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the drama is with the networks and why they are waiting to officially call, but President Trump at the last count was up over 200,000 votes over Kamala Harris. So I don't know what the drama is, but I wanted to put you guys in the room for a moment, because as people started gathering in here, obviously because we're media, we were here hours before, but as people started coming in, I noticed how young and diverse this crowd is. It is incredible to see the youth of the state of Georgia who are stepping into these leadership roles in the Republican Party. And, I don't know, there's not really a professional word to say it. They seem very hip. And, you were talking about Charlie Kirk's cool factor and trying to make conservatism cool. And it seems like that is working. But I wanted to get back down to the issues that mattered in Georgia. Obviously, inflation has reigned supreme as far as the economy. But immigration, this was the home of Laken Riley. And that is still something that is very, very fresh on the minds of Georgians across the board, no matter their gender, no matter their race. So that is what I'm being told from a lot of people was one of the main reasons they went into the polling place. What we were talking about in the last segment when I was on with you, the people who moved over to the Trump column after President Trump made up with Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. And I spoke to a number of people here who said, listen, I had signs in my yard for down ballot races, but I refused to put a sign in my yard for Donald Trump because I was not going to support him. And then when that relationship began blossoming again and was a little bit mended, that's when they went back to supporting President Trump. So just to emphasize, that was something that was really important to a lot of these Georgia longtime Republicans, the old dog Republicans, let's call them.
Yeah, no, you're right, the old guard, and I think that's really important. What do you know about the outstanding county? I assume the reason most of the news media aren't calling is there's one whole county where they're still voting because of the earlier bomb threats, and that is a blue county. Is most of Fulton County in right now? What do we know about Fulton County? Because that's the big banana for Democrats.
As of about 30 minutes ago, Fulton County was at 79%. So I think Fulton County is pretty much wrapped up. A moment ago, you were talking about DeKalb County, the 5 bomb threats. Now, we had the 2 bomb threats earlier today that the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, came out and said that they originated in Russia. Here we go all over again with Russia. But these were in DeKalb County, and they said they weren't sure if they were even valid, but they wanted to, out of an abundance of caution, clear it out. So they're a little bit behind, but Fulton County, that's that deeply blue county that everybody is focusing on. And if Kamala Harris was going to
it's a little behind. I'm going to press the live button here. We're going to speed up a little bit to where we need to be. So I'm going to pop in the voices again now.
Got to be that. Brian, put us in the room. What is it like? What's the energy down there in West Palm?
Let me tell you something. Good evening. It started in the afternoon. I want to say you guys are doing a tremendous job on your coverage. I'm watching you guys, and I'm watching the board behind me. We should call this the reaction room, because what's going on right now, we've got several thousand people in this room in the West Palm Beach Convention Center. They've got these two big jumbotrons on. They've got Fox News and CNN. They're kind of bouncing back and forth between the two networks, and every single time they call a state or have an update, everyone in here reacts to what they see on the screen. The energy is high. It keeps getting bigger and bigger. It seems like every time I turn around, President Trump is at Mar-a-Lago right now. From what I understand, he is surrounded by his close friends, advisors, his senior advisors, consultants, donors, and just his family alike as they are planning to watch the results come in from Mar-a-Lago. And we do expect him to come here tonight to give some remarks at the end of this all. And let's just, God willing, he that continues to win these states. Guys, I think we have a President Trump victory tonight.
Yeah. Brian, you've been our row warrior this entire campaign. You were there when President Trump was shot at in Pennsylvania. You were there for Florida. You've been through all of this campaign. Stepping back for a second, just the way it's trending, if Donald Trump were to win tonight, how improbable is this a win? A guy who was indicted 4 times, impeached 2 times, assassination attempts twice during the campaign trail, and here he is tonight standing on the precipice of a potential victory. Pretty amazing political comeback by any measure in American history.
It really is, John. I would say that it's really due to the fact that he's raw, he's organic, he's real, he connects with the American voter in ways that no other politician has ever done when you think about it like that. When you look at the makeup of what the supporters are, you've got everyone from business leaders to blue-collar workers to black, white, Hispanic, Latino, Asian. He's got it all, and that's what's reflected here today at the convention center, John. So if, in fact, he is able to come to that 270 or higher and win this thing, it's going to be an amazing story in American history how you've got 34 indictments, which, by the way, they're still sentencing is later on this month on the 18th. He got 34 indictments. He was shot in the face. He was arrested. Got a mug shot. They tried to bank.
I'm just going to pause the volume for a little bit. I'm just watching over where Fox. It looked like Trump is trending. Trump is up on Kamala in Wisconsin. They're still saying it's too close to call, but it's trending Trump. He's performing better than he did against Biden, and Robert Kennedy pulled 8,000 votes right now out of Wisconsin. So he got 0.5%, and he even told his people don't vote for him. He told his people don't vote for me. I'm not going to win. But people still went and voted 8,000 votes now. But I was getting texts in. I don't know where she's getting that from. But he's trending up in Wisconsin, so everything's still looking good. We're still waiting. I think they're just being cautious. I've heard, there's a couple of things that I've heard, and I'll say this again, that decision desk, Trump won North Carolina. I believe Harris ends up winning Virginia. It's what I'm hearing. Okay, it's what I'm hearing. From people that are around the decision desk. The decision desk called it for them. North Carolina, if we win North Carolina, we get Georgia. I think Georgia is close. Georgia's close. I think you just heard them say that here. People down at Mar-a-Lago. That's where I should be. I should be down at Mar-a-Lago, man. Dang. It's gonna be a party down there. But I actually have some things to do tomorrow. I'm sending somebody to a link, but so I think we're looking good. We may even have it tonight, man. Wouldn't that be sweet? Wouldn't that be totally sweet? If we had a victor tonight. So we're gonna turn this up. I'm gonna give some volume on this a little bit.
With the GOP chairman, Josh McCoon, hearing some very good news. Gwinnett County was the outlier, but it sounds like some numbers might drop actually while we are having this conversation, and then it will be easy to call the race.
Yeah, we believe there are about 800,000 votes outstanding statewide, about 350,000 in Gwinnett. We expect Harris will get about 60% of those votes. That maybe allows her to pick up 70,000 on the current margin, but Donald Trump should still win the rest of the votes by a good margin, and I expect we'll win the state. I think when the Gwinnett votes come in, networks will be ready to start making calls.
It's about time. It feels like they're just dragging out this drama. With respect to the legal issues, talk to us about being outside of the margin of an automatic recount. If Democrats you anticipate are still going to fight
Yeah, so Georgia, if you're within half a percentage point, candidates entitled to a recount. I think we're going to be well outside that territory.
recount.
I think President Trump's going to win by more than 100,000 votes. That's way outside the range for an election contest, so
No
we feel
recount.
really good.
So no recount.
How big of an impact, because we were just talking on air about this, how big of an impact do you think it had that Governor Brian Kemp and President Trump were able to mend fences and to work towards this common goal?
Obviously, having a united front was really important, and we're delighted to have had Governor Kemp on the team. But, you know, it took lots of people, right? We had Turning Point Action with a significant presence here in the state, Tea Party Patriots, Faith and Freedom Coalition, and, of course, the Georgia Republican Party, Trump Force 47, and Chairman Whatley, Co-Chair Trump. The support from the RNC was tremendous. It was really a team effort.
Okay, Natalie Winters just told me that the New York Times has now moved their ticker up towards 80% likely that President Trump wins. Do you concur?
I think President Trump has won this election. It's just taking them a little time to cope.
Yeah,
they may
that's
need
what it
some
is.
grief counselors to be brought in before they make the final call.
Indeed. Before we came to air, I was telling the
I think what they're making sure is that they got the National Guard out so these liberals won't burn up the cities. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make sure everyone is in place in these cities so these liberals won't burn up these towns. That's what they're looking at, I think. That's why they're waiting.
The crowd here is excited, and a young crowd. Have you been working on that too?
Yes, we've worked very hard on Gen Z, not just voters, but so many of our leaders here tonight, people that were out knocking these doors. Our tremendous ground game here was really led by Gen Z voters.
Chairman McCoon, congratulations on a very, very great night. I think it's going to be, I don't want to jinx anything, but you guys have worked so hard, and congratulations on that. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Amanda. And we've always had such an honor of having you on the War Room. Just want to flag a little humble fact check. I know I said 80%. It's now 81% chance per the New York Times.
There's a reason for that, too. If you look at the electoral count, Donald Trump said 205. You only need 65 more electoral votes with half the country still to go, that whole westward drift. That's why those ratings are going up so quickly when you look at the races that are called right now. Kamala Harris needs to capture 140 to catch up. So I know she'll get a lot in California, but it looks like right now that Donald Trump is in a good position to win.
We've got Bernie Moreno in Ohio up by 5, and I think Decision Desk is still maintaining that House Republicans 51% chance of keeping the House.
Yep.
So
that's gone down a little bit tonight, which is interesting to me.
53 about
yeah,
now.
no, actually 5 is at 56 based on exit polls. So there's something they're seeing in some of these House races that we're going to have to
Boebert
watch.
has won Colorado, though.
That's
I don't
important.
think we've said that yet on the
She moved
show.
district, so that's a new district for her to win. That's big.
All right, Stephen K. Bannon is back. He's going to be, I think,
Right.
probably opening the next segment. It is always an honor to play the role of co-host temporarily, though. Hopefully I never have to do that again. But we are still coming at you live from the Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C., here on the roof. Now, with the way these election results are panning out, I would expect to see a little more Antifa action behind us. You can see the Washington Monument, but I guess not yet. Maybe they're not reading the New York Times.
They're in denial.
Maybe they're not literate. Maybe that's the answer. John Solomon, Natalie Winters, Stephen K. Bannon. I think we're going to have more surrogates joining us from West Palm Beach. Mo Bannon.
All right, so I'm going to turn that down a little bit. We're going to go back to Fox News. I mean, Fox is still holding out. You know, what's going on with Fox News? You know, Fox News is still holding out on North Carolina, on Georgia, Georgia, Nevada. I don't see Virginia up there. Did they call Virginia? I missed it. All right, so they're still holding out Wyoming, President Trump. But I mean, so a lot of these are, the West is about to close out there. The West is cold because look at this stuff, Virginia, Kane, Alabama. So they're going to retain that seat in Virginia for that Senate seat. We got Tim Kaine beat Hong Kao. So they're not going to pick up that Senate seat there in Virginia. One of the people. Okay, so I was texting. So I think you guys are still in the war room. I think we still got the war room pulled up there. So we got a commercial up there in the war room. We got commercials everywhere. So I can't pop out, and Ben has to do that. But you guys can watch the tax relief commercial, whatever that is. Try relaxing to sleep commercial. All right, so we're getting closer. I think once they come back from commercials, they're going to start calling these races. And I believe they'll call Georgia here in a little bit. They'll call North Carolina, and they'll start ringing them up for Trump. Wisconsin should be pretty close. Michigan should be pretty close. Virginia, like I said, I heard from the decision desk that they called Virginia. The decision desk called Virginia about an hour ago. That was before I left. Majority, hey man, we need 2 more seats for majority. Republicans, we only flipped 1 seat, so we need to flip 1 more seat. Kerry Lake has to get that seat. Kerry Lake get that seat out there. And then we have J.D. Vance. It'd be 50-50 maybe. Then we have J.D. Vance so as the tiebreaker. So we flipped 3 Republicans. Flipped 3 seats in the House. All right, that's pretty cool, man. So 3 seats got flipped. And so we need 2 more seats for a majority without the vice president. We need 1 more seat with the vice president as long as Trump wins for majority, so we can have the control of the Senate and of the House. And that's what we need. That's what we need to get President Trump's agenda through, as long as we don't have a bunch of pansy ass rhinos who's going to be scared to push through his agenda, and we may have some of those. I mean, I'm sure we have some of those. Good job, Rick Scott down there won down the Florida Senate. Rick Scott should be the majority. Well, he should be the majority leader now. So hopefully Rick Scott is going to pull that off. He's going to be majority leader. So let's see. Let's flip to Fox News. Let's see what Fox News is talking about. Here we go.
Is a lot of votes still to come in tonight. What's the mood over there at this point, though, Jackie?
Martha, every once in a while we get this glaring reminder that just over 3 months ago, this was Joe Biden's campaign. Every time we want to get any information from campaign officials, we have to text someone in Wilmington. There aren't any campaign staffers walking around, and that means that often we can't get answers to simple things like how many people are in this crowd, who's in this crowd, what is their connection to the vice president, which groups were invited. We've posed these questions to the campaign and not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at 2 big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad.
She's probably drunk. She's truly probably drunk and hungover somewhere because she knows she's going to lose. I heard she was hungover last night after last night. I'm going to turn that down, and we're going to flip back to the war room here. I like the war room coverage better. I can't.
A lot more and hope that the Republican vote doesn't overtake you. But Michigan is looking fairly good for President Trump. Same thing in Pennsylvania. I think they've underperformed in Philadelphia with that Herculean task that they had of getting to 800,000 Philly votes today. That's not going to happen from what I can see in the voting numbers I'm seeing. And so as we keep looking here, the map for or opportunity for Kamala Harris is shrinking fast, and the opportunity for Donald Trump's victory very close. The House is still looking a little confusing to me. They just called the Vindman race in Virginia, I believe, and so that keeps that seat in the Democrat column. The Slotkin seat, which is a Democrat race, looks like it's going to flip over to a Republican seat, but they're kind of trading wins back and forth here. The real key, I think, is going to be what happens in Iowa, the House, vulnerable House Republicans there, and then what happens in Washington.
Mary Meeks is the
Miller Meeks here. Yeah, Mary Miller. She's a great person, but tough. That's a tough district.
It's a
very tough district.
There's a situation in Arizona. I think it's going to keep the Navajo Nation polling. Navajo Nation, I think, is like 25% of the territory. Obviously, not the population. Open later. I want to go to Monica Crowley. Anything else on decision desk that we need to know before we go to Monica?
I think we're up to date as of now.
Okay, fantastic. Georgia and North Carolina being called. means she's got to go through the blue wall. She must own the blue wall. That's going to be heavy. And I think we could have potentially a much earlier call. You know, I've recommended to the president that he address the American people at 11 o'clock. Maybe he has to wait a little bit on that, so there's a little more information in Michigan and other places.
I think that's right. One of the blue walls has to ripen a little bit more.
Let's go to, you need that? Oh, is Richard Barris up? Okay, let me go to Monica quick. Oh, let's go to Monica. Monica's at the convention center. Monica Crowley, can you give us a sense of how do people feel down there?
Hey, Steve. Well, I can tell you the mood is absolutely electric.
I think they called this already. The decision desk called the race for North Carolina and Georgia for, as far as from what I'm hearing, that Georgia and North Carolina has been called for Trump. I'm looking over at Fox News. Fox News still hasn't called it. Still hasn't called it yet. I think they're just waiting. They're just holding out. I don't know what they're doing, but they still haven't called the race yet. But I'm hearing in the desk at the decision desk, North Carolina and Georgia has been called for President Trump.
And Steve, you know, you were kind enough to join me on my podcast today. And one of the things that I said to you at the time was, you know, I've been very
MSNBC's been kind of long in the tooth. They're bitching about the Electoral College. Is any of the imperial media down there at all understand what is going on here? The transformation of American politics that we're seeing tonight?
I think begrudgingly they're recognizing the power of the America First movement and the fact that Donald Trump has spoken directly to the forgotten men and women of this country, the working men and women, the heart and soul of this country, and that they have come out in droves to create a political realignment that really began with his ride down the escalator in 2015. And I think now they can't deny it. They don't like it. They're completely miserable around me, which is delicious to watch. But I think begrudgingly they've come to the recognition that this man that has been subjected to every possible assault over the last 9 years, where the system has thrown the kitchen sink at him to try to stop him from representing us, I think there's a begrudging recognition that perhaps this night is going his way, that there is going to be another 4 years of a Donald Trump presidency that they are going to have to cover. Again, they don't like it, but I think there is a growing realization here that this movement is real. It has so many cross currents over race and gender and ethnicity. It is alive. It is vibrant. It is so far winning tonight, and that there is no stopping it.
Monica Crowley, how can people get your podcast and how can they follow you on social media, ma'am?
Well, thank you so much for joining me on my podcast today, Steve.
CNN as well. I'm looking over at CNN because I want to see them cry at the end of the night. But I'm over at CNN and they are so far behind. They have Harris at 91 and Trump at 195. You know, Fox already has it at 211. Now it's 211 to 117. It was 207. Now it's 211 to 217. And they still haven't called North Carolina and Georgia yet. You know, so they're holding out. And I guess they're waiting for ballots to be delivered. I guess is what's going on. So you know, I don't know what the deal is with that, but you know, maybe they're waiting for for ballots. I don't know, but it's getting closer. I think as soon as they call Georgia and North Carolina, you know, I think they'll come in with the others. You know, without the writing, because there's too many people, there's too many eyes out here now. There's a lot of eyes out here watching. I've heard an unconfirmed report that the police pulled over a truckload of ballots in Pennsylvania, 1 million ballots or something like that. And they're doing an investigation of where those ballots came from in Pennsylvania. You know, so maybe they were on their way, to different locations to rig this one too. So, yeah, so they tabbed it 211. So right now, let me see. I think I think we're gonna continue to watch the War Room over here. Oh, look like we got some people in the house.
Hey, what's up? What's
Hey,
up?
what's
So we got.
happening?
So I was on another podcast, but real quickly, we got some awesome people here. Boone Cutler, who wrote an amazing book with General Flynn called about fifth generation warfare.
Oh yeah, I know who he is. Yeah, I
Actually
got the book.
really taught me what I was subject to when I was working in Hollywood and the crap that we were doing in Hollywood in terms of, when you're producing stuff, all of a sudden there's these weird meetings that happen where there's certain agendas that come out and you're like, why are we doing that? What does that have to do with the show that we're making? Well, Boone Cutler's book answers that question. Thank you, Boone, for coming on, brother.
Thanks for having me, brother. Can you hear me okay?
You sound awesome. You sound awesome. And then we have, I'm going to screw up your name. Rianne, how do I say it? You're muted. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. The audio. Okay, while you're figuring out, Cynthia and Laura, how you guys doing? Hello?
We're good.
Hey, how are you? So did we win Wisconsin? Because you were texting me that.
Not yet. I don't think
Not
yet.
But we're gonna win it. We're gonna win it.
Awesome.
We're in it to win it.
Iowa,
Awesome.
they just called Iowa for Trump. They had this, this bullshit poll going on. That Iowa was in play for Harris. Well, I think Trump just won it by like 4 or 5 points. So Iowa is in the bank now. So 211 to 117.
Polymarket's got Trump. Like last I saw was like 84%.
Yeah,
and my crypto is shooting through the roof, and that's another indicator for Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. Bitcoin boom.
Boone, I'm going to turn it off for a second and turn you back on because we got a little bit of haze. Usually this solves it. 1 sec. Oh, I still got the haze.
I'm not sure whose that is.
No, it's from Boone's line.
Okay.
Boone, is there any way you can log off and log back in? Because there's a hazy sound coming through the connection.
Hang on a second. Maybe it's this. How about now?
No, it's still doing it. Usually, if you just log out and log back in using the link, it should fix it.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Okay, thanks, brother.
No problem.
Yeah.
Ben, can you hear me now?
Oh, perfect. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for coming on our podcast here.
Yeah, it's exciting. My name is Ryan, by the way.
Ryan. Okay, I'm gonna get
Ryan.
that.
Yeah.
Ryan.
And I kind of know Jerome a little bit, or at least I know him, his pod, and some of the guys.
Yeah. Sweet. Good deal.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, how you feel about tonight?
I don't know. I kind of already feel like, it seems like it's going the way it should, but it might still be a little too early to call it, but it seems like it's going in the right direction.
Oh, yeah, I think so. So the latest is 211 Trump, 117 Harris.
Yeah, 211, 117, but they're not including North Carolina and Georgia. I've got word from the decision desk, man, that North Carolina, they're going to call North Carolina and Georgia here. And they've already called, but they're going to announce it. They should be announced. So they're waiting on Gwinnett County in Georgia, because the times got extended there, so they want to wait until most of Gwinnett County gets in. But she can't make up the ground in Georgia. So, I'm hearing that Trump's going to win Georgia and North Carolina. Has won North Carolina and Georgia. So, she has no pathway to victory, I don't believe. And all we need is one more. And I think Wisconsin is looking pretty good.
I was going to ask, what do you think? What's going to happen if she could still win? What would be the scenario that could happen?
Well, she would have to sweep after that. She would have to win Pennsylvania. She would have to win Michigan. She would have to win Nevada. She would have to win Wisconsin. Then she'll get the Western states. She'll get Oregon and Washington. But as far as the battleground states, she would have to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Boone, I got to ask you, brother, how you feeling about tonight right now?
I'm feeling good. All the indicators are pointing towards a Trump victory. But then it makes, my first thought, because I'm always thinking about the next thing, which probably isn't a good thing, but, how are they going to handle the conviction? All these convictions, if Trump wins, does he still get arrested? Because that's a scenario that could play out. so it's, there's still a lot of things out there that could happen. Of course, that would push J.D. Vance up to the presidency. They'd have to start looking for a governor to take over New York so they could somehow get some sort of pardon, because you can't pardon a president can't pardon a state case. You know, these are the scenarios that are still out there, and depending on how desperate they are, you know, these are scenarios that are going to be determined at some point in time.
I mean, you're by far the most experienced person on this podcast right now in terms of those kind of dilemmas. I mean, how does that play out? How does it play out if Trump wins and then they try to arrest him and toss him in jail? Like, what are the possible things that could happen?
Well, I'd love to be an expert on that, but just off the top of my head, the judge can, at some point, can communicate that case, commute that case to a later time. They could prosecute and put him in prison, at which time he would not be in a position to fulfill his duties as president while incarcerated. So he would have to pass that on, or it would be passed on. I think the 25th Amendment, and then you know, just as if he'd been incapacitated in any other type of way. So if Vance does take that, you know, I mean, he's in position to take that RNC and make it into something that is more MAGA than traditional RNC, much more inclusive to America First ideologies. So I don't exactly know how that will turn out. You know, the judge could say, well, the one thing that's not going to happen is the judge isn't just going to throw it out. You know, it's not just going to, he's been convicted. It's a sentencing hearing. So the conviction has already been equated. It's what is the sentence going to be? So, I mean, I guess, you know, that's where we gotta kind of keep an eye on that, because that will, I'm always looking like what will create political upheaval, you know, these types of things. How are people going to deal with things? Because when I'm watching the messaging over the last actually few years and really revved up the last couple of months, you know, all this talk about Trump is going to be an autocrat. He's going to be a fascist. You know, he wants to be king. You know, they're hoping that they could take the House so they could stifle everything that he wants to do. And it forces him into executive orders. Then that's their fear, right? You know, he's trying to take care of the DOJ, using a lot of executive orders to get around the political, you know, the political rebellion, I guess, on behalf of Marxists. So that's kind of where that sets that up. That's why the whole Nazi thing, you know, trying to fear, you know, make people afraid to vote for him. But all that signaling says that, you know, they're really worried about going to jail. They're really worried about this guy coming after him. You know, in his first term, I personally think he should have focused on the DOJ. He should have focused on, you know, these crimes that are committed against him. But I think he was thinking like a businessman. Like, I leave you alone, you leave me alone. You know, we'll just leave it at that and go on with our lives. But that's not what it is. It's more like war. And you leave your enemies on the battlefield, they're going to come back after you. The other mistake that he's going to really have to overcome, that I think he's had to overcome, is that whole taking fair share from NATO, you know, making them pay their fair share. I don't disagree that's a good move, but the timing, you know, that's not a first term move. That's a second term move, because that changed the GDP in all these NATO countries. Also removed a little bit of our influence because they owed us money. We had more influence. So these are the things that I think he's learned a lot over the last 4 years when he stepped out. He's definitely been targeted. He understands he does not have an opportunity to just say, you know, bygones be bygones, because it's not going to stop with him. It's going to be Don Jr. It's going to be Eric. It's going to be his daughters. It's not going to stop. I think he knows now that he really has to go after those political enemies. And because of that makes this sentencing thing that much more important. And I think it puts a big spotlight on it here pretty soon.
Wow. I mean, do you think, like, because it just seems like if this guy wins and then they try to toss him in jail, like all hell breaks loose, I would think. But I mean, what's your kind of future prediction on that? I mean, just assumptions.
Well, I would say this, you know, I write about this a lot, and it's written a lot, actually quite a bit, in session 3 of the Citizens Guide to Fifth Generation Warfare, the third book in the series. You know, we talk about provocation and how provocation is used to develop a narrative, or the response to provocation. So don't be provoked. Don't be provoked into situations that are going to cause a situation optically that can be built into a narrative to cause, dissension or foment dissension among the populace. So there are very capable people in very capable places with access, placement that are working towards goals. This isn't a thing where we need to pour out into the streets. We're not there. There's still remedies for this. A lot of people didn't think there was going to be an election, and here we are. A lot of people thought he was maybe get killed, and here he is. So, you always have this continuum. What's the worst thing that can happen? And hey, what's the best thing that can happen? And we tend to always push towards the worst because we're humans, but you got to dial it back a little bit. What's likely to occur? What's likely to occur and what should occur is this thing get dealt with in a way that strengthens us, not in a way that puts us at risk. So whatever it is, we've got to think the long game. Put people in position. Placement and access is the name of the game with this, and then have confidence that those people are going to be able to do their job. Because this provocation, which you've seen it over the years in the form of Christian nationalist, how that's demonized. MAGA is demonized. They push that to that associative messaging of Nazi supremacist. All that stuff is an indicator that it's priming for a future agenda. So if they get an optical opportunity to create a narrative about a situation, I'll give you a good example. There's this guy just got rolled up by the FBI yesterday in Nashville because he thought he was going to start blowing up power stations and substations using drones and C4 and all kinds of stuff. According to DOJ, used a lot of inflammatory language, racist language, extremist language. Well, one thing like that could really, really, really derail everything we're truly trying to do for the long term.
Yeah.
So we've got to be very, very cautious and very, very wise. Think smartly. If you want to know what to do, just read the 3 books. We wrote it all down for you, and that will get us through. That's why we wrote them in time for this stuff.
Yeah. For the viewers out there that whoever just joined us, we're talking to Boone Cutler, who wrote the book about 5th generation warfare with General Flynn, which is really, the best way to describe it is how they wash us through the media and through anything public, basically.
Yeah, in session 2, we talk about how they use artificial intelligence for AI-driven psychological programming. We talk a lot about lawfare. We talk about, media narratives. We talk about cyber warfare, how they isolate certain messages from people in different ways. In session 3, the role of the church. That's how to organize and mobilize. There's a little bit. It's kind of like session 1 on steroids, but with a finer purpose. And a lot more details. So there's 3 books in the series. Not trying to sell books here. I just know that this is interesting to people. And if they're looking for a reference guide to learn more, just check out the 3-book series, The Citizen's Guide to 5th Generation Warfare, co-written by myself and General Flynn for these exact times, because we are in the 5th generation of war. And in that 5th generation of war, it's manipulated by an invisible hand. Well, now you can see the hand after you understand what you're looking for. And it's the panopticon effect that gets used against us. They can see us, we can't see them. So we put a light on them so you could see where they're at.
Wow. Let me ask you, man. I got to ask this. So, I certainly feel a bit of trauma in this last 4 years. A lot of things, and it's almost I've become incapable of, like, if this dude wins tonight, I've become incapable of enjoying it because, like you, I'm thinking about the next steps, and I know they have next steps. Do you feel that way where even though he might win, we can't fully enjoy it because we're thinking about the sentencing. We're thinking about what they could do between now and January 20th.
Yeah, it's great to enjoy your victories and stuff, but this is all part of work. You get off work on Friday, woohoo, you celebrate, but Monday's coming, and you got to lace up your boots and get to work on Monday. So let's enjoy, if we win tonight, let's enjoy the weekend, but realize Monday starts work again, and we got a whole lot of work to do. It doesn't end tonight. This thing is, Trump has become an idea. He's the embodiment of America first, American ideals. He's not a fan of globalism. Neither are any of us. And that that is an ideology that needs to be more saturated throughout the culture of America for it to be accepted. So, and we all play a part in that, every single one of us, with our behavior, with being knowledgeable about things we're speaking about, with not being provoked, being articulate, and really just being smarter than the situation that we're in. By understanding the operational environment, we can operate appropriately. So I think that, yes, let's definitely enjoy the victory, should this be a victory. And if it's not, then we'll take those steps, and the steps are, okay, why isn't it? Is there something going on here? And if there's not, there's not. If there is, there is. I think it's going to be a victory. And then I think we're going to have to think really long and hard about, okay, we've been so hyper focused on this one victory. What do we do next? You know what I mean? What do we do next? And that's where we need to start shifting our thinking is, okay, now we get this. We got on first base. How do we get to second base? And then how do we get home? You know, baseball, everybody, you take a turn at the plate, but it's not you that's going to score. Maybe it's somebody else that's going to score. So we got to be that kind of a team.
Yeah. I tell people, like, if he does indeed win, as hard as the last 4 years has been, and I mean, you traveled around the country with the General Flynn movie and like the book, and I mean, you've been nonstop. But as crazy as it sounds, like the hard work really starts January 20th, really, for all of us. I mean, would you agree or disagree on that?
That's where the hard work starts. And I'll tell you, I've said this a lot of times now. The only thing that scares me more than Trump losing is Trump winning.
Yeah.
Because though it is the better option, it doesn't mean it's not going to come without pain. There's going to be a response. Russia does not want, more China and Iran really do not want Trump to win. They've got intelligence agencies. They have operatives. They have things going on, in this, irregular warfare, asymmetrical warfare, whatever you want to call it. They have things going on. Russia has things going on. What NATO countries aren't the best allies anymore because we're making them pay money. There's a factor there. There's definitely a factor there. So we're really going to have to stand on our own, and we may have to take a little bit of pain. If Trump pushes everything to no income tax, but it's tariffs, well, then your cost of goods is going to go up. But in my opinion, I would rather pay more money for the things I use, for the thing my family use, than to write a big check every year and then never knowing where those dollars go. And I have no control over that. So, and if that brings manufacturing back to the United States, well, those are the kind of the conditions we need to start focusing on, because this is not good. We need to be, in order to be sovereign, we need to be independent, and we need to stand on our own, and we can't do that right now. We don't even make our own medications. I mean, this is beyond ridiculous how far we have let this thing go, and to let that rubber band snap back is what's going to happen. And it's going to be a little bit painful in some ways, and in other ways it's going to be great, and it's the best thing for the longevity of our country and for the generations to come.
Yeah. Ryan, you look like you were about to say
something. I have a question for Boone.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Jerome too, if he wants to answer. So just so you guys know who I am or where I'm coming from, I'm a Marine Corps veteran, and I was on a female engagement team in 2010. So as far as what you're describing, I'm just curious, after Trump is elected, what do you see the action that he will take on military leadership that's already in place? Do you expect anybody to resign, or, how do you think he's going to handle the military leadership that we currently have?
I don't think it's even a matter of, well, first of all, thank you for your service. Serving on a FET team isn't the easiest thing. And I honor you for that. I don't think it even matters. I think he understands what he needs to do. And I think there are good people in positions that understand what needs to be done for our national defense. And if somebody doesn't cut it, they can resign or they'll be removed. But I guarantee you there's going to be a change. There's going to be a change in posturing, because though China doesn't have a deep water Navy, if we start moving more towards a gold standard, gold-backed monetary system, well, then we're competing with BRICS, and this whole thing's going to have to happen. And then it's going to be BRICS and people who aren't BRICS, and there's going to be a battle there, and it's going to be mainly economic. And how do we solve problems that are economic? Well, a lot of times we go to war. And so on some level. And I think that the president, once he's in charge, I think he's going to make whatever necessary changes need to be made to be able to find, fix, and finish the enemy by means of fire and maneuver on the battlefield. And I don't think there's going to be anything to stop that.
Nice.
I think, just throwing my 2 cents, I like that assessment. But being in the military and watched what Obama did when he came in, because I was still active duty, and I was active duty Navy for 27 years, and thank you for your service as
Thank
well.
you both.
Now I think I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach on that, because I think the first time Trump, and he even admitted it, the first time he became president, he didn't know anything about being president. He didn't understand how to govern. He didn't understand, so he listened to a lot of people around him, which was the snakes around him. And so I think he's a little smarter this time. I honestly think, he has his team. He already has a transition team. I mean, he's funding his own transition team. He's not waiting on the GAO office to fund his transition team, just like every other president. He's already putting his transition team together because I believe they already knew that they were going to win this election. He's going to fire a lot of people. He's going to fire all these top generals. He's going to get rid of a lot of people. I guarantee that that's going to happen. Now, and there's going to be a lot of retirements. You're going to see Milley retire. You're going to see all these woke generals. You're going to see a lot of people leave the military, retire, and keep their pensions. Because, I mean, truly, a lot of them, if they stay in, let's say if Milley stay in and wanted to, try to buck the system or whatever, they're going to be court-martialed. I mean, they're going to be brought up on treason charges.
I was going to ask if you think they fear, any consequences for their actions, specifically Milley.
Absolutely, they're going to be. Absolutely, they fear. This is why they came out against Trump. This is why a lot of these generals against Milley, because they know that what they did was treason, and they know that Trump's going to bring them up on treason. And not only Trump, but the people that's behind Trump, that's going to be part of the team this time. I mean, he's going to put some heavy hitters in there. He's going to clean house. He has to. He talked about draining the swamp last time. He didn't drain the swamp. He was saying he left. He left his enemies on the battlefield, and they came back to get him. If he was going to drain the swamp, he should have went ahead and just drained it. But now he learned. He's learned over these last, 9 years, basically how they came after him while he was president the entire time, and they still came after him because they know, and he know that if he ever became president again, it was going to be, basically the game's up. The game's up for them. A lot of people are going to go to court martial. A lot of people, I believe, a lot of people are going to be brought up on treason charges. So I think you're going to see a big change at the top levels of the military. I think they already have people in place for that, because, you have a transition team. I mean, and if you just don't put your team and put people in position on the day you win. You already have people that is going to do the job. You already know who you want your top generals to be, and you know where you want to be on the I think on the game board. Now, as far as in China, in relation to China and Russia, I have to say this: nobody wants to go to war. No, let's just be honest. I don't think they want to go to war. They don't want millions of their people killed. They're going to negotiate, because if we were going to go to war, literally, if we were going to go to war, China and Russia had their best chance to go to war with the United States these last 3 years. We didn't have a president. We didn't have anybody that was really holding the nuclear codes with a brain. I mean, the Democrats knew, and they've known for 3 years that Joe Biden was not capable of being president, right? And truly, if they really wanted Kamala Harris to be president, they would have 25th Amendment Joe Biden, because just like they were talking about 25th Amendment the President Trump when he was in. I mean, he was very coherent, but all you heard was 25th Amendment, 25th Amendment. The 25th Amendment never came up for Joe Biden because they really did not want Kamala Harris to be president. They didn't like Kamala Harris. They were going to replace Kamala Harris. If Joe Biden wouldn't have shit his pants on the debate stage, he would probably still be the nominee. But instead, they did an internal coup to remove Joe Biden. I mean, you have Kamala Harris, who has never gotten a vote for president, never won a primary, but they installed her as the nominee, and everybody saw that, and I think, the results of tonight is going to show that nobody truly likes Kamala Harris except, the people that like the booty shakers and the entertainers that like her, but as far as the big players and the big donors, I mean, they pulled their money, the money that she used was Joe Biden's money. And, and I think that was an FEC violation for them to even change the name of the campaign so she could get the money, but that's the only reason that she was moved into the nominee, so they can keep the money. It was like $100 billion, and they couldn't give that money back to the donors because that's what they would have had to do if there was another candidate other than Kamala Harris. So So they had to, use the propaganda and try to push her through, and it didn't work. And I think these other countries understand that. They don't want their citizens to die. They don't want to go to war. I think, and who truly wants to go to war and see their citizens die? And I don't think no one wants to have a thermonuclear war either. So I don't think if China wanted to attack Taiwan, they would have done it. If they wanted to attack the United States, they would have done it. If Russia wanted to attack Poland and attack NATO, they would have done it. And if they really wanted to destroy Ukraine, they would have done it. If they really wanted to. But I don't think that was the goal. I honestly think the goal was to bring President Trump, to wait until President Trump got back in office, because I think the world actually was better, and the world understands that they were better under President Trump because we didn't have any wars. We didn't have any new wars. And I think everybody thrived, even though he was charging tariffs and NATO was paying their share. NATO was getting rich on the United States, and they knew that if they wanted to continue to get rich and continue to keep the money, then they had to go ahead and pay their fair share. They weren't losing any money, I don't believe. And so I think, the world recognizes that everyone was better under Trump, and I think everybody wants Trump back. That's just my assessment on it.
I will tag on to that. The first military leaders that are going to run are the ones that had anything to do with the Afghanistan withdrawal.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's going to happen quickly. Hey guys, I got to run, but it's been cool hanging with you. Sorry, I can't stay longer. I got to get inside and do some work, but hey, thanks for having me on.
Right,
God bless.
Thanks, brother. Peace, man.
Nice to meet you, Boone.
Boone, thank you so much for making the time, brother. We really appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, man. Jerome, do you want to do a quick update before we introduce the new?
Yeah, man. There's the shit's all over the place, man. Right now, if you're looking at Fox News, it's 216 Trump, 193 Harris. I think they're still too early to call. This is Fox News. I think they're too early to call. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada. But if you go over to the decision desk, okay, I'm not sure which one we're watching. You guys see the decision desk or? Okay,
this
okay,
is
yeah.
Fox News, actually. Or
Okay,
is it
so
Fox?
this right here, this right here is the decision desk. This is the 24 presidential decision desk. Right now, the decision desk has it at 162, 246 Trump. And like I was saying earlier, the decision desk already has North Carolina under Trump, already have Georgia under Trump, Virginia under Harris. And right now, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Oregon, believe it or not. But right now in the battleground states, you have Pennsylvania and Wisconsin leaning towards Trump. Trump is leading there, and I hear it's only a little bit behind in Michigan. But I've heard on another station that he's leading in Michigan now. So I think we're gonna continue to go into a good night. Well, Pennsylvania. Now the poll should have been totally closed, because I think they extended till 10 o'clock. And I can't believe Maine is actually in play right now. But Maine is actually in play by a little bit, 51%, 51% in Pennsylvania. We got 50% right now for Trump in Wisconsin. So I think we're headed to a pretty good night. So right now, 246 to 162. Fox News is just holding on, and CNN. I think, what's CNN going on back here? I'm just going because I really want to see them cry. I want to see CNN cry. That's why I'm watching CNN.
Yeah.
But I think CNN right now has it at 211 to 145. 211 Trump, 145 Harris. So all the stations are. But I'm going with the decision desk right now. I'm going with 246, 162.
Yeah, Fox has it at 216, 193, and that's after giving California and pretty much the entire West Coast to Kamala.
Yes, that sounds about right. Yep. So
I want to introduce Paul Davis. How you doing, brother?
Hey, doing great. Good to be on. Thanks for having me. It's been a crazy few weeks for me, but glad I was able to make some time to come on.
So for people that don't know Paul has an amazing story. We've actually done a couple of podcasts with Paul on the Blood Money show. Essentially, Paul, you came, you're one of the January 6th guys whose career in life was carpet bombed, but then that quickly turned to your favor because you're one of the people that actually became a lawyer that's, capable of taking on some of these issues, right, with the January 6th folks.
Yeah, I haven't really done any work with January 6th other than just try to keep myself from getting arrested. But no, I didn't really do anything on that. That's just the grace of God. I mean, the FBI did come to my house, but They've left me alone since January 12th, thank God. But no, my work has been fighting the companies. I'm an employment law specialist, so like employment law litigation and civil rights litigation are my specialties. So we've been suing all these employers for firing people over the vaccine mandates and won a lot of great settlements. And I got 2 cases that look like they're not going to settle. My only 2 cases that are not going to settle. So we're taking the Hershey Chocolate Company to trial in March, I think.
That's
and
awesome.
They're just awful. And then FM Global Insurance in April. And I wish I could had time to unpack all the facts of that case because it would shock you. Like, long story short, they invited my client to a company barbecue for the purpose of firing her because they had this policy where if you come on campus unvaccinated, but she didn't know that, then you get fired. So they, hey, come to this barbecue. She just moved to a new office. She shows up and they're like, yeah, you're fired. She's like, what?
Wow.
And it's like, there were like emails, like we got into their emails and everything. And their emails the day before where they were calculating her vacation payout. And so I'm asking them about it in depth. I hope I can release this deposition as a video at some point because it is like the most glorious deposition you've ever seen. Like this lady's like, whoa, we were calculating the vacation payout because, you know, we were going to, you know, make a decision on her vaccine exemption, but I was like, but that wasn't until January 4th. So what, like, why would you calculate her vacation payout on December 14th, right before everybody like goes on vacation? Like, it makes no sense. I could go on and on about that case, but I've never seen anybody have to tie themselves in knots so much to avoid answering questions.
That's the way the corrupt work, unfortunately. I mean, what do you think about tonight? How do you feel about how things are going?
Well, you know, I mean, I think they kind of change every hour or so. Cause like I was watching the InfoWars live stream about an hour and a half ago, maybe. And Owen Schroyer was saying it's not looking good in Pennsylvania. And then I go in and I got a burger at Whataburger. I usually eat healthier than that, but I've had a day. I just bought a new RV. So I was like hooking that up to my truck and it was this big ordeal. So I was like, I need a burger. But then I come back in and they're like, oh yeah, it's looking really good in Pennsylvania now. I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's good.
Yeah.
But my overall thoughts, like, honestly, I've been just kind of black-pilled. Like, you know, I know everybody, so many people across the country and the MAGA movement and everything are like, rah, Trump, he's going to fix everything. I'm just like, I just think Trump at the end of the day is owned by the Zionists. And I think that's just as bad as being a communist. So I don't think either is a good result. I mean, I think in the short term, yes, you know, if we can avoid a communist revolution in the short term, I think if Kamala Harris gets elected, I mean, we could literally see empty shelves at the grocery stores because she's going to impose price controls and, you know, we're not going to be able to produce oil. So it's like we're going to see a lot more short-term pain if Kamala Harris is elected because we're going to see oil prices skyrocket. We're going to see probably a famine in this country if she does price controls, which is just so absurd. Like, these people, these Democrats they've never picked up a book about economics or history or anything like that. It's just like, I was watching, you know, Cardi B, like, and Kamala Harris, she gonna prevent the price gouging at the grocery store. I'm like, what the fuck are you? Sorry, can I cuss on this show?
Yeah, go for it. Curse away, bro. Yeah, go for it.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no price gouging at the grocery stores. Anybody who knows anything about the grocery business knows they have very tight margins. They don't make much money on the I mean, everything is as tight as it can be. So it's like, you know, the government tells the grocery store, you can't raise prices. And the grocery store is going to tell the supplier, hey, well, I can't raise prices, so I can't pay you more. And the supplier's like, well, that sucks because like gas prices are up, so we have to charge more. So I guess we can't sell to you anymore. So, you know, I guess they're, you know, and then the only products you end up on the shelf, you know, have on the shelf are like Monster energy drinks and like all crap like that actually has like a substantial margin. But it's just like the dumbest shit ever. It's like people really think that's why prices are going up because grocery stores are gouging and Kamala Harris is going to fix that with price control. So like we will see, you know, a I don't know, a redux of the Bolshevik Revolution, in my opinion, if Kamala Harris is elected. Which, if you've, I'm a major history buff, so I've studied that, and that is terrifying. Equally as terrifying to me is Trump turning the United States into a Zionist police state, which I'm sure people on this have different opinions about. I've done a deep dive on Zionism. My view on that is it was basically invented by the same people that invented communism. Like Karl Marx, if you didn't know, is Jewish. That whole Bolshevik revolution led by Jews. These same people came up with Zionism, the Rothschilds and all their ilk. And it's basically just two different ideologies that are, invented to control the world and have a one world order run by Jews. So either if we have communism, it's still going to be a one world order controlled by Jews. If we have Zionism, it's still going to be a one world, new world order controlled by Jews. And that means slavery for anybody who's a non-Jew, and you're not allowed to criticize Israel, or they're going to throw you in jail, or, or worse. So I did a whole segment on my show about this. I had a bunch of clips about, Trump saying, like, he can't be America first. Trump cannot be America first because he got on and said, I'm going to increase the power of the Israel lobby. Like, it used to be, he was like lamenting the fact, it's like, it used to be, if you criticize Israel, you're done in politics. And now it's not that way anymore. The Israel lobby has lost their power. So I'm going to restore that. And, we're going to kick the Jew haters out of the country, is what he said. I'm like, okay, well, it's not good to hate people, but last time I checked, hating people is not against the First Amendment. And who gets to define what a Jew hater is? Like, does that mean if you point out the fact that Israel is systematically, shooting children in the head and dropping 2,000-pound bombs on the surface while Hamas hides in tunnels and just basically obliterates the entire population and bombs food trucks and stuff? If you point any of that out, does that make you a Jew hater? Like, I think probably yes. So, I expect people like me and Stu Peters and like Mike Adams, will be either deported or locked up if Trump is going to kick out all the Jew haters. So I'm not really excited about the prospect of a Trump presidency, but I will be very relieved if Trump wins, if that makes sense, because I think things will be better in the short term, just not necessarily in the long term. And, I'm just kind of black-pilled on the whole thing. I'm like, I think elections are fake. And
Boone was kind of, he's definitely black-pilled because he's seeing like a different scenario. Again, kind of negative in that if Trump is elected, they might convict him. And if they convict him, there most likely will be some kind of unrest. And he was talking to that of like, everybody needs to chill out and let, people that are authorized to do whatever needs to be done in that kind of a situation, that everybody needs to remain calm. But it's basically the through line of all of this is, I think, people that have been in this battle for the last 4 years, especially you and, what you went through with January 6th and your, life being attacked. And I mean, anybody that wants to hear Paul's story really should watch the Blood Money podcast episode we did, or, anywhere that you talk about this topic, because what they did to you and how your life literally changed in that because of that day. Very traumatic, and it's hard to see silver linings sometimes when you go through something that dark, basically, and to see like a positive outcome. I mean, wouldn't you say? Or
yeah, no, it was definitely a very difficult thing to come back from, and I wish I could say I was totally back, but honestly, I mean, the last day, I hate to say it, the last day I like really remember being happy was January 5th. And like ever since then, it's just been a knockdown, drag out struggle in one way or another. I mean, it's like I made it through the initial just blowing up my entire career. Like, my fiance walked out on me. I lost my house. I lost a lot of my friends. I mean, it was like literally the book of Job. And then it's like I kind of started to bounce back because I ended up, I started my own law firm. And then it was crazy. It was actually like so crazy because I didn't even know what to do. I was so depressed. I was like, I'm just gonna like go overseas and be like a missionary or something, or like go to, I don't know, you know, and maybe that's what God wants me to do, because the whole rest of my life has been, you know, shattered to pieces beyond repair. And then I felt like I just had this sense like, no, start your own law firm. So I was like, whatever, all right, that's not really what I want to do, but so I did that, and then like literally, I think within 2 weeks, Biden announced the vaccine mandates. Then all of a sudden, I was the only conservative employment law specialist in the entire country. So like my phone was just ringing off the hook.
Wow.
But then it's like, you know, recently I had a Republican judge, just one of these rhinos, team up with this guy. If you live in Texas, you probably know who Jeff Leach is. He's just one of the most god awful rhinos in the state, just a total douchebag. Like, he's just horrible. He was one of the guys that led the Paxton impeachment, if you remember that whole debacle.
Mm-hmm.
And so he got this corrupt judge to basically fine me $50,000. So there's a $50,000 judgment against me. So now I'm having to fight them off. I probably spent about $100,000 of my own legal hours fighting this off. And it's just like, it never ends, man. These people just don't leave you alone. They just try to destroy you in every way you can. I mean, I've had people come out against me with other false allegations. Like, it just, man, if you stand up for people's rights or just individual freedom, you're just going to get destroyed. And it's exhausting. It's completely exhausting.
You know, a month ago, I couldn't say I know how it feels. I think now I could say I know how it feels, you know?
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I was following your story. I was like, man, I was thinking, I was like, I know how he feels, because it's just like you get unfairly attacked like that. And it's like, you know, you're innocent, you know, you didn't do anything wrong, but it's like clearing your name and fighting all that takes a tremendous amount of energy and resources, and it's just exhausting.
Let me ask you one last question on this topic. You know, would you change anything? Would you have not gone to January 6th, or would you have done the exact same thing you did?
I definitely would not have gone to January 6th. And I say that because I didn't know what it was. I didn't understand what was going on. If I had known that it was going to be this false flag used to demonize everybody that was there, I definitely would not have gone. Now, you know, it's probably a good thing that I did go, because I would have been on a much different path. I mean, I am who I am, so I probably would have landed in the right spot anyway, but I was engaged to be married in May, and it was obviously that whole thing made it very clear that was not a good person for me, because she did not stick by me in hard times. What?
God did you a solid on that one, dude, because you could have been like 10 years in with babies and stuff. And, you know, if she's going to walk away from you because of mainstream media lies, then you know what I mean? It's like, I think that was, God did you a favor in the long run. You know, do you think you were chosen because you know, they say God chooses people that could actually handle the fight and prevail? I mean, do you think you were chosen to be in this fight?
I think that God seems to think I can handle a lot. It's just when I tell people my story, and I'm just like scratch the surface, people are like, holy shit. Like, how could one person go through all that? But you know, I do, like, it's really interesting. The last 4 years, or I guess 3.5 or whatever it is now, I've been on a pretty deep spiritual journey. And like, you know, I grew up very kind of evangelical Christian, your typical evangelical Christian. And, you know, then October 7th happened, and it took me down this deep rabbit hole. And like, you know, I don't know. I just feel like God's woken me up to so many things. And like, I don't know. I know that like I have a destiny, that it's something great. Like, God's just spoken so much truth to me, like opened my eyes to so many things that like so many people in America just don't know about, have no concept for. Like, I mean, I guess just in a nutshell, I've realized how much of a control mechanism like mainstream Christianity in America is, and how much it's been corrupted from what it was supposed to be, like as Jesus taught it, and corrupted by entities like the Roman Catholic Church, and just all of that. And like, I feel like God's spoken so much truth to me on that, and I'm like, I have so much content I want to release, and I've been kept down by all these attacks. But I know it is going to end. I know I'm going to prevail, and something good is going to come of it. So it's just, I don't know. It's like I've gone on the journey that I think I needed to go on. But it's not one I would have chosen probably because it's been awful.
Yeah. There's not many people that are like, put me in the ring with Mike Tyson and let me see what you do. You know, it's like that's really what it feels like, right?
Yeah, exactly. But you could parallel that to like what America's going through right now, because it's just like, I mean, my honest belief, I think that whatever happens in this election, I think eventually we will emerge into like things can't go on the way they have been. Like it's gonna hit some kind of boiling point. And my honest belief, I think if Trump wins tonight, my prediction is the Democrats will refuse to recognize him as the president, and I think we'll probably have two different inaugurations. Like I think, can you? Kamala Harris is presiding over January 6th. Can you imagine Kamala Harris certifying the vote for Trump? Like, I certainly can't. And the ironic part is they like changed the law to make it harder because everybody's afraid Pence was going to send the Democrats are afraid he was going to send the votes back. So they made it so you can't actually do that. But when's the rule of law ever stopped the Democrats before? So I think Jamie Raskin and those people are going to be like, oh well, Trump violated the 14th Amendment. He's ineligible, so we're not going to recognize him. And then all the red states are going to be like, WTF, like he's our president. All the blue states are gonna be like, no, Kamala Harris is our president. So I think either that leads to a civil war, God forbid, or preferably, I just hope there's like a peaceful national divorce. Like I think that would be amazing, actually, just to live in a country of red states. You know what I mean? That would be so much better. So maybe we'll emerge as a better nation without these psycho crazy blue states. That's my hope anyway.
Yeah. Jerome, do you want to do a quick update before we talk to some of the other folks here?
Yeah. Here we go. Let's go. Let me get a little bit. Let's see here. It's still, well, let's go with the decision desk. It's 246 to 177. There's one in California, Oregon, Colorado, of course. Washington is leaning blue. It was leaning red. Arizona is still leaning red. So Nevada is still in play. Wisconsin's in play. Pennsylvania's in play. Still, Minnesota is still out there too. Minnesota could be in play too. New York Times has an 85% chance that President Trump is going to win. So we're still holding strong. They're still holding out on announcing. So there you go.
Wow. Well,
but I'm hearing this all quiet I'm hearing this all quiet in the Harris campaign. In the Harris camp is pretty quiet.
Wow. Always a good sign indicating that they're not very happy. Tatiana, how you doing?
I am doing pretty well. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I know you got a baby and stuff, so I don't want to keep you super long, but let me ask you, like, firstly, Trump. How you feeling about Trump's chances here?
I feel better than I have in a while. I think he pulled out strong, and he had a good last few weeks, and I think he got some people on his side that were unexpected. So I think we might come in with a little landslide here. I'm praying for the best.
Yeah. You've been doing a lot of content and stuff. When we met, we were both doing something very different, but we both seem to have like kind of moved into this world. I mean, could you talk, briefly about what made you, really gravitate towards what's happening with the Trump movement right now?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my friend about this when it kind of like things kind of switched for me. And I was actually living in downtown LA at the time, as you were as well.
I was living in downtown LA too before it became like Mad Max, more or less, right?
Literally. I mean, we did live this close to Skid Row, so we were pretty much in it. But just I don't know if it was being in that world or what the experience was, but I can tell you, going to the Women's March when Hillary Clinton was running was mind-blowing in like a very bad way.
Were you a Hillary fan at that time and you went to the march, or you were agnostic and went to the march?
I wouldn't say I was a Hillary fan. I would say I was more of like a pro-female women's rights, like trying to be, I don't know. I went to Vanderbilt and I got my degree in women's studies and Spanish. So people oftentimes think that they are going to be like the leftiest of the left people. But as soon as I like kind of entered that world and saw the politics and learned more about Hillary, like everything just fell apart. Like everything I feel like I thought I knew completely fell apart. And it was kind of like being on acid. Like I was like in the sea of women. Like I was like, I don't belong here. Oh my
What
God.
was it? What was it about that? Like that kind of it fell apart for you?
I would say the pussy hats were a big part of that. I was I was mortified. I was mortified. I was like, this is not what I stand for. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I don't agree with this. Like, I was shocked. I was really like, and I was kind of interested in conspiracy land and that stuff too. So I was already getting there, but it hadn't shook me yet. And that I would say that moment was like kind of like one of those awakening moments. And from then on, honestly, it's been just a full blown red pill nation. And since then, like when COVID hit, that also was another kind of awakening moment where, all big pharma and family and things that, you thought you trusted just completely went out the door. That was another moment that steered me like way, way, way the other side. And since then, I've been actually making content about, just learning these things and growing and expanding and politics and culture and health and entertainment and all of the dark things behind those things. So yeah, I started doing content about that. It kind of, just spiraled from there. And here I am, and I found you again.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It's so crazy
Yeah.
that we're in this totally different world. And I mean, I think even back then, it's like I was probably a little bit more left leaning at that time. But it's,
Yeah.
we were talking about this on another podcast where I came up with a lot of people in Hollywood that I was a liberal, but then I started realizing certain things and kind of evolved as a human being and found what I wanted. And it's not the two-party system. It's really this particular individual that seems to be the wrecking ball to that corrupt two-party system. And that's why I gravitate towards that. But there was a lot of people that were around that are still stuck in that paradigm, like in that Democrat 2007 mindset. And I mean, I'm curious, why do you think that is, that some people are not able to evolve mentally and get to these same conclusions that I think you and I arrived to?
I think they don't want to break their bubble. I think that shell feels very comfortable. And I mean, I've gone through friends and family and really get like just not understanding, like, why can't I shake you? Why can't you understand like the words that are coming out of my mouth? Like it is hard to go through that experience. And I feel like to unlearn all of the things that you've been taught since you were a kid by your parents, by your grandparents, like this lineage that you're breaking this generational curse, whatever other curses may be. But one is also being tied to history that is not true, or ideas that we think are true that are taught universally that really just aren't. So I think it's hard to get just to be a different person, to think differently, and to go against, to go against all the people that surround you. Sometimes you don't want to change that. It's pretty hard for people. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's funny because I just knowing you, and when I started seeing the work you were producing, I was actually kind of like shocked. I've been looking forward to this moment actually, because reconnecting with somebody that kind of had a similar evolution, and we started in the same place, but it just is really cool. Like, that's what
and I feel like being in cannabis and also being in Hollywood and these two worlds, like you feel like, and now that we see what's going on now, you feel like you have to be liberal. Like it's expected of you. You're talking to people in these circles and you're like, oh my God, I'm about to say something that you're literally going to look at me like I'm crazy. But I feel like I'm the same one. Like it's hard to be in those situations. And especially in like, in the cannabis world, and almost it feels like everybody's left leaning. except for like the secret people. But, you know, once you kind of break that shell and then I don't know, I guess I would say it is red pilled, but once you get into this other world, you realize that these people are actually more open-minded than all of the cannabis, like, hippy dippy, whatever people. Yeah, it's very interesting.
I remember like when it was like Hillary and Bernie, I made a comment during like a production meeting where I was like, I think out of those two, I'm like, I prefer Bernie if I had to choose one out of those two. And I remember just people looking at me like, how dare you say that? Everybody had to be down that like homogenous line.
Yeah.
Where even within the choices of that party, they took great offense to not the candidate of choice, not that elitist person. It's very odd. It's a very odd business,
Yeah, but now that we know the whole Hillary, Diddy, and all
Mhm.
the levels of all that, you kind of are like, oh, I get it now. I didn't really have that hindsight before, but things make a little more sense.
Yeah, certainly. Audra, how you doing? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Your audio. I'd say you might be on mute.
I had to push unmute on my like laptop.
Does that work?
Yeah, much
Oh,
better,
there
yes.
you go.
I think it was my settings. It was like my camera didn't come up at first. It was OBS, and then I was like, whatever. Anyway, here we are.
So you just released a dope documentary. You want to talk a little bit about that?
So, well, it's JJ Carroll and Ryan Matta's documentary, What is Treason? #invaded. They also had What is Treason? #trafficked, which was phenomenal, talking about the child trafficking. It's getting into the invasion on our border. You can actually go to thisistreason.com and you can get both documentaries for the price of one. And you can also get, if you got VIP access, you can see all of the interviews from the whistleblowers and the people that they brought forward to make this documentary happen. You can also, I'm just going to say, you can use my discount code AUDRA15 if you wanted a 15% discount. But I think it's important for people to see what's, going on with that. We had a premiere in San Diego that was actually pretty phenomenal to bring light to the invaded one. And JJ Carroll came out for it. That was on the 24th. And, I think it just really gets down to showing you, like, on a national level, what's happening with the invasion, how it's infiltrating all of our cities, how, it's changing the way that things are working. We have people who are suffering in our own communities, whether they're veterans or homeless or, just everyday people. And, they're spending so much money. I mean, it's $1 trillion business. Everything is a business in this. In this world, it's like, healthcare is a business, homelessness is a business, the invasion is a business. It's all of it is because you need the customers to work for it to work. And so you can't get rid of the problem. It's like you can't get rid of illness because then you don't have people coming back. You can't get rid of homelessness because you need to constantly have a revolving door of money coming in. Doesn't mean you're ever going to fix the problem. You just need to facilitate more of it so that you can say, we got to fix it. So it's very sad to see. And I think a lot of people don't really understand because you're not seeing firsthand what's happening with the illegals coming across and getting all of these perks and different incentives basically to come here. And unless you're in like a sanctuary city or state, like in California, you may not see it as much. And for me, it took me seeing it. I was already covering it on my radio show before, but not at the level I am now. Like now I'm like up close and personal with it and have really just been able to uncover the entire border machine per se, where it's like, I know every in and out that's happening in San Diego. But I had to kind of experience it firsthand to really feel like I needed to do something about it because, you can see stuff on TV and you can hear about it, but I was doing a point in time count for the homeless and came across 50 military age men. And it was like, oh my gosh. And then once I saw they were starting to hide it and not want to like bring it forward, like be transparent with you, which I didn't understand. I'm thinking like, well, I mean, you guys talk about this like it's a humanitarian crisis, you know, you're doing such great things, then let's talk about it. And from the get-go, they were trying to hide it. So I was during the point in time count, you have different public officials that are actually also doing that. So you go around and you count the homeless so they can get their money. And my point is to really, I want to go talk to these people, see if they've been getting help and, you know, just kind of get up close and personal with them. And in the process of that, there was this church and it was like, oh, is this church helping these people? I'm not sure. So you're going and trying to look and see. And if I didn't go like maybe 3 feet past where I wouldn't have seen him. So there's like a wall. And then all of a sudden there's this like gate type of fence, metal bars. And I'm all, oh my gosh, what's happening here? And I could smell them. That was like one of the first things that kind of sent me back too, because I thought, wow, and they're all men. And so I asked the guy, then it was at a church, and I said, you know, are you getting ready to like transport these people? Like what's happening? And he was basically telling me he couldn't answer any of my questions, and it told me that if I could give him my email and he can give it to his boss and they could give me the information that I need. And then it's like, okay, well, let's wait here and see what happens. It feels like they're going to be doing something at some point. So after about 20 minutes, they walked these men over to a school that is no longer a school, but it was, and it was kind of gated off. And then there's a white bus, and I'm thinking like, what are they doing here? Like, where are they going? I mean, I just didn't really understand the whole mechanism of it. And so I went to go talk to one of the officials at the city of San Diego. He's one of the council members, Stephen Whitburn, because he was also doing it. And as soon as I do, I'm like, you know, what's going on here? I was counting the homeless, and then I saw like 15 military-age men at this church. And he's like, well, what we were doing today is counting the homeless. And I'm like, yes, I know. I was doing that with you. What I'm talking about is what I saw while I was doing that. And, you know, because I called them illegals, he's like, you know, we don't consider anybody illegal, you know, and was trying to just brush it under the rug. And that's what, like, you can't do that with me, because then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, now there's something I need to, you know, dig into and really like expose here, because why can't you just be, let's just talk about it. Let's have a conversation. I don't understand what your problem is here. And so that's what I've come across every time I've tried to uncover something, or I am. And that's what keeps me going in it, because I'm like, do people deserve to know? You're spending our money doing it and you act like it's none of our business. In fact, like when I went to the airport and was catching them there, you know, I'm like, so they don't need, they're telling everybody they need an ID to fly. And then I'm like, well, but we have a special line here of people that don't seem to need that. So I'm just, what's this all about? And this one guy, the first time I went, he was like, oh yeah, everyone needs one except for them. Like, except, and I'm like, okay, so except for them. Interesting. So you're just going to take their picture and you're just going to let them fly. And it's like, what's the Patriot Act for? I don't know. Like, not for us. I mean, well, you know, not for that, whatever. And so, then when I went again, this one man told me that it was, you know, a need to know basis, like, and you don't need to know. You're not and I'm thinking, I already know you guys, this whole, like, the ins and outs of this machine. Like, I already know where you're going to take them, where they're coming from, who brought them here, what that red folder means, like all of that. And you're sitting here telling me it's none of my business. That's a problem. And that's where, you know, it's been a great journey, like uncovering it, because they're not good at hiding it. Like, and they do such crazy things. Like if I'm following a bus and it's going to the hotel, all of a sudden they're telling the bus to drive around the block or do just something super suspicious. I'm like, just go into the hotel. I already know where you came from and where you're going to go after this. Like, why are you doing that? It makes it look so bad when you do that. So
I mean, it seems like criminals trying to hide crimes, basically, which is treason. So, I mean, do you think there's going to be any comeuppance for these individuals? Do you think? And then, Paul, by the way, I'm going to ask you as a lawyer your opinion about this in a sec. But what do you think, Audra? Do you think like there's actually going to be? I mean, because I know the facts: 300-something thousand children gone missing, delivered to the doors of criminals, rapists, sexual predators. Like, we don't know what happened to those kids. Military-age men coming in, all very treasonous, bad stuff. Do you think there's going to be any comeuppance if Trump is actually elected into office?
So, you know, I hope so. It's like, you know, I mean, he can only do so much. And I think when you say you're going to close the border and you're going to deport these people, how are you going to do that? That's what I'm wondering. Like, it sounds great. It really sounds good. But then I'm like, but how's that going to happen? Because these people didn't make this journey just to go back home. So whether or not you want to, how are you going to find them? Are they going to be like they think, some people think they'll go willingly, but we need to be defunding these NGOs. We need to be holding them accountable, because all of them, I mean, how can you lose 325,000 children? I guarantee you the number is more. The numbers they give us they're off, but just that alone, that number is insane. How can you do that? That's intentional. We're the biggest human traffickers in the world. We are the ones that consume child porn, like the most. You know what I mean? Like foster care and HHS through CPS is trafficking our own children. And they've been doing it forever. And they act like we're going to reunify them. And there's so many facets where they're like so many groups or entities that have been created to help facilitate this, that it's insane. And so my hope would be that all these people are held accountable. And what's the punishment for treason? It's like, we need to be going back to a time where we're actually punishing people, and not people like Paul and going like, oh, because you did this. Like you can sit here and punish all of these Americans for doing not what you said they did, but you're going to allow all of these people to invade the border, cross illegally, and then give them all of these perks. Like they get better. I mean, they just can get cash. They can get housing. They can get all of the things that people are dying to get here. And it's really frustrating, because it's like a slap in the face to like veterans and people who have fought for this country to be told there's no resources for you.
Yeah.
So it's like something needs to be done. And I hope, that's my hope and prayer. And sometimes I think, it's like what we want and what God's plan isn't always the same. But I do know that justice will come from our Heavenly Father, no doubt. I have no doubt in my mind. They will be punished to the full extent, and they will regret every moment that they have done everything that they have done. But on earth, I'm not sure, because the system is so flawed. And it's like, I don't know. Paul, I agree. Like I've learned a lot about things with Trump, and I know that they play both sides. And it's a great scheme to get people to come along the way to, make them believe there's a victor and a villain. And so then you divide the people that way by saying like, you got to pick this side, you got to pick that side. When in reality, the only way that we're going to change stuff is focusing on our local communities. And that's what this keeps us from doing. I went and did on the street interviews, and it's like, nobody knows who their public officials are locally. They don't. They know this election, this part of it going, is it going to be Kamala or Trump? But as far as it goes locally, it's like, that's where you can affect change. And so it would have to start locally, where it's like, okay, we got to get out of being a sanctuary city. We got to protect our border right here. We need a militia. It's not bad to have one. It's our constitutional right. They've just demonized it to make it seem like, oh, well, if you do that, then you're like, oh, you're a bad person. So they have to do those things to us. So I'm hoping, I have a lot of hope, but again, I'm cautious and I'm nervous, because I think that right now, I'm talking to Todd Bensman, he's saying they're holding all of these illegals back in Mexico, giving them like, visitor like cards to be able to just go and visit into Mexico, so they can kind of stifle the flow. And that's the problem, is that it's manufactured, so they have control over it. It doesn't just stop, you know what I mean? Unless you're stopping it. So I know they're hell bent on continuing this. They're creating permanent structures to continue this invasion along the way. They don't just give up easily. So whether or not he wins or not, they're going to do everything in their power to make sure that this continues, that their, whole United Nations Agenda 21, 2030, 2050 continues to enslave us, to put us in our 15-minute cities using the fake climate stuff. So I don't know. I just see things on a local level, because I pay attention to the meetings and I see it coming in hot. And I'm just like, people don't understand. They'll come and they'll say, oh, we got to stop this climate action plan. I'm like, this thing has been in place for a long time. You're coming in real late. I was like, we're not just going to stop it. I mean, they don't want us to drive. They want us to walk and bike everywhere. And they'll say, even if we get people in an electric vehicle, it doesn't matter. We got to get them out of their cars. And so now they're using vehicle miles traveled to see where you're going. So the plan is so extensive. They're so evil that they're not going to give up without a fight. And the sad thing is that these people know what happens in the Bible, and they're playing it out. And they know exactly where they're going after this, and they still do it. That's how arrogant they are. So I'm just like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know if that is even an answer you wanted, but
no.
It's like, we're in for it. So I'm excited to see what happens, but I'm also like, Either way, there's going to be chaos. Either way.
Yeah.
And so we need to be prepared. And that's why we have to do our own soul searching and knowing who we belong to, why we're here. It's not for no reason. But I know that as long as I walk with Jesus and he's there with me, anything that you guys throw at me, I'll be okay. If there's a famine, there'll be something. He will provide always. But we have to know that we have to rely on him in order to live in that space, to be okay in the chaos, to not be afraid, not let them make us fearful so we make crazy decisions that are careless. And especially with voting, I think people are not intentional. They want somebody else to tell them how to vote. Like, hey, who do I vote for with this? It's like, I could tell you that. And I even had someone today go, why did you say to do this? And I said, I didn't tell you to do that. Who are you talking about? But they get upset and they have someone to blame if they feel like they didn't make the right decision because you told them this. We need to be doing our own due diligence and making sure we're educating ourselves so that we know, and don't vote for it if you don't know. Don't just go well, any, meeny, miny, mo, I'm going to do it just because I felt like I voted. Be intentional in it and make sure that you understand what you are actually going to mark that for.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be good? And if you don't just do whatever. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of careless behavior that takes place, and it's important for us to just really be mindful, especially in these times.
Wow. Yeah. Very, very well said. Well said. Jerome, is there any updates you want to? I'm noticing. Well, on the Fox News site, Trump's at 232 now. Harris is at 211.
Well, yeah. What it is, man. Like I said an hour ago, North Carolina went to Trump. Virginia went to Harris, and they're just announcing those. So Fox News is an hour late. Like I said, I gave this out about an hour and a half ago. So they just announced that Harris won Virginia, Trump won North Carolina, and they have not announced Georgia yet. But I told you about 30 minutes ago, that Trump won Georgia as well.
So what's the numbers with the other?
Right now, the numbers I honestly stand at 247 or 204. 247 to 204 right now. With Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona all leaning towards Trump right now. And Nevada has nothing out yet, and Minnesota has nothing out yet. They haven't released any numbers yet as well. She'll probably win Minnesota. We know that. But I hear Nevada is a toss-up. I hear some good things out of Nevada, and I also hear that. Where's this going? I also heard that we have right now we have the majority in the Senate as well. We picked up some Senate seats. I think we're at like 51 right now in the Senate. So we have the majority in the Senate, and we're holding on the House. I think they flipped one seat in the House. We flipped a couple. We flipped 3 seats in the Senate. Right now it's looking good. It's looking good.
Very cool, very cool. You know what's funny, Paul? When you're wearing the glasses and it has that blue reflection, you look like that meme where it's like people's eyes are like, you know what I'm talking about? The laser eye meme. That's what you look.
The laser eye meme. I have the laser eyes. Yeah. See, let me put the ring light right there. There we go.
There you go.
These are my blue light glasses. If I can't go it really interferes with my sleep. I don't know if you don't wear blue glasses at night, I highly recommend it, or blue light glasses at night. It really does make a difference, at least for me.
Dude, I was going to ask you, following up on what Audra was saying about the treason and all that, like from a lawyer's point of view, do you think this stuff they're going to be held accountable? Do you think charges are possible for us to actually return to that original constitutional law where somebody that does treason is then through a lawful process held to account for the treason they've committed?
I'm really skeptical on that. I mean, my view is anything that gets done that is like a system reset or something that disrupts our current system, it has to come from a grassroots level. I don't think electing Trump is going to do that. It's like, are we really going to fall for this again? It's like, yes, I definitely hope Trump wins. I'm thrilled. I'm looking at the New York Times website now that Jerome mentioned it. They have Trump with a 90% chance of victory, which is
wow.
They're estimating Trump wins 301 to 237, which is kind of crazy. But I'm, kind of like, it's not great that Virginia went to Harris because that means we have to win Pennsylvania basically. But Anyway, or Pennsylvania or Michigan, which, there's a lot of shenanigans there. So anyway, I just think that like the first time in 2016, Trump was like, I'm going to drain the swamp. I mean, everybody remembers that. He didn't do it. He basically hired a bunch of swamp monsters. I think Jared Kushner had a lot to do with who was in the White House. I think he was running things to a large extent.
Larry Fink.
What?
Sorry, I was just going to say Larry Fink. Who's his
and Larry Fink?
Right?
Yeah,
Black
yeah, 100%. Yeah, and then I saw Trump, was considering Larry Fink for a cabinet position. I'm just like, he's like literally one of the most evil people in the world. What? That's freaking. Are you kidding me? And Jamie Dimon, like what? So
let me ask you something about that though. Do you think our role, and we were just talking to Boone Cutler about this, right? Where our role in this last 4 years was really to get the message out. Boone himself traveled around the country with the film for Flynn, also the 5th Generation Warfare book. So like the dude's been nonstop hopping from city to city, trying to spread the message. We've been trying to do a similar thing with the content we produce. And what we kind of concluded was that really, if Trump gets into office, that's when the hard work really starts. That's when whatever we've done this last 4 years, all of a sudden we got to up our game 10 times and really now push Trump to end whoever's around him to do the right thing. Like, for example, we feel very strongly about treason. I mean, 325,000 children. If people do not ultimately hang for that, there's something very wrong. Very wrong. So, that might not be him going up there, okay, I'm going to start, court-martialing people. But is it our role at that point to be so far up there, whatever, to make sure that those kind of things do happen?
Yes. I mean, I think we just have to be ungovernable, like we have to make such a loud noise and resist any effort to not do those things. That like these criminals have to be arrested. The border has to be shut. These children have to be found. These people have to be, we need extreme accountability here. Like the people, if you are trafficking children, you need to be hanged in the public square.
It's like example, like the people need to see that. So scumbags, like by example, if they have fear in them, and by the way, the fear is the only language they understand because they don't believe in Christ, they don't believe in the righteous path, and that's why they think that we're scared of it. That's why they try to use fear on us, because they don't understand that there's certain people that are just not going to be fearful by evil because they're on a different agenda, Christ's agenda, but yeah, that's certainly something that I agree with. But how realistic is that? Is that now us traveling to Washington D.C. and like somebody like you, somebody like Audra, making presentations, pushing, being in the face of congressional members, camping out in front of the White House, whatever needs to be done in order to make sure that those things happen?
That would probably have some effect. But it's like, people have been doing that sort of thing for years. My personal view, I do not think things will change unless two things happen. We end the Federal Reserve and we end the Israel lobby. If we get those two things, that opens the doors wide open for everything else, because that's the control mechanism, right? It's like when you control the money supply, you control the levers of power in a country. Like these people that run the Federal Reserve, we're not allowed to know who actually owns it. I think it's most likely the Rothschilds. I think, that's pretty obvious to most people who follow that. But it's like, when you have that kind of power, you can buy any politician. Every politician except for like Thomas Massey and, the far left, Muslim people take an oath to Israel. And, they can't win an election without the power of that lobby. And we're talking about child trafficking. Jeffrey Epstein. This guy was like literally a Mossad asset or agent. It's unclear which, but, that's how this tiny little country over there is controlling our entire government, this blackmail scheme. And so, yeah, we can get in their face, but how effective is that going to be when you have the Israel lobby like, oh, well, if you don't do what we tell you to do, then these videos of you or these photos of you and these underage children are going to be all over the internet. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, us saying, hey, we're going to, make you famous and call your name out because you're not opposing the child sex trafficking. And they're like, yeah, well, we have actual videos of you having sex with children, so you better do what we say. You know what I mean? So until that whole thing stops and we get rid of the Israel lobby, we get rid of the Federal Reserve and that money train, I mean, I don't think things will change. And I don't think Trump is the person that's going to do that, because I hope with all of my heart that Trump is playing the Zionists. I've heard people say that. I'm just like, well, I don't think there's any evidence of that. He seems to be fairly sincere about that. I mean, you look at Trump's history, he had like a Kabbalah, person, guru, whatever you call him, rabbi. I don't know what they call him in Kabbalah, but, and he takes tons of money from these people. And it's like, I hope he's taking their money and he's going to screw them, but I kind of doubt it.
Elon Musk has been pretty upfront about wanting to get rid of the Federal Reserve. So that they're talking about gold-backed currency, which, by the way, once you get rid of the Federal Reserve, everything else goes with it, because it's all based upon fake money, including the bar. Which I think the two main groups is the Federal Reserve and the bar. Yes, that's the two main groups. I don't know if I agree, because I think the power of lobbyists all of a sudden disappears when you get rid of those two groups.
Yes, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, the bar is a huge problem, and it's I can tell you firsthand, being an attorney, it's just like you live in constant fear of the bar. Like, and it's awful, because like if a client somehow gets frustrated with you or anybody, and they're just like, I'm going to report you to the bar. You're just like, please don't. Please just.
Yeah.
I mean, I take an attitude. I'm just like, you know what? I've done nothing wrong. So F you, do what you have to do. But inside, I'm like, please don't do that. Because it's like,
they have an unlawful monopoly. That's what it is. It's an unlawful monopoly. It's antitrust. I mean, it's obvious. There's no compete. There should either be no bar or there should be competing bars.
It's horrible. And it's like that, it has gone up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court again and again, and other courts have said, yes, this is fine. The bar, it's just like, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's like they don't care about this imbalance of power in structures like that. I mean, another perfect example is just like, I'm an employment lawyer, right? When you get a job, like I'd say at least 75% of the time, they're going to require you to sign a arbitration agreement, right? So you're being forced by your employer to waive your right to a jury trial. So like they can basically treat you like shit and do whatever they want to you, because they know if they fire you or whatever happens and you try to sue them, it goes to this private arbitration that is insanely employer friendly, and you have no jury of your peers to vindicate you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
So it's just like, until we get rid of those types of structures, I mean, our courts are they're just corrupt. They're completely corrupt. And this is why I'm just sick of being a lawyer, because I tell people that want to sue their employers, like I try to talk everybody out of lawsuits. Like I'm like the worst lawyer ever, because I'm just like, or at least business wise, I'm like, you do not want to sue this person or this employer, because the courts are corrupt. You're going to spend a ton of money and you're going to get screwed most likely. And that's really how it is,
I want to ask Mark Messina a question, because he's been waiting for a while. But one last point on that topic: arbitration agreements are unconstitutional. I don't even know why it's possible. I don't know why it's possible that they have these laws and statutory laws that contradict the Constitution. I mean, the whole thing is a sham. The whole thing is a scam. It's like you shouldn't even be allowed to do an arbitration agreement, because it's unconstitutional. Like the person that's doing that should be charged a felony for even attempting to have you sign that. But that's just, that's if you look at the original law, the original constitutional law,
Let me ask you this. What's your basis for saying that an arbitration agreement is unconstitutional? I'm not disagreeing with you.
Because you're giving up your rights to a jury trial. Isn't that part of the Bill of Rights?
Yeah. So no, I agree with you there. I mean, it is. Well, the reason it's not it's not per se unconstitutional, because the Constitution, and a lot of people actually don't know this. You'd be surprised how many people don't know this. The Constitution only protects you from the government. So like that, like a lot of people are like, oh, my employer, is forcing me to get the shot. It's like, that's unconstitutional. It's like, no, it's actually not, because it's a private employer. Like if the government told your employer you have to make them give you a shot, now that would be unconstitutional. Or just censor you. But I'm like, I tell people, I'm like, does your employer prohibit you from bringing your firearm to work? Yeah, well, they can do that, right? Because they're not the government. So, you know, it's arbitration law or arbitration clauses are private contracts. So it's not, I wouldn't say arbitrations are unconstitutional. I would say it is a gross miscarriage of justice because what happens there, it's a contract of adhesion. It's basically a complete imbalance of power. You have this massively powerful corporation hiring you. You have no bargaining power. It's a take it or leave it offer. It's either get this job so you can have a living, make a living, or, you know, hit the road, but you have to sign this arbitration agreement. And what kind of bargaining power is that? That's absurd. And so they shouldn't be allowed on that basis, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily unconstitutional.
Gotcha. Mark, how you doing, brother?
What's going on, fam? How's everybody doing in here?
Good, man. Dude, you're at the AHN event, aren't you?
I am. How's my volume? I got a new setup. It's incredibly loud here, but I think this is isolating it.
It's not that bad actually. We could hear you real clearly. I mean, we hear the background noise and stuff, but yeah. How's it going over there? How's the mood in the room? So just to quickly tell everyone what's going on, Mark is at a Republican event for the Nevada Republican Party, correct?
Yeah, the AHN Hotel, you know, it's one of the only conservative-friendly hotels here in town. So they're having a big watch party, handing out, you know, festive beads. We get our little buttons. They're giving out the leftover Trump Force captain shirts to everyone, a lot of swag. But it's actually, it's kind of incredible. You know, usually these events are a lot of, you know, aged older. And, you know, that still skews that way. But there's definitely a wide range of ages here. Everyone is just, it's like watching a sporting event. Every time they just announced, I think Jerome just told you they just called the Senate majority for us. Everyone stands up and cheers like it was someone scoring. So it's kind of been like that all night. We are watching Fox, and I've got my tablet and my phone and my laptop. So I'm following, you know, Decision Desk and everything else. So a lot of the things were called way before Fox is calling them.
Yeah, man.
But
Fox
nonetheless, it's fun to see everyone react.
I mean, listen. I think they're just trying to play. I think they're just trying to play it for the, you know, for the ratings, man. They want to, you know, because they got it 216, 232 for Trump right now, you know, so it look like it's close, but it's really not. Trump's at like 247.
Well, listen, I'll just say I am that guy, right? I mean, you see my handle. I was from the Anon world, so we couldn't use our names. Now I'm Mark. I'm out. But I was 8-track, and that's how a lot of people still refer to me. And, you know, I think in addition to the lesson in civics we've all gotten over the last 8 years, I mean, maybe you guys have been doing this for a long time. I've been doing the conspiracy stuff for 24 years, but it was only when Trump got in that I actually started to care about politics and now know it. And everyone's getting a lesson in civics. But what I think is happening tonight is a lesson in election fraud, too. And I really do think that these delays from the networks and, you know, I'm sitting here with friends, you know, I can't turn the camera all around, but we're mousing over the different states that weren't called yet. And you're seeing 0.2% difference between them at a random point in count. There is no statistical way that would ever happen, right? This is clearly all, and they're all in the 6 Dominion states. So I do think part of this sort of protracted show we're watching tonight is to open the door for people to really take the next step from civics to election fraud, because they've really got it nailed down. They know what they're doing. And now this is a party in here, right? And I have friends all over the city at different parties, and they're watching this like a game, but they're paying attention, right? The magic that Trump did by being the bull in China shop was getting everyone to pay close attention. And now that they are, tonight is the night. It's the big movie. Listen, yes, call me a conspiracy theory. I've been called that for 24 years. I believe Trump wins this tonight. I feel like I'm watching a Rocky movie, right? He has this big lead. She's catching up. I'm sure Jerome saw the Decision HQ has it, I think 250 to 288 is what they're calling the final. Whatever it is, she's going to make her big jump. Everyone's going to go, oh my gosh, you know, and then he'll pull ahead in the end. But this is getting people to watch the whole movie. It's getting people to question every state and every county. How many times over the last 2 weeks has Maricopa County announced that they were going to need an extra 12 days? Right? Florida counted the entire state. Done. But Maricopa County needs 2 weeks.
I'm hearing the same thing about Nevada, by the way, that it might take 3 days extra. What are you hearing about Nevada? I mean, it's such a critical state.
I mean, I am sitting here among a lot of the local politicians, and you know, I want to throw up. We're full of rhinos and corrupt here, and I'm not going to hide what I'm saying. I mean, they're all around me, and they're they're some of the worst, right? And we are one of the 6 Dominion states here, right? Because this state, just like parts of California, mysteriously turned blue when all those machines went in way back when. And there's a very well-oiled machine here, and you don't hear a lot about Nevada. You didn't in the other elections, and so I feel like it's a nice little surprise. That we were supposed to start seeing our results at 7:00. And if you go to the official state website, Jerome, you might even want to pull that up because that's probably going to be the last one we're going to be looking at in this movie tonight. There's been no reporting yet, 0. California reported fully. Before Nevada has even released anything. I don't know if you saw. Actually, was it you guys? Was it you guys who broke the story on Sunday at the polling center that was supposed to be closed?
That was Pam that did it. So Pam, I should tell the story real quick. Pam,
it's a good one.
Who's a really dope patriot, shows up to a polling location, right? Where and supposed to be closed, but there's all these workers coming in. They're covering their faces, literally covering their faces, and clearly doing something shady. We still don't know what that shadiness was, right, Mark?
Nobody walks out of an official polling location in their official capacity with a manila folder over their face.
Yeah.
Right? And I think you said that they were all out of state license plates. So they're just like a Kamala rally, they're bussing in their operatives who are going to do the dirty work at these polling stations. And if Pam got that footage, and that footage is out there, I circulated it to the Normieville on my Instagram. That stuff makes its way on X on its own. This stuff is getting out there this time, right? In 2020, you didn't have Musk and an uncensored X. You didn't have this many eyes on it. So right now, people who are stuck in TV land, liberals, are still seeing this stuff, right? So the seed is planted, and something's going to happen with that, right? I know a lot of people like to doom and gloom. Nobody got arrested from 2020. Nobody's arrested now. I still believe it's a sting operation. It's not done yet. Nobody gets arrested till the end, right? And we've got a lawyer in here. Correct me if I'm wrong. If it's a RICO case, statute of limitations resets every time a new crime is committed. Right. So that means that even somebody dropping 2 ballots off who's in the RICO would reset the clock for every single person all the way up to Obama. So I think we're still catching crimes to this day because these people are that stupid. They're that stupid and they're that sick. So we pushed them into a corner. Right. They have to cheat. And so we're all watching the movie of the cheat. And even though our guy wins in the end, I do believe that the reveal comes and we find out just how much he won by. Because there's no reason to believe, I can't believe that the U.S. military is going to sit by and let our country be occupied and do nothing about it, right? I don't think they did nothing about it in 2020. I think it's been a controlled demolition since then. I think that we've had control, which is why we're not in World War III, right? Everyone remembers the first time Biden took the podium after the Ukraine war started, he said he was going to send troops to the ground. He never did. He never mentioned it again. The media never questioned it. Why is that? Right? They've wanted nothing more than that war because that's how they were going to maintain their power, right? That's how they could stop the election. That's how they were going to keep this fraud going. But they didn't get the war. 4 years they've had control. To me, that signals that there's a lot more going behind the scenes, continuation of government. They can't pull the levers of the military, in my opinion, and that's why we're still here. And if that is the case, and I have every reason to believe that those fine men are working on a pretty good operation right now, I personally wish we could see this 80-20 or 70-30 numbers tonight, right? Because we all want to say to our kind of crazed TDS friends, told you so, but I don't care at this point. It's not about pride. It's about getting to where we need to. As long as we win this tonight, let them start rioting tomorrow. Let them do their little Civil War plan, which all of it will fail miserably, but it will continue to wake up the normies when they see that we're not the violent ones.
It's funny because everything you just said, I've talked to some military individuals confidentially, but everything you've said has been echoed by them, including things like you need to chill out, sit back, let people that know what's going on do their jobs. All of it indicates that there might actually, because look, I've never been into the Anon stuff, whatever. I just don't know much about it. But the more I'm hearing, the more I'm seeing, it's starting to become much more plausible to me, actually.
Well, you know how it started. I mean, we're talking about like Epstein 3 years before his arrest, right? So we're talking about very powerful people involved in child trafficking, and people disappear. I mean, losing your job is the least of your worries when you're outing people in these global child trafficking rings. So everyone was anonymous because they wanted to do real research and they wanted to share that without risk to their career or to their personal safety or their family. But the fact that all of us, for the majority of us, are now all out. Our names are out there. Our faces are out there. We've definitely passed the dark side of the moon. And I think we all feel that safety net. And so it's unspoken, but it's there. We know it's there. People aren't disappearing anymore, right? That used to happen. People used to disappear a lot. So
yeah, wow. So do you think Nevada's going to be called tonight? What do you feel from being in that room?
I feel like if it's not, it's going to create. There'll be a lot of tension and anger in this room, and maybe that is what is supposed to happen, right? Get the people out, start, peacefully protesting or something. But I don't know. I really don't know. It's crazy that they haven't announced anything yet. I don't know if Jerome's seeing something different since I got on, but they had not announced one number.
That's still zero. It's still 0-0 for Nevada.
Wow,
it's crazy.
They haven't released anything for that, and I just heard a report that, and Vim, this may be something that you were talking about earlier, but I just heard that that the DNC or the officials in Pennsylvania has just announced that they are expecting a big absentee ballot drop shortly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, after midnight.
Wow.
Pennsylvania's expecting a ballot drop.
Yes, yeah, Pennsylvania.
So they're announcing the old 3:30 a.m. drop now. That's what we put them to. They're actually announcing it.
Wow. You know what's crazy about this, Mark? Prior to my insane situation in Coachella, I was actually doing surveillance on 150 semi-trucks and trailers coming from Tacoma, Washington, with ballots and being distributed all across the West. So I'm expecting one of the I guess the news flashes I got is that 9 trucks were pulled over and basically apprehended in Pennsylvania filled with ballots that were unlawful. So I don't know what's going on. I've always felt as though what we were doing surveillance on was how they were going to basically bring ballots in at the last minute. If you're talking about 150 semi trucks and trailers, that could be 100 million ballots, which is enough to do fraud across every single state if they wanted to, especially the 6 swing states. So I don't know. Let's see how that plays out.
Listen, I don't know if you guys are as obsessive as me, but listening to every single Trump rally, I know it's
and right now,
more or less.
Right now, they say Trump is winning the popular vote by over 4 million.
Oh wow!
Winning the popular vote by over 4 million, over 1.1%.
Wow.
Yeah, and that all sounds fraudulent to me too. I mean, I'm going to be honest. That's way too close to a 50-50 split. This country's not 50-50 split. So I believe I believe in 2016, Hillary ran the same racket that they ran in 2020, and they let her get away with it up until a point, right? And then I think he won by a much wider margin, and I think it's the same thing right now. If you watch all of the Trump rallies, do you do like I do and listen for just those 2 little nuggets that are different in every speech? He always adds a couple little nuggets. And in the last few, remember he started mentioning the watermarks in the ballots a lot? He really drove that point home. The sophisticated, beautiful water. The technology is more sophisticated than the computers. I don't know. He acted like he was talking about what we should do in the future. But, I'm speculating. What if he's saying that the ballots are already watermarked? And so they could have truckloads full. But this time, they get scanned, and they know they're fraudulent right there and then.
Wow.
Can I say something real quick? So I have a friend who works at the Registrar of Voters in San Diego County, and he was talking about the ballots being valuable like money, that there's some kind of there's something about the actual paper and what they print them on, that they had a bunch that weren't used or whatever, that they would order a bunch of this stuff, and it was equivalent to money. So there's something to that. I don't know what, but I just had to add that because it was I just found that out the other day, and I thought it was interesting that it was they don't want to get rid of these unused ones because of the value of them. So there's some kind of marking or something in it that would lead you to not want to get rid of that actual paper. right? Because if it's just some like a white piece of paper, you don't really care. But if it has some kind of extra mechanism, and so all rights reserve was trying to show something, I'm not sure what.
Wow,
But
That's
anyway,
interesting. That's
yeah.
really interesting.
So
I'd
I
heard
got
they were.
another quick tip here that they're saying that I guess the lines in the red districts of Nevada were so long that let me see what it says here. 2 to 3 hours, and this is Nevada. So 2 to 3 hours before the polls close, the lines in the red districts were 2 hours long, indicating that there's a huge influx of Republican voters basically flooding the polls in Nevada, according to Michael
Yeah, I heard that
McDonald.
too. After they got off work. Yeah, I just heard that too a little while ago. That they get, and they're standing in line. So maybe that's one reason why they haven't released anything.
Sam Brown apparently was he's running for Senate here. Apparently he was 14 points down, and now he's dead even with Rosen.
The percentage that President Trump will win just went up to 91.9%.
Wow.
91.9%. I'm hearing that Pennsylvania, even with the absentee ballot drop that they're talking about, Michigan and Wisconsin, they're close. They're like 86% done. Over 80. So let me see. Wisconsin, Trump is at 51. Kamala Harris is at 47 in Wisconsin. In Michigan, Trump's at 50. Harris is at 47.
Wow.
With 55% in Michigan, 80% in Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, 85% in Pennsylvania, and Trump is up by 2 points.
Wow. Like you're saying, Mark, it's pretty close, and that's weird.
Well, to me, when I hear that the lines are so long here, like the stuff they were pulling in Pennsylvania, to me that's just desperation, right? Because in 2020 they took weeks and weeks, and we all didn't care. They know they don't have that option this time with everyone on them.
Yeah,
so
everyone
they're
on the
literally resorting to extending lines by a few hours, hoping that will give them time to do something. But I just don't think that they're going to, whatever they're doing right now, I don't think they're doing it neatly. And, I think they're already caught, and I think it'll come out. But that's great that you said Sam Brown is neck and neck, because there was a lot of, talk that he wasn't really going to be a contender in this. And obviously we want to get all those seats. What you think of Sam or not doesn't matter. He's our guy, and we got to get him in there. So that's great to hear. So we'll see what happens in Nevada. I mean, I don't know when they're going to start releasing numbers, when they're going to but here we are. We're in the epicenter of it.
I have one more question about the Anon thing. Like this operation where all of a sudden in one kind of swoop, everybody's going to get arrested. If you were to kind of do a future prediction, when do you think that's actually going to go down? Like,
well, I personally wouldn't adhere to that. There's like one fell swoop of arrests. I believe that arrests and even military tribunals have already happened. No, I don't think Hillary Clinton's dead and replaced with a clone. That's not Anon stuff. That's just like,
oh, come on, man. No,
most of that's like CIA stuff to just make us look crazy. That's all planted narratives, and then some people buy it, like a flat Earth or something like that. I do think that there have been arrests. I do think that there have been deals. I do think there have been military tribunals and death sentences already, like John McCain. A lot of clear evidence that he was put to death, and it was even said on live TV twice, right? It slipped, but so I don't think that America is ready to see that potentially 90% of Congress is somewhat corrupt or compromised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the number, or if that's a low number. I don't think America is ready to see that. We need to unify America, and part of that is people are fragile and they can't see all of those arrests. So I think we're going to need to see some high-level arrests that are going to show everyone that this was real, so they can, kind of come to terms with the fact that they just dodged a massive bullet. Literally humanity was saved, not just the U.S. So I do think there'll be some high-level arrests. When, I don't know. Certainly not until mid next year, the earliest. And I don't think that, there'll be necessarily 10,000 people arrested at once, and that'll be the story. That'll be pretty cool if it happened, but I do know that, they've got plenty of room in Guantanamo Bay when Trump was told to shut it down, and instead he decided to put millions of dollars into expanding it. We've got a lot of empty rooms down there for some reason. So something's coming, and just like tonight, just like this kind of phony produced election we're watching, I think that the arrest will have to have a similar production value so that the Americans can digest it. It can do its job. doesn't send people to the insane asylum for thinking that they've been living in this nightmare that they've been living in. So yeah, no, I don't think it's a fell swoop. I think it's coming. It's above my pay grade to guess how and when, but not for 6 months to a year minimum.
I mean, I gotta ask another question. Sorry, like to be doing what you do in life, right? Because you're basically marketing, promoting. I've been in that world. Kind of Hollywood's kind of similar. You know what I mean? And it's very hard to do and say the things that you're saying and doing. How has that been in your life? I mean, how have you managed to not get blackballed by everybody yet still speak some truth?
It's a great question because up until basically 2022 when COVID ended, I was running a marketing firm for entertainment here in Vegas, right? So all of my clients were shows, performers, artists, festivals, and I always have been outspoken about my views. But when 2020 came and we were locked down, I got extra loud, and a lot of my friends and clients were like, "Hey, dude, you're going to lose some work if you keep doing this." I said, "I don't care." I'm doing the right thing. I'm trying to keep people from getting vaccinated. That was a big one for me. And I didn't care. So I did lose some respect, I guess, or some friendships. But with what I do in Vegas, there weren't a lot of people who did it. So I actually didn't lose any work. So people who I knew actually, despised me because everyone, Vegas, everyone talks. So they think they're telling a secret, but then someone else tells me the secret to get a bonus point for that. So I knew who hated me and talked about me, but they would still call me for work. But ultimately, it didn't even matter because when COVID ended, they destroyed the entertainment world in Vegas. And now if you're not the Sphere or Allegiant Stadium or Park MGM or T-Mobile Arena, if you're not a big Hollywood group that they can control your messaging, those shows don't exist anymore. With the exception of a few very small, low-budget magic shows and things like that, all of the shows that I love, the off-Broadway kind of stuff, they're gone. They're literally just gone, and they're not coming back. So it didn't even matter in the end because God pulled me out of that space and brought me into a world with all patriots and citizen journalists. And now the kind of work I was doing for entertainers, I'm doing for people like you guys, and I couldn't be happier because all of my heart and passion and career stuff is kind of combined. So praise God.
Wow. Literally what you just said is exactly what I would have said. Exactly the same thing. Left this world, was, currently making a lot more money in that world, but it's the satisfaction, the happiness throughout my entire being. I mean, it's a different level when you're actually doing the right thing.
Amen, brother.
Amen, bro. Yeah, man. Joshua, how you doing, bro? Could you hear me?
Yeah, I'm doing awesome, man. Something happened after I got off the phone with you today.
Yeah.
How I was talking about, I had a fallout with my family really young.
Yeah.
The aunt that blackballed me, my mom's sisters, two of them, that were not into hearing about the inception of the Federal Reserve and the creature from Jekyll Island, they're voting red. My Aunt Alicia sent me a text and ratted them out. And said Aunt Wendy and Aunt Heidi are 100% for Trump. And I'm just like, whoa.
Wow.
It's real, man.
So Joshua, the reason I wanted Joshua on here for everybody is that you're in Maui. I mean, you saw a lot of the fuckery that was happening over there. And you seem to have been not only documenting and investigating it, but also trying to let people know what's going on to your own peril. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Correction. I'm on the Big Island.
Okay.
I used to live on Maui and Oahu. I've been to Kauai a lot, and I kind of have a little spot on each of the islands. But and there was just right out the gate, what people need to know is there was fires on the northwest side of the Big Island that day as well. And it's it wasn't within range of where you could throw a cigarette butt out the window or a power line could have fallen. Yeah, so that's just one aspect of this thing is the Lahaina fires. And I mean, right now, I really try to reserve the tinfoil hat, but even RFK Jr. and the big names are starting to drop stuff about weather modification. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is talking about a Jewish space laser. And it's straight up, man, you can't the amount of these abnormalities, the Paradise Fire, the Chile fire, half of Canada being on fire, the McKinley fire was happening in Canada pretty much right after the Maui fire. And President McKinley is the Republican that annexed Hawaii illegally. So it's like, whoa, there's a lot to unpack there with the fires, and then the land grab in particular, you have like the Bundy Ranch in Idaho with the lithium deposits. You have North Carolina. We're seeing this pattern of, the deep state going after the mineral rights of these communities and just waste. Josh Green, Hawaii governor, spoke at the UN conference, let me see, about a month before the fire. And I think Lahaina was promised to be one of the first smart cities for the UN. And then the senator, Knucklehead Mace Hirono, the one, who I'm talking about?
No,
Mrs.
I remember her from Hawaii. Yeah, from Hawaii.
Yeah, Mace Hirono, the goofball that was like talking crap on Brett Kavanaugh. Her campaign donors are Carl Smith and Ball and Alexander Baldwin, the same law firms and real estate companies that have been stealing land from Native Hawaiians for like 100 years. What they did is they dammed off all the rivers upstream, up the mountain, in upcountry Maui, and turned the place into a desert, and then just lit it up like a match, So it's like that. This was like personally, I think it's like a generationally planned thing, like these people didn't just roll out of bed at, the Club of Rome or the Trilateral Commission, 4 years ago and say, hey, let's release this flu bug from a wet market in China. This is like way longer, way deeper. And like how the gentleman mentioned, like Trump didn't drain the swamp the first 4 years. It's like, shit, man, what I've learned in the last 4 years is that I don't know if anybody could have drained the swamp in 4 years. Dude, that motherfucker is deep. I think it's a lot deeper than all of us expected. We thought it was like, a couple of corrupt Dems and a couple of Goldsteins and Weinsteins and Epsteins and Feinsteins. There's a lot of fucking Steins in those Q drops, So don't tell me. And I'm a little more optimistic. I think all the Abrahamic religions have kind of an occult, nefarious wing to them, whether it's Judaism, Islam, or Christianity. They all have like a dark side where you find these, you find the fuckery. But I personally, I think it was good Jews that got Trump elected. I don't think all Jews are totally evil. I've met some that are really intelligent, gentle people that don't call us goyim, from at least to my face. So I'm a little more, and some of them are just pieces of shit. I can't say that they're not, but yeah, thanks for having me on, and I appreciate like just extending like the offer, because it's cool, man. I've been watching Audra's stuff. I watched what happened with you, and I was just like, nah, dude, that's some bullshit, man. As soon as they said this thing, this Trump assassin, and I saw that sheriff, I was like, dude, that dude's too clean, man. He's got his perfect little sheriff mustache, and he always gave me a weird vibe. I was like, well, fuck that guy. But what Mark was talking about, about the rhinos and the corruption in the Republican Party, it's like, dude, we have a full-time job, as of tomorrow or tonight at midnight. Even if Trump wins, it's like, dude, corrupt Republicans in Congress is just as bad as the Democrats. They just wear red hats. We let our guard down. It's like, if somebody's bad, if they have rainbow mascara on and they're walking down the street, with a Speedo. If somebody is wearing a red MAGA cap, they could be laundering way more money and nobody's going to say a goddamn thing because they look like us. So it's nice to come into this and see Boone Cutler on, because I had it recommended to my district council. I've sent it to the county council. I've sent it to my state executive committee and told them you should put General Flynn and Boone Cutler's 5th Generation Warfare as recommended reading for people joining the Republican Party in Hawaii, because people are not equipped. People do not have like the computing power. I'm a lucky little bastard. I grew up like outside a Navy base. My family's military. I got my ass kicked if I just didn't even pay attention. If they thought I was doing something stupid, somebody would jump my shit. So, it's like coming out of that kind of background, like just growing up that way. they taught me kind of, I come from a very like strong American style family. We don't have Chester the molester. We don't have alcoholics. Everybody is a square. But now I understand more about like the importance of the family unit and why they're trying to destroy it. And it's serious, man. Like the generation warfare, and I just learned the term for it. It's the is it Claire's something? Let me see my note, because this is important and it's happening all over. It's the fuck, man, I'm drawing a blank.
I'm curious, while you're looking for that, Mark, have you heard about this, what he's talking about?
I got distracted there for a minute, so I missed half of that.
Okay. So then you know what? Let me continue with him, but I'm going to ask you a question right after.
Yeah, I think it's like the Clarence Piven strategy or something. But I'm watching it. It's normally like a Marxist leftist tactic, but I'm watching it play out in real time in the Hawaii Republican Party, where they're creating a chaos or creating dysfunction until the organization implodes, and then out of the rubble or the ashes, they emerge as the supreme leaders. And that's what I'm kind of concerned about, is because I know these rhinos are sucking up to everybody at all these CPAC and Turning Point meetings, telling people on the mainland one thing, and then they're coming here and, I hate to say it, but the Oahu League of Republican Women and a lot of women that are involved in real estate are just using the Hawaii Republican Party as a slush fund to launder money and a social networking thing. See, because we're not an oil or lithium rich state. It's our real estate itself, and strategic location is the highest commodity here, pretty much. Like the blue rock, lava rock doesn't, you're not going to go find diamonds in the volcanoes here in Hawaii. Sorry. So, it's just, that's the thing, is they're paying off politicians through, what is it, like shares in Hawaiian real estate developments, so it's like everything is so sophisticated. People think of money laundering, they think of like a bag of dope and a suitcase full of money and some hookers, but it's like, it's so much more subtle than this. And I think we've gotten to a point where our society is so complex. Like you guys mentioned the Federal Reserve, you mentioned the Bar Association, and that's it. Who's licensing? These politicians are doing this shit because judges and attorneys are letting them get away with it. If we had an actual judiciary that was holding people accountable, they would be much less motivated to do this kind of stuff. And, so I'm kind of like, I agree with what everybody's saying, whether it's Mark saying like, yeah, people are fragile. You can't just dump this on people. It says that multiple times in the Q drops, that the truth would put 99% of people in the hospital. And then also I do believe like make firing squads great again. Like as soon as our less astute friends that don't realize that we're using fake money, and your courts are corrupt and your school system's corrupt and your government's corrupt, as soon as those people get up to speed, we need to we need to do something for accountability, like crimes against humanity stuff, because it's like I haven't seen one person held accountable, and it really bothers me, like especially, and this is just kind of my gripe for the evening. It's like being out here, we haven't gotten a single repost from anybody. We have to get bombed at Pearl Harbor, we have to get burnt by a fire, we have to send an assassin to fucking try to kill a president, or we have to fool you guys into thinking some motherfucker from Kenya is like from Hawaii and install somebody in the Muslim Brotherhood in your presidency, and you still don't pay attention to Hawaii. Maybe you should fucking pay attention to Hawaii. It's like, it's only the head of NSA Cyber Command. It's like that we only have all 6 branches of the fucking military here. It was only Admiral Mike Rogers that went to Trump Tower to tell Donald Trump that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama were spying on him. Maybe maybe Hawaii has something for it, but it's the last thing. It's like people care more about Carrie Lake farts and Kristi Noem's cat than they do like, we just had like some big bombshell stuff, and like people are like, oh, you hear what Carrie Lake said? It's just like, dang, man, you guys, conservative media is fucked, dude. Like conservative media, independent media is the future, dude. So God bless everybody on this call, and I hope them, dude, blessings and prosperity, and get your thing going. Audra, I like your content. I appreciate what you guys are doing covering the border. Paul, I appreciate what you're doing, going up against the, having your career implode, because it's true, man. Like, everybody is just getting baptized by fire right now, because if you stand up to this system, they will freaking ruin you. And yeah, I'm grateful for the floor time, and that we could discuss all this. And I'm looking forward to, in the future, just getting some sort of grassroots network where we take back control of the media. That's another Q and General Flynn thing, is we are the news now. And that means, I don't know where you guys, everybody is on this call is at, but the news here is the propaganda machine. And
oh yeah. I mean, that's the one thing. That's like, if I ever had a lane, that's my lane. I went through 30 years of being behind the scenes. I've seen the wizard behind the curtain. I've seen the tricks. I've seen how it works. I've seen how the agenda is infiltrated literally halfway through a production, where you got to seed things in a piece of content that is basically fifth generation war. So just having gone through the experiences I went through, then meeting somebody like Boone Cutler, General Flynn, reading the fifth generation warfare, I mean, it really brought things together for me, like, because I lived it, but I didn't understand it to a certain point. I started understanding it around 2015 is when I started. My education started in that respect. And boy, I mean, it's been a learning curve for the last like 8-9 years, and continuing to be so. But it all makes sense to me now, because I've had this bird's eye view. So,
So then, was there like an event that happened for you where you were opened your eyes, or?
It was the Frankenbiting of Donald Trump footage. So there's a trick that they do. I mean, I produced all sorts of content and stuff, and there in reality shows, there's a thing called Frankenbiting, which is you're Frankensteining footage to create like fake realities, right? And I'll tell you one little insane story. There was a show called Deadliest Catch. There was an event there was 2 events that happened 3 months apart, and they edited together for maximum drama and anxiety to make it look like it was one event, right? And the people on that boat remember the Frankenbited event. They don't remember that it's 2 separate events. And so the people that experienced it were brainwashed due to this trick where they can't even remember the true reality as it occurred, which tells you the power of why they want to hold on to the mainstream media so much, why they're scared of people like us, and why we became a target the minute we started overpowering the mainstream media. Because if you notice, around the time that these podcasters, 2016 to 2018, 2019, were truly overtaking the mainstream media. And then they had to bring in their censorship, their misinformation and all that. That was all intentional, because it was truly overpowering their propaganda machine. And that is the most important machine that they have, more important than anything else, more important than the banks, more important than anything, because they want to control the mind. And that's why it's been near and dear to my heart to seize the opportunity to actually knock out, punch the mainstream media. And what I just experienced in terms of my own experience, and this is where I truly feel the hand of God right now. Like, I'm literally prickly because I'm even saying this, was, so when they made me out to be the third assassin, the whole mainstream media worldwide came after me, okay? And it took our patriots, people that are on this, podcast, people like Mark, 24 hours to tackle the lies, which I've seen it happen over time, like where the truth comes out, usually years, sometimes decades, sometimes months. I've never seen it happen within 24 to 48 hours. And this was, like, I'm telling you, Mark, you're nodding your head. Like, this was people like the carbon copies of you, like the 150 people that are running little podcasts, and we tackled the mainstream media. It was like one of the most proudest moments of my life. First of all, I never expected to get that kind of support. I only expected really my business partner, Mindy Robinson, to be there, because she's just a badass chick. Like, she is fucking badass, But But to see like these 100 individuals like literally tackle the mainstream media's lies, we're just like, all right, we're on the cusp of something insane here. This is truly special, historic, miraculous. There's God's hand behind all of this. And honestly, that's why I haven't been, like, people ask me, you know, and I don't know if I mentioned on this podcast, I think I might have mentioned on another one, like people were calling me, like friends of mine, female friends of mine, like throwing up and crying, and I'm the one like calming them down, you know. And I that would not be possible without God, I could tell you, because I see God's hands all over this, you know.
Do you feel like you were chosen for that? You asked someone earlier if they.
I don't know. I hate, you know, a lot of psychopaths have like George W. Bush has said, you know, he was chosen for, you know, what is it, the Gog Magog fight in the Bible, and Saddam Hussein was supposed to be the adversary to that. I always find people that try to say that they're being used by God to be sociopaths. So it's hard for me to say that. Do I feel like I have the metal to put up with it? Like 100%. Like I've just learned not to lose my chill, you know, whatever happens. And it's funny because when they put me in handcuffs, I already knew the purpose of that, you know, and I didn't freak out. So,
dude, you remember we talked about this when you were on our podcast?
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't think that there's a lot of other people out there who this could have happened to that would have, you know, ended the way it did, right? You had so much support so quickly, and like you said, within 24 hours, the truth was out there. You handled it like a champ because of your experience. I really think that would have crushed 99.9% of people if it had happened to them. So
yeah.
I do think you were chosen for that.
Yeah. You know, if I am, you know, it's, I don't know. This could have happened out of 1 out of 50,000 people there. I think there was definitely a personal agenda involved in that guy trying to glorify himself. I don't know. He chose the wrong person, you know? So, yeah.
Hey, real quick, is anybody concerned? I'm seeing on Twitter lots of videos of like trucks rolling into Detroit and Pennsylvania. It kind of seems like the same, because it like this feels exactly like 2020 right now. It's like I remember at this time of night, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go to bed. Trump won. And then you wake up and all of a sudden they counted all these fake ballots. So I'm like wondering if this is just, you know, 2020 all over again.
Right, but you're seeing it, right? I sent them a Project Veritas video that came out, I think it's like 20 minutes ago now, and they caught people just walking bags of ballots into a place in Detroit. So it's out there. It's on Instagram. The election's not over yet. This isn't a bunch of anons posting this stuff a couple weeks later, getting censored. You just saw it, and you're sitting here on a show, and you actually saw it, right? That's the difference. So let them do it. They're caught
I'm
red-handed.
popping my popcorn right now. Does anybody want some? I just thought we could pass it around just so that we can be prepared. But I also wanted to say, and I haven't said this, but like Kamala, Obama, and Mayorkas are the first ones that should be deported if they are. If anybody gets deported, like those are the people that should be deported. So I don't know. I just had to add that because it's like, but we definitely need our popcorn because it's getting down to the, what are they going to do? They're getting scared. So they're like, oh my gosh, let's get in the trucks. I mean, that's why they wanted to do power outages, or, you know, your phone service is going to be down today. I mean, it's all of this stuff that nothing is a coincidence. These people will do anything and everything to hold on to the power that they have. It's insane.
Sorry, go ahead. No,
I was gonna say he should be deported to Iran. That would be like the best poetic justice ever.
Could you imagine that? It's like I would like to be on the ground covering that at that point.
Oh, I would love to watch. They would eat
Here's a
him
couple
alive.
of things real quick. You mentioned the video, that video of those people walking across the street with the ballots, definitely out. But on Wayne County in Michigan, right? That's what they're waiting on in Michigan. They've only announced like 18%. I don't know if those ballots were in Wayne County, walking in Wayne County, but they've only announced like 18% of the vote in Wayne County, Michigan. So that's what they're waiting on. And how about this? How about MSNBC has announced Georgia, which I said an hour and a fucking half ago. But Fox News hasn't announced Georgia yet. You know,
What?
Yeah, it's garbage. But it's out that Kamala Harris, who was supposed to speak at Howard University tonight, has canceled her speaking engagement tonight, and so everyone at Howard University is going home. So I guess apparently she's supposed to speak tomorrow. I think the writing is on the wall there too. And President Trump, I think you maybe saw that on the screen, but he's on his way to the convention center there in West Palm, where they're having a party at. Don't know if he's gonna what he's gonna say yet, but I think they're just trying to wait. But I keep hearing that Wisconsin is gonna call here in a minute for Trump, and and Pennsylvania is actually close as well. And it's gone up to 93.8% that Trump is going to win with 295 electoral votes.
Wow.
They just called Georgia on Fox here, and the crowd went wild.
Oh, they just announced it?
They just announced Georgia here, and the crowd went wild. I mean, there's so many Golden Knights games. I've never heard a cheer like that before.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. I'll tell you, man, they're just doing it for the effect, man, because shit, I said that shit, an hour and a half ago, man. So I'm like, when I hear Fox News announce, I'm like, you fucking late, man. But that's cool. That's good, man. I'm sure there's a good time there. People dancing, and I've been at a few of those parties. So, but I'm sitting here tonight. But this is a good night. I think it's gonna be a good night. I think we'll have a decision before the night is actually over.
Yeah. I'm really thankful, honestly, of being like with such a group of badasses right now. It's like all of you guys, it's just really cool. And, again, I think a lot of these trials and tribulations bring the most gangster people together. And I think this is for a reason, because I truly do believe that individuals that are on this podcast right now and our extended family really have the future in our hands. We could actually do historic things to set a lot of things right, and I do think that we now have the power and the credibility to do what needs to be done. So it's amazing. It's amazing. I really thank you all,
Can I add to that, Vem? Because I think
Please.
what you just said is the most important part, is that we can do this together. It's the connections, right? And I guarantee you, just the people on this call right now, if we were to go through the things we believe in, there's probably a lot of differences, but the ultimate goal we believe in, and it's so important that we have unity and connection right now. And this movement has been so divided. Some of our friends who are like the Instagram influencers, I'm always trying to bring them over to the Anons and cross-pollinate, because everyone's in their little world, right? Paul, we've never met, but I've followed you on Instagram for a long time, and we have some friends in common, but those worlds do not overlap. But you being falsely accused was a perfect example. Now, I've been shadow banned for a long time, even X, because I never lost my account back then, but I was stripped of all my followers, and I never started a new account. So I'm literally, you can use Grok to see how you're labeled. I have like 80 labels. Some are terrorists. So, I can get no engagement. It's very hard to grow my account. But I'm now connected to, I don't even know, our family grows. It's like 150, 200 people that are close now. And in that group are lots of people with six-figure followings, lots. And the moment that I saw that story, and I was like, oh, I got to post this. I'm thinking like everyone else. Third shooter, start to post it. I go, wait, I'm not posting this. I haven't sauced it yet, right? So I look at it, and I see Vem Miller, and I go, what? I'm like, what? So the first two things I did was text you and text Mindy, right? You were obviously busy. You did get back to me relatively quickly, but it was probably like an hour. But Mindy got back to me right away. And I went into these chat groups I have on, Gilded and Discord and Twitter with hundreds of these people. And I saw everyone posting the headline about a shooter. And I went in every group and I said, I know that guy. Everyone cease and desist right now. You haven't done any sauce. I go, he is one of us. You are hurting the movement. You're giving them ammo. Stop right now. And everyone did. We had hundreds of people that reached millions of people combined that were getting ready to just run this story. So it's the power of the community, right? And that's what I love seeing, just different faces on this right now, because we all need to come together, because this isn't over when they announce Trump. And I think it's pretty cool that we might actually be talking when they announce it. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. But it isn't over. It's just getting started. We have a decade of cleanup on aisle 7. You know what I mean? We have a decade, and we all need to come together, because we got some stuff up our sleeves in the Anon world the mainstream people on Instagram and Facebook and even the TikTokers, even the TikTokers and the lawyers. Like we have to come together, because that is where our power lies. And I'm glad you said that. And I just wanted to, kumbaya moment, because that's everything to me. It's community. I have a new family now, and God is good.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Hey, Mark, did you know I got kicked off Instagram a couple weeks ago?
You did?
Yeah, I lost 65,000 followers. I was like, man, now they've just like completely wiped me out, because TikTok was my biggest platform. They kicked me off TikTok, I think 4 different
That you
times
mentioned,
now.
I haven't seen you in my feed in a while, so that makes sense.
Why.
I used to see you all the time. Yeah, they're getting heavy duty. They've given me a lot of strikes, but I made my account private years ago when they were almost kicked me off. So if you stay private and don't grow, I just reach who I reach. I've got a hub of people that I know I can reach with my stories. But yeah, once you grow like you, they're like, cut. Sorry, man, you'll be back soon enough.
Oh, it's
That's the thing. It's
I
like
don't
a
even
blessing
care about
for.
Instagram anymore. It's a badge of honor. It used to bother me. I mean, it is a big punch in the gut when you lose a big glut of followers. But now I'm like, I just really don't care. I have the people that watch my Rumble show, and like, so many people that follow me on Instagram like followed me back when I was like blowing and going on the vaccine stuff, and they're all like Zionists, so they just attack me whenever I like say anything negative about Israel. So I don't really miss that audience, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a mixed blessing, right? I don't even open Facebook anymore. It's such an echo chamber, such a cesspool, TDS.
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah. I'd rather have a much smaller following of people that are like engaged and like-minded than just like big numbers. I don't really care about that.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
Can I say something to that?
Go for it.
Yeah.
It's like these calls like this are really important, and I think they're going to play a more important part in the future. That's awesome. Because this is where these are the think tanks where we're going to start to come up with actual solutions for things like that. It's not about all the thousands of clickbaits you can get on Instagram or TikTok. It's good for getting a message out to the masses, but these kind of calls where you actually get to know people is where, I just had this really interesting thought when Paul was talking about the bar association, and I've been kind of exploring, where we're going with AI and everything. And what I was thinking about, a decentralized bar association, how with AI, who licenses, what is the criteria for somebody to have a bar license? And can that be decentralized? What is that? You got a silver gold coin? You got a gold coin, space guy, United States, silver dollar. We're going to the moon.
What is that?
I was just gifted a coin. It's the Trump fight with his
wow.
arm up.
Wow.
That's cool.
So cool, right?
Very cool.
The moon. I was thinking, what are we talking about here? The moon.
Yeah.
It did look like the.
Hey,
we put the flag on the moon again.
That what you said about AI, that is okay. So I'm trying to finish up my cases, because what I've found is it's I can do some good for some individuals and hold this company accountable or whatever. But it's at the end of the day, I just feel like these cases aren't making that big of a difference. But what will make a big difference is one huge problem I've seen in my practice since I started it, my own practice after January 6th, is that people either can't afford an attorney, or there's not enough conservative, patriot-minded lawyers to go around. Mm-hmm. And so, but now that we have AI, which AI is terrifying, obviously, in many respects, but this is not one of them. If you can teach people how the legal system works and how to it'd be really impossible to teach somebody how to be a lawyer without going through law school. Law is so complicated. It is. I've been doing it for, I don't even know, 13 years now, and it's still just really complicated. But with AI, if you teach people just how a case works, how the system works, basic rules of civil procedure, what is a motion, how do you do a motion, and teach them how to type that into ChatGPT and do research. Like I have ChatGPT draft legal documents for me all the time and legal arguments, find cases for me. Like I found actually ChatGPT is better at finding the case that I need to cite whatever I need than Westlaw, which like Westlaw has its own, that's my main, legal research database that I use, and they have their own AI, which is good. But I found ChatGPT actually finds me better cases than Westlaw. So it's like I'm launching a platform where I'm going to teach people. It's called Class Action Patriots. I'm coming out with it pretty soon as I get done with this case. But going to teach people how to. Could you imagine if instead of like everybody in the Patriot movement trying to find a lawyer to do their case, like everybody just runs with it and does it themselves?
Yeah.
And so it's like you just teach people, here's how a case works. Here's how the rules of civil procedure work. Now go use ChatGPT and draft all your documents. Like it's pretty amazing.
I love that because all of a sudden you're negating the power of the bar, because the only thing that keeps the lawyers not being loyal to their client is the fear of the bar, which the judge also belongs. I mean, the fact that a judge and all the lawyers in that room belong, it's like they're part of the same gang, basically. Yep. It doesn't make sense, It
is awful. I mean, it's like, it makes me so angry. Like they've intentionally made the legal system impossible for anybody without years of training to navigate. Right. Like even me being a 13-year litigator, it's still like I'm writing an appellate brief right now in my own case where I'm getting sanctioned $50,000. I'm just like totally overwhelmed. I'm like, I spend every waking moment between now and
you know who the head of the snake. Sorry, interrupt. You know who the head of the snake is, though, right? When it comes to why we're in this. Well, the head of the head of the snake.
The only head I know, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody higher up. The highest person I can think of would be, the Rothschild family, but
the British, the British,
yeah, the British. Well, they own the British government.
The British, the City of London, that basically put that in effect. And every time we've had an economist that's tried to get us into what's called American economics, there's a guy named LaRouche who was really pushing this idea of American economics, right? But he was called an anti-Semite. They pretty much destroyed him in the media and really reduced his power. And by the way, he was one of Reagan's favorite individuals. He's the guy that came up with the Star Wars concept. Not that that was that great of a concept, but Reagan really loved him. But it's always been the British. It's been the British, the City of London, that's been like, no, you're going to be slavery via bar and your financial system. Now, American economics is different than their British style economics, which is debt-based to keep you just having enough, but under servitude. Whereas the American economic system that this guy LaRouche was pushing, and that was actually prevalent in the 1800s all the way to the late 1800s, was really about everybody should be as prosperous as they can be. Hard work, you get prosperous, you live a great life, you don't owe the man anything. But it's really that invasion. They lost a Revolutionary War, but they won the war of the financial system and the legal system, at least thus far. And that's really been the crux of, and yeah, you could argue City of London is a bunch of international bankers and like Rothschilds and all that stuff. But it is inherently always been a British issue. And I think that applies to everything. That applies to what's happening in Israel, Palestine right now. I mean, it's like the mess that they started, 100 years ago. Well, Bellflower, it's like 100 years ago, over 100 years ago is really what plagues us until today, and still threatens to get us into another world war,
Guys, can I interrupt for 1 second? Just, I think maybe see some people whispering in my ears, and I can't sit on this. There's a lot of people here, right? A lot of connected people. So this is just a rumor, or as Paul, a hearsay. But we see that we're watching 3 or 4 different feeds. We see how much time delay there is. I'm being told that Trump has already won. It's like 300 or more, and it's already done. And now we're just watching the delay play out.
Wow.
I'm not going to say where that came from, but it's quite possibly real.
Yeah.
Hey, we got the first votes come out in Nevada.
Oh, really?
18. Yeah. Finally, 18% of the votes are in. Trump is up 57 to 40.
Oh, if he wins this state, I can't wait.
The best is just going to be watching all the leftists melt down. Like that's just going to be like so entertaining. Did you see the segment that Tucker Carlson had? I don't know why the color of my face keeps changing. By the way, it goes from like pink to anyway.
It's 2024. I don't see color, so
yeah, right. I'm like I go from ghostly white to pink. I don't something's going on with my lighting here, but anyway, it's Tucker Carlson had Mark Halperin on, and he was talking about what's going to happen if Trump wins. He's like, it's going to be the biggest mental health crisis like in history because these people have been gaslit to believe that Trump is literally Hitler, which I know a lot of people have different views on Hitler than they used to these days, but it's like they're led to believe that Trump is the most evil person in history. And can you imagine? I mean, the meltdown. I mean, it's just. I saw a meme actually. Somebody put up. It was like psychiatrists about now, and it's like Scarface calling somebody else like they're all laughing. They're about how much money they're gonna make.
dude, TDS clinics, bro. That could be the biggest business the next 6 months.
Oh my gosh.
Quick update. 67% of the votes in now in Nevada. Trump is up by 50%. I don't know how you get 67% in for the presidential, but you get 74% in for the Senate. But
what's Trump up by? How much?
Trump is up by 3. He's up by 3. 2.3 actually. 2.3%. He's 3.3% right now. So 3.3, and Sam Brown is down by like a point. With 74% of the votes in, Sam Brown is down by a point.
I got a friend that's what happened?
They're showing
announced it.
They're showing they're still saying too soon to call, but they're showing 50.9 to 47.5 for Trump in Nevada. That's a good lead right now. With 75% in, that's a good lead. I don't think they can come back from this. Of course, the only blue part is it's Las Vegas. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Such liars.
I know, seriously.
Everybody in this town has a pickup truck and a gun rack. All right, it's just a handful of executives on the strip that are hardcore leftists, so all of their staff falls into line because they don't want to lose their job. It's that simple.
It's up by 3.
I know a lot of them.
90% in Philadelphia. Trump is still up.
Wow.
By 3.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't think they have enough votes.
Trump takes Philadelphia, then we know
it
this
takes
election was
Pennsylvania.
protected from on high.
Well, Are we going to wake up in the morning and things are going to be different?
Yeah, they just revised.
Let them try it, Audrey. Right? Let them try it.
Yeah, they just revised the numbers for electoral votes. They're talking 302, 303 now. So I think they know that Wisconsin is done. Wisconsin's probably going to go to Trump. PA is going to go to Trump. And
that 300 number is looking pretty realistic right now.
It's looking very real. And Michigan may go to Trump too.
Oh, I would love that.
I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be back in a sec.
That's a relief.
Yeah.
We got it.
Yeah. And here's the thing too. Here's the good point. Trump is up by 5 million in the popular vote.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's huge. That's huge because this son of a bitches can't come back and say, "Oh well, he won because of the electoral college." No, bitch, he won the popular vote too. Now shut the fuck up.
And what's so asinine about that is people don't understand like.
That's because they didn't go to fucking civics class, bro.
I know nobody takes civics anymore. It's like the electoral college is an amazing thing because it keeps the highly populated areas from dominating over the lower populated areas. It literally prevents a Hunger Games scenario.
Yeah,
I mean, like people don't get that.
Exactly, get the smaller, over the majority.
Yeah, it's like our system
because they have a bigger populations in fucking California and New York, they can just rule everything. Screw that shit.
Exactly. Our system's set up to protect the rights of the minority, and that's what people don't get. That's what's so beautiful about it. You don't want a 51% tyranny of majority. Because it's like you have a big mob, and suddenly you have a slight majority, and then they can do whatever they want to the minority. That's what our system's set up to prevent.
Right.
I don't get that.
Yeah, fucking Fox News, man. I think they finally got Georgia or something. They still only have 248.
They still don't call Georgia.
Oh yeah, well, they finally did call Georgia. I mean, that's embarrassing, man. MSNBC called Georgia before Fox. I mean, they're supposed to be. I mean, I hate Fox anyway, but
Yeah,
I hate
Fox
all
is
the
garbage.
motherfuckers, man. I stopped watching Fox in 2020 when they fucking called Arizona and like right after the fucking
You and everybody else. I
right after
mean,
the fucking polls closed. It's such bullshit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I was like really concerned earlier when Virginia looked like it was going to I mean, Virginia did go to Harris, but then Pennsylvania wasn't looking good. So I was like, oh man, this is
Yeah. Yeah, I think the best thing though, it looked like we're still gonna retain the House and we got the fucking Senate majority. So, as long as there's not too many damn rhinos, and I know a bunch of rhinos are still up there probably, hate Trump won and they want to maintain their seat. So, hopefully they'll fall in line and we can get this at least his agenda, most of it done anyway, as much as possible.
I mean, it's looking like a landslide. It's hard to, I mean, once a landslide type scenario happens, it's, what do you do? Those people just need to shut the hell up and fall in line, really. There's no survival in that. It's one thing when like 2016, when there's a lot of enemies in the midst. It's very different now,
Right.
God, how amazing would that be to have all three branches of government? I mean, then the question's going to be, though, are we going to war with Iran? Because, that seems to be what
No, I don't think. I mean, with Trump there, I don't think so, man. Trump don't want a war, and that's the thing. I think,
hope not.
if Harris won, yeah, we'll be at war. But like I was saying earlier, if any one of these countries wanted to really war with us, I mean, the past fucking 4 years would have been the time to do it. I mean, we didn't have a fucking president. I mean, we had a brain dead, piece of meat up there. We had a vice president that would probably piss her pants if Putin, launched a missile, against somewhere in the United States. She wouldn't be any good. So, then we have all these woke motherfuckers in the military now. So, I think it's gonna be good. I don't think we'll go to war. Because here's the thing, right? I mean, when Trump won, people were talking about, oh man, he's gonna take us to World War III and all that shit. Kim Jong-un. I said, well, here's the thing. Kim Jong Il. I mean, yeah, he's a crazy son of a bitch, right? But I know for a fact that a crazy person won't even fuck with another crazy person that they think is more crazy than them. So Kim Jong Il was like, nah, that's some bitch crazy. I don't know. He might annihilate my ass. We can't really fight him. I mean, so when you have somebody like that, just like he told the guys over in Afghanistan, he the guy, he said, if one other American get killed, we're gonna pull out, but we're gonna do it our way. And if one other American get killed, you're gonna die. I mean, basically, and he threw the picture up on the up on the dude's desk of his, a picture of his home and his family, and walked out. So it's like, he's a badass, man, and you need that. You need somebody that's, probably half fucking crazy, to really.
I agree. I agree
rule,
with
man.
those other countries, but what happens if Israel does another provocation against Iran, and then Iran's like, all right, we're not fucking around anymore, and they just, they have, rumor has it, they have these like hypersonic missiles with 5-ton warheads.
Here's the thing: if they were gonna do it, they would have done it.
I don't know.
Here's the time. I mean, here's the time to do it. What was Biden gonna do? What is Biden gonna do? What is Harris gonna do? They're all for Israel. So if Israel wanted to launch an attack against Iran, this really was the time to do it because Harris and Biden weren't gonna do shit.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but
who else was going to do it?
They could do it. They could do it at any time, and I think honestly that's why the Zionists got behind Trump, because they see him as the one who's going to basically let them do what they want. So if they want to,
they would have done it before. I think they would have done it before. Remember, he was the president for 8 years ago. If they were going to do it, they would have done it then. When he made Jerusalem the capital, I think they would have done it then. I mean, here's the thing. Because I'm on board with everything you said about the Zionists. I've studied, the Palestine and everything, and how it happened, the Balfour Declaration and everything. And Palestine was a great nation, and they were, trading and everything before the Zionists came over. But that's why they wanted to do it, and that's why Britain, basically sold Palestine to them. But if I mean, and here's the thing too: 74% of the people over there in Israel, they hate Netanyahu. I mean, they want Netanyahu to be gone, and they are not behind Netanyahu, and so I think Trump keeps them in check as well. I mean, my opinion, I think he keeps them in check as well. Because I think if they wanted to do something, they had ample time to do it. If they wanted to do it when Trump was in, they would have done it. If Trump was going to be behind them, they would have done it. If Trump wasn't going to be behind them and they wanted to do it, and Harris and Biden, Biden was brain dead, and Harris don't even understand foreign policy. We have a weak woke military, who really probably wasn't going to do anything. Like you say, they'll probably fall in line with Israel because most of our Congress and Senate, I mean, they're dual citizens, so of course they're going to do pretty much whatever Israel wants. So if Israel was going to do it, I mean, they're doing what they're doing now because of Biden and Harris. I mean, they're
Well, no, I
annihilating the people
kind
of
of
Gaza,
let me
so.
push back on that a little bit because I think, I mean, Biden and Harris, yeah, they're like at the end of the day, they're going to do mostly what Israel wants, but a lot of their base is very much against that. So they have pushed back against Israel. I don't think Trump and Vance, I don't think they're gonna push back against Israel if I think saying like just because it hasn't happened, I don't think that's an argument for saying that it won't happen, because what they could be waiting for is for Trump and Vance to get back in office. Then they have their total green light, and then they provoke Iran with a new provocation, and then Iran is like, okay, we told you, we warned you, now we're gonna launch our 5 kiloton missiles and take out your infrastructure. And then Trump and Vance have promised we're gonna protect Israel no matter what. I mean, Trump has even said we should go after Iran's nuclear weapons and take those out. So I just, yeah, go ahead.
Did want to say something regarding like your comment earlier about what Trump said about getting all the anti-Semites are going to be out the day I'm inaugurated or whatever.
Yeah.
Trump has like a huge track record of saying one thing and then 2 years later doing exactly the opposite. I remember the Bitcoin people freaked out because in 2020, Trump was like, no, I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I like gold. I like asset-backed stuff. Like Trump poo-pooed crypto for his first 4 years of his presidency. And then he comes out and starts speaking at the Libertarian Conference and is joking about paying off our national debt in Bitcoin. I mean, that's huge, and there's an older gentleman here in Hawaii who kind of saw all this coming years ago. He talked to us about the Libertarian Party. He talked to us about Tulsi Gabbard, and all of it has come to pass. Even Steve Bannon said that the first 4 years of the Trump phenomenon was going to be about uniting his base, like evangelical Christians, the Rust Belt, the forgotten coal miners, Detroit auto workers, like the kind of heartbeat of America type people. And the second 4 years was going to be about bringing in the left. And that's what Steve Bannon said back when they invited Tulsi Gabbard to go meet with them in 2016. Like, I'm one of those little fuckers. I just bookmark everything. And when Tulsi went to go meet with Steve Bannon and Donald Trump at the White House, I go, dude, this is significant. This is going to mean something later on down the road. And then now here we are in 2024, and Tulsi and RFK are in Trump's back pocket. So it's like, just because Trump says something one day doesn't mean he's going to come out and do the exact opposite 4 years later when the population is ready. Like if Trump would have adopted cryptocurrency 4 years ago, a lot of people wouldn't have been ready for it. It would have been a shock to the system. I know people that thought cryptocurrency is like witchcraft and, I mean, yeah, some of like crypto can be used for nefarious stuff, but it's just there's something to all this, with the crypto and the AI and everything. So it's like, I think he's doing things at a pace that is comfortable enough to where it's like, it's stretching us. We're all going to have to work our ass off to stay ahead of this curve, but it's slow enough to where it's not going to give people a meltdown, to a certain extent. So, I don't like some of the stuff Trump has said about Israel. And, like, I'll tell you what, bro, I'm like OG conspiracy theorists. As soon as that second plane hit that building in New York in 2001, it was like, boom, that's controlled demolition. Nobody fucking hijacks planes like that with a fucking box cutter. That's fucking, my dad would make me watch Modern Marvels and shit, and they have like, they're showing the pyro, whatever, strapped around the beams. And I'm like, dude, that no way that a plane imploded those buildings that way. My sophomore year in high school, and then I got kicked out of my economics class because I said that Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, own stock in Halliburton. So we're going over there, demolishing these cities, and then we're paying our own guys, contractors, firms to go rebuild them. Fuck you. So I just.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
I love that. I love that.
Yep.
You remember?
I hope you're right. I hope you're right about Trump. Not following through with that. That's just my main concern. It is,
and I like it, and I like what you said, and Audrey, everybody on this call, because everybody has like a different mana'o, like a different like gift or what they have to like share and like contribute and stuff, and something, it's like what you were saying about like, because now this time around, everybody's aware that Trump was surrounded by rhinos his first term. Everybody's aware that Congress is super corrupt. Everybody's aware of rhinos like we weren't in 2020. So, and it's not to be like a dick to him, but that's kind of our job as self-governing. And what Trump said at the UN, he said, I was elected not to take power, but to give power back to you, the American people. And in America, the people rule, the people govern, and the people are sovereign. And I mean, dude, that's some heavy stuff, man. We never heard politicians talk like that. And then even when he called out H.W. Bush. Yeah, cheering.
Pennsylvania.
They call Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Call Pennsylvania.
Are you serious?
Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin. We're getting them all, baby. We're getting them all. Vegas, Nevada. Dude,
nice.
This is epic.
Freaking blowout.
See if I can show you guys some of this crowd here without screwing everything up.
Wow.
Nice.
This is cool though, man. Pennsylvania, that's where our original state capital was. Like if Trump gets enough support, have them turn DC into a nature reserve and turn our capital, bring our capital back to Pennsylvania, get us gold-backed currency. I mean, if he can move the embassy in Jerusalem, what's to say it's not going to happen?
Yeah.
Can I just say, Vem, thank you for having me on, and it's so cool being with you guys because it's literally the history is happening right now while we're all on here, and this is
of course Fox News is fucking late. I'm trying to find
absolutely incredible.
I'm trying to find
I wanted to jump in when he was talking about 9/11, but I thought maybe that's for another show.
Good, man. Let me see if
we had Jason Burmis on our show.
Oh, I
remember
love Jason Burmis.
Yeah, we had Jason Burmis on. I love the guy at Loose Change. 9/11 is what woke me up, and I've studied for 24 years, and he and I went head to head on some stuff. I'll just leave it at that, and you might want to watch it.
So he's won now. He's won now, or is it official?
No, it's not.
Well, that's it. Yet. I mean, she has absolutely no way. She has no path.
Oh yeah,
no
so
path.
it's 3 points. Did they call Alaska yet? Because Alaska's 3.
Yeah, Alaska's called. Alaska's called. It's over.
It's called. Okay.
Alaska's. Yeah, we got Alaska.
Oh, so it's
Audrey,
called.
you look like you were going to say something.
I am, and then I have all this food in my mouth. I'm eating carrots. Look at Bunny Rabbit. Whatever.
It's at 270. It's over. It's over.
Let's watch a broadcast.
It's over.
I don't know.
It's
They
over.
can. A friend that has worked for the the registrar, is saying they could possibly continue to count rejected ballots until they get the desired result. I'm not trying to be like a Debbie Downer. I'm just saying we know that they have all of those trucks, right? So it's like, I swear, it's like I feel like we're gonna wake up in the morning and then be like, what is happening? I thought that we were all on the same page, and then all of a sudden they'll tell you this. But also, I wanted to say that there are illegals coming across the border right now. They've been like kind of stifling the flow. And so tonight there have been several crossings out in San Diego that have been coming across. So it'll be interesting to see what happens after today, because like I said, they were kind of halting it, because they manufacture this so you have control over the flow of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this on.
Are they just going to have like a massive flow? Like say he wins, will they just go, we got to get in here before January? Do you know what I mean? Like just to make sure that we're here. So I don't know, but that's what I'm just letting you know what's going on my end. So yeah.
Hey,
never know.
And let's listen in. You guys mind if we listen in? to this?
No, I want
that
to.
transition from Mar-a-Lago over to this watch party, Steve, but it is now becoming electric. I think people are starting to feel that this official victory is just moments away.
Where's Noah? We got Noah and the wife. Let's get everybody over here.
Yep.
So hold it. So tell us what happened. We were cheering here. What happened when Pennsylvania was announced? Hey, Brian.
Here.
Too loud. I love it. Look, here's why I think it's so great. It was Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
'Cause that's the one everybody had the heavy
That's
lift
right.
for.
Had to have it.
Wisconsin has been great. Michigan been great.
The
But
Democrats
everybody's
put
all the
win it.
sweat, all the blood, everything right there. This is the team, just part of the team. We've got a much bigger team, but these are all of our guys from Raynard, Noah, everybody, Cameron.
There's some guys behind us at 3 this morning. We're putting together sets at 3 a.m. this morning. That's what RAV does every day.
Parker
guys.
Sig. This is Rob Sig's son, who's now really runs it every day. Super
Sig. That's what we call him.
Young Sig. Young Sig.
That's
Sig
right.
the younger.
That's right.
Talk to us. What does it feel like to do this? Real America's Voice. You've got 2 hours. You got 4 hours of us. You got 2 hours of Charlie Kirk and 1 hour of Posobiec and 1 hour of Solomon. That's full crazy every day.
It is full crazy every day, but you know what? It is absolutely remarkable. I don't think we could have become what we are without the team that we have between you, Charlie, the technical team that we have. Like Kane said earlier, we did it, man. We did it. I think God put us all at the right place at the right time to do exactly this. And amen. Amen.
Amen. If this network was not around in January 21, when President Trump went to Mar-a-Lago, when Boris was sitting there, when on the day that he left at noon on the 20th, and they're playing the Frank Sinatra song, was it My Way?
My Way.
And Boris calls us from there, and you could tell people were so depressed. And said, hey, we had the Humvees outside the war room, you had the sandbags, and we just said, hell with this. We're going to hunker down. We got a great network. We got great partners in the SIGs. You had John Solomon, Amanda Head. We got Charlie on there with the Turning Point show. We got Posobiec, and quite frankly, we never backed down, right? Just the whole time. So,
that's right.
Fantastic.
I'm gonna tell you a story.
We have you.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Do what?
No, and we have Stephen K.
Steve Bannon, yeah.
No.
Please.
Head food and beverage director. John Solomon, you got something to say?
I do. On the 18th or 19th of January, I went to see President Trump at the White House, and if you remember what the city felt like and what the Republican Party felt like, he was packing his own boxes. I'd never seen a president pack his own boxes. And I felt bad, and the First Lady came down, and they were so gracious, and I was talking about getting my Russia collusion documents, because damn it, I was getting those things. But he said to me, don't worry, I'll be back. And to have, at that moment, he's packing his own boxes. He can't even find a White House porter to pack his boxes. And he knew then that he could pull this off. It was said before, and I'll say it 100 times, this is the most improbable political comeback in any Western country in the history of this world.
Maybe in the history of the world.
Yeah.
Will Blair, Cameron, our entire team. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. The president's going to walk on stage in a second. Here's what I want to do. Noah, step up here. A short prayer, right? A short prayer, a blessing right now from our guy. Yes. Go ahead, brother.
Heavenly Father, we are so thankful for what you have done in this nation. Lord, you have moved mountains and you've brought back your chosen leader, President Donald J. Trump, for this nation. Lord, we dedicate him back to the presidency tonight. May the next 4 years be prosperous. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen and amen.
Amen. Amen.
Wonderful.
Amen. Okay. Back to work. I want to thank all you guys. Just unbelievable. Doc Thayer. We got Jeff Clark. Yes, MSNBC. Jeff Clark is going to be the Attorney General of the United States. So Merrick Garland, when we throw you in prison and Jack Smith in prison, remember it's Jeff Clark, who you try to destroy, that's going to have ultimate blowback on you guys.
It's not retribution. It's justice.
It's justice. Let's go to Brian Glenn inside the convention center. Brian, what do you got for us?
Well, this crowd keeps building, the excitement keeps building, and a lot of people, now that you get these impromptu USA chants going on behind me, as well as they keep playing. Right now they're playing a Fox clip. They keep going back to CNN. going back and forth. And I think that seeing all this play out on mainstream media is something to watch, because as you guys were saying earlier, I mean, this is something Citizen and you, Steve, and the whole Parker and Rob Sig. Look, let me tell you something. I don't think we've ever seen a political movement like this ever from a presidential candidate, but I don't think we've ever seen a movement like this from a media company that just has created shows, created programs aimed to restoring America. And Steve, it's just a great evening here, and I can't wait for President Trump to take the stage behind us. Now, I know for a fact the teleprompter has just been set up. It is in position. I know the gentleman that does all that stuff, so I know that he is prepared to speak when he does come out, which I think we should be within, really, from based upon calculations. Yeah. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Let me make a recommendation, because I was an advocate, say, hey, you don't need AP to call it. Walk up to the microphone and just lay down hard. Here's the other thing, Glenn, Brian, here's what you got to do. Walk over to the plug and unplug the teleprompter. Let President Trump just give it from the heart, right? We don't need the teleprompter right now. That's right. We needed the teleprompter over the last 2 weeks, right? When he was going off the glass.
We'll turn it down till Trump get on if you guys want to talk.
Just pull the plug and let's hear President Trump just give it to us.
You guys got anything to say or whatever? I'll turn that down for a minute.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll try that.
I'm just looking forward to seeing it. This is exciting. Go ahead.
Hang on, hold it. MTG would do it.
I kind of want to listen to MSNBC melting down.
Hold on. Let me switch over.
MTG. Okay.
Here, let's switch over to.
Oh, nice. Or the Young Turks is always a good one too.
Yeah, let me get some volume.
Anybody ever watched the Young Turks?
Let me go live.
At play in both the Middle East and in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's going to happen if this goes the way that if we follow this train of thought is that intelligence sharing between America and our traditional allies is likely going to end. The whole Five Eyes thing is likely going to end. If you've got
this bitch, she has no
America
fucking clue what she's ever
sides
talking about.
in the Ukraine-Russia war
I
to
hate
instead
this hoe.
support Russia, or to become neutral, which would mean in this case to support the
Can we
aggressor, to support
deport her?
Russia. If you've got ongoing secret communications eaten out
Dude,
of government
I mean,
between
can
the
this bitch
Republican
ever be so fucking wrong, man? She's like the evilest bitch in the world, man. I can't stand her. Oh, and that bitch Joy Reid right there too.
That means she's doing her job very well. She's perfectly, you know what I mean? She's doing exactly what she was put here to do.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. She gets paid the big bucks.
performing background checks before giving people security clearance, meaning giving classified information to anyone. That's supposedly at the instigation of a Trump campaign official who was born in Moscow, who was unable to get a security clearance in the first Trump term, who has had multiple arrests.
Get her out of here.
Get her fuck out of here, man. I cannot stand that bitch. I can't even listen to
like he takes
That's just a real shit.
Yeah, he's going to take the popular vote.
Wow.
It's complete dominance.
Full spectrum dominance.
Yeah.
Have you seen how much Kamala Harris underperformed in New York? Donald Trump cut the New York lead by half. That is a giant headline.
Walk us through this again.
Yeah, it's a 10-point win for Kamala Harris in New York. It was 20 points plus 20.
10 points.
10 points. California is lagging behind Biden by a large way. Many reasons, because a lot of those Californians are now in Nevada and Arizona becoming Republicans after the crazy experience they had.
Why is it so important, and particularly important for guys your age, for him to take the popular vote? What does that show? Because I know that is something that a lot of people are focused on. For me, it's to get to 270. Why is the popular vote so important?
Well, it shows that it wasn't a small victory.
This is called a microphone. You guys aren't very.
It wasn't a small victory. It's dominance.
Now you know why the show's a little dominant. It's a true victory.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a slight victory. The American people spoke, and then every single level, they let it be known that they want the MAGA policies put into the nation and for it to dominate it on
populist. Populism. Yes.
Nationalist populism. It's going to dominate for years to come.
Wow. Fantastic. So you think, John, right now you think we're going to win the popular vote?
It looks that way. It looks like we may sweep the remaining states, which would put them at 306, I think.
306?
I think that's...
Well, hold it. We get Nevada, it would be 312.
312, yeah.
312.
I have it.
We will top.
Nevada's actually looking really good.
We will top the 2016, which I would gladly hand over the thing for the current team. They did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Listen, here's why I think this is so important. First of all, President Trump has been obsessed with getting the popular vote. So you can take the Lawrence O'Donnells and the Rachel Maddows and all this whining about the Electoral College and say, hey, shove it, right? I want the popular vote. I want over 300. This is a mandate. And it's like Will said, at every spectrum, in the state legislatures, the governorships, the House, which we're going to hold, picking up the Senate, and now this is 2016 all over again with President Trump having already gone up the learning curve, over the last couple of years. So you're not going to be able to play the same games with him that you played before.
Oh, no.
Rainer, can you come on in here and give us a word? You've been with us from the beginning also. You are a big part of making sure, I think the fact of the black vote is starting to turn, and I'm not so sure it's turning for Republican policies, but it's certainly turning to President Trump.
Without question, and I want the RNC not to get it confused. This is a Trump mandate, and all these liberal blacks from Al Sharpton, the NAACP, the Urban League, they have been crushed. And I tell you, Steve, I think putting this coalition together that you've been working on for years with the black, Hispanic, Asian, Indian, blue collar, white collar standing side by side with each other, it's a winning combination. So, Steve, a lot of this is because of your work on the grassroots level, and you're the best racist friend I have.
racist nativist. Hang on one second. We have Alex DeGrasse. Is he on the phone?
Yep. Yes.
Alex DeGrasse joins us, I guess, from Alex. Are you in the convention center?
Yeah, I just got here. I'm holding outside in a quiet place to talk to you.
Well, talk to us. Are we
me?
going to hold the House? We're going to pick up seats? Yeah. Are we going to hold the House? That's where the question everybody's got.
It's super tight, Steve. I think if you put a gun to my head, I think we're either at up 1 seat or up 3 seats. It looks like Associated Press has called 2 flips in New York. These are one of them within 0.5%. We're not conceding there. Lawyers are in round right now. A lot of these seats are going to be playing out exactly like the war room said. Days of legal knife fighting and sort of recounts and this and that. It looks like we've picked up those 2 seats in Pennsylvania. We've got the 1+ from redistricting. We could lose upwards of 3 in New York. We're bracing for California, Oregon. Those are sort of the key question areas. And hopefully this sort of evens out. We still got Alaska. Hopefully Joe Kent. Michigan 7 looks great. It's tight.
So hang on one second. Just how many seats did we lose tonight that have been confirmed? Let's just start there. How many did we lose?
I mean, 1 that's conceded.
Yeah, Denver.
Okay, but I'm saying just project out.
I gotta say the conversation on
you think you're going to lose 3 in New York? Where else you're going to lose a couple in California?
We could lose upwards of 3 in New York. That would be the worst case situation.
Yep.
Okay, how about California?
California, I mean, we're not even there yet, That's not going to happen
fine. So we haven't started.
I think we're kind of factoring in maybe losing 1 or 2. That's sort of a worst case. We've got Bacon.
Did we pick up anything from...
Bacon's been defeated?
No, it's 50-50.
I haven't seen Bacon defeated yet, no.
Yeah, 50-50, I'm saying.
Did we pick up anything in... Did we pick up anything in North Carolina? I'm hearing we did well in North Carolina.
Well, we have Lori Buckout is going to a recount, and she's right now outside the margin by 0.1%. So we did not win there. That was our one offensive opportunity. We have the 2 pickups in Pennsylvania, which are huge, and that's what's keeping us in the game. It looks like Michigan 7 looks great. So let's call that 3 right there. Maine 2 is looking good. That's 4. Could lose 3 in New York. That's -3. That gets us +1. Plus redistricting netted us 1. So we're at +2 from where we are right now. Then we go into the West where it looks really kind of rocky. But there's multiple points on the board to be had, whether that be Joe Kent, some other seats. So Alaska, which is a comfortable pickup for us, we believe. So you could get a couple more on the board. It's gonna be tight.
As you see it right now, we will hold the House by 1 or 2 seats. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I mean, it's really early, Steve. So, I mean, if I put a gun to my head, I think we're either yes, have like a 1, 2, 3, or 4 seat majority in that range.
Okay, Alex, we'll let you go back. You're in the convention center. We'll let you go back. As soon as you know more, get to the producers and we'll get you on, okay, by phone.
Okay, I'll find them. I'll find Captain Bannon.
Mike Roman, who's one of the bravest guys and one of the best Trump guys, he knows Pennsylvania better than anybody. Mike Roman, I've been in communication with Mike Roman throughout the night, and Mike Roman's got Steve Bannon's question. Where are the 600,000 votes they had in 2020? Okay, Merrick Garland, Jack Smith, the whole corrupt DOJ. We're going to get to the bottom of where are the votes? Where are they? We're not a bunch of fools. Where are the 600,000 votes? You didn't have them in 20. You didn't have them in 22. They didn't show up in the early voting here, and they didn't show up on game day. So this, once again, this is starting to be evidence. We want to find out every person on the, it's inconceivable that they could have voted in 2020, not shown up in 22, not shown up in the early voting in the mail, and not shown up on game day. You stole the 2020 election. You've mocked and ridiculed and put people in prison and broken people's lives because you said this thing was stolen. This entire phony thing is getting swept out. Biden's getting swept out. Kamala Harris is getting swept out. MSNBC is getting swept out. The Justice Department's getting swept out. The FBI is getting swept out. You people suck, okay? And now you're going to pay the price for trying to destroy this country. And I'm going to tell you, we're going to get to the bottom of where are the 600,000 votes. You manufactured them to steal this election from President Trump in 2020. And think where this country would be if we hadn't gone through the last 4 years of your madness, okay? You don't deserve any respect, you don't deserve any empathy, and you don't deserve any pity. And if anybody gives it to you, it's Donald J. Trump, because he's got a big heart and he's a good man. A good man that you're still going to try to put in prison on the 26th of this month. This is how much you people suck. Okay? You've just tried to destroy his business thing, and he came back in the greatest show of political courage, I think, in world history. Like Cincinnatus coming back from the plow. He's the American Cincinnatus. And what he has done is a profile in courage. We've had his back, but I got to tell you, he may be empathetic. He may have a kind heart. He may be a good man, but we're not, okay? And you deserve, as Natalie Winters says, not retribution, justice. But you deserve what we call rough Roman justice, and we're prepared to give it to you. So I think I said my point there, right? Did I get that across?
Mic drop.
Media matters.
Is that what you were spending your 4 months coming up with?
Yeah, and I was thinking, by the way, I was totally chill in prison, but now I'm kind of worked up when I got out. No, it's just outrageous. But this comeback tonight, and I know nobody wants to talk about 2020. This is why we're here on the roof of the Willard Hotel. We had to bring the journey forward back. We are in those suites working nonstop because we knew they stole the 2020 election. And we had to be over the ellipse when President Trump, I thought, gave an incredible speech that day. A speech that you went and turned and went to a grand jury and indicted him on and would try to throw him in prison. Think about what happened here. And look at the American people tonight. You know who got rejected? It wasn't on tariff policy. You got rejected. The Biden regime got rejected. Kamala Harris got rejected. Merrick Garland, you little worm. I had a small part in making sure that you were not on the Supreme Court with a lifetime appointment. And every night before I go to bed, I think about that. But now we're turfing you out of the Justice Department. And brother, all I can tell you and Jack Smith, all I can tell you and Lisa Monica, all I can tell you scumbags of the Justice Department and the FBI is lawyer up, okay? Because we're coming for you. You don't deserve, what you deserve is the hardest form of justice we get, because you've gone out of your way to try to destroy this country. And the people, the men and women that you've put in prison that are praying rosaries outside of abortion centers, the parents you try to hassle and intimidate that were going to the school board meetings, the J6 guys, the thousands, the biggest investigation in history, you said you had on J6. Well, hey, you ain't seen nothing yet, because the biggest investigation that we're going to have is on the deep state, the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA, DOD, and my strongest recommendation to President President Trump, the first action you take is to recall Milley to active duty and let court-martial him. So everybody's blowing my phone up and say, gosh, I hope President Trump's magnanimous tonight, and I hope he's forward-looking. Put your magnanimous, right? Put your magnanimous where the sun doesn't shine. President Trump, I think, will be magnanimous. He'll be gracious. But the people that have fought so hard for 4 years, not. Let's go right now.
Trump might be coming in.
I think President Trump's going to come in. Let's cut to it. Yep. Stop my madness. See, I think I'm in competition with her now, so I gotta have crazier rants than she has.
I give you run for your money.
Absolutely. When we come back, you're gonna do it. Let's go to Brian Glenn. Let's go to the convention center.
Real quick, Fox News and MSNBC and those other ones hadn't even called the race yet.
Yeah.
Just for the record, they haven't even called.
The only one I've seen is Decision Desk HQ.
Yeah, just Decision Desk. That's it. There's other ones hanging out, and they just,
Talked to a lot of people on the ground here at the convention center, and they've been along with this fight for America since day one, and they are so excited that tonight we're witnessing history, because like we've talked about all the challenges that the president and America has gone through, and one of the key things that I noticed here was his approach to the economy, and that was the reason why a lot of voters got behind him. That's why a lot of independent people stepped up to vote for President Trump, even some moderate Democrats. Steve, the other day in Georgia, I spoke to a gentleman that went to a Kamala Harris rally and was trying to convince some of her supporters why they should support President Trump. And he talked to one individual that had a Kamala Harris t-shirt on, but she told him off camera, guess what? I'm voting for Trump. I just wore the t-shirt here to come here with my friend. So imagine how many people in some of these swing states, basically it was all a sham. It was all a show for Kamala Harris because they were too afraid to step out and support President Trump. So I can just imagine how many voters out there, Steve, were just like that individual in Georgia. And it's just a great time here tonight. I will say this, the crowd is building. I think the shuttle has been filling in just like he called just now in the front. So they're coming in here. But really, in any moment, we'll have the president here on stage.
I tell you, we got Grace Chung. Is she on? Can we go to Grace Chung? Grace Chung joins us. Grace, we're going to cut back to the president. Susie walks on the stage. You've been the queen of the trolls, but you've been very nice since I was in prison. You've motivated the War Room Posse. Give the War Room Posse a shout out.
Huge shout out to the War Room Posse. They worked so hard. Shout out. I know firsthand. So Steve, I'm just saying that they worked so hard, and you guys deserve this win. I'm so proud of you guys. Steve is so proud of you guys. And also to the team, you guys did so well. JoJo, shout out to her. She worked so hard. Carrie Donovan, Elizabeth, everybody that I didn't mention. Everyone did such a great job. The live chats, everyone's so loyal. And we did it, and I'm just so proud. And Steve, can I talk how I want to talk now on Twitter? Or I still have to be...
No, still be nice. Still be nice. Still be nice. Don't go rooftop Korean on me on Twitter. Yeah, I know. Grace, by the way, we want a shout out to Carly Bonet, everybody on Telegram, the Midnight Rider, Citizens Free Press, Revolver, the Hoff brothers over at Gateway Pundit, Matt Bull and the entire team at Breitbart. Dave Bratt supposed to be here tonight.
Everybody who stepped up.
Everybody, all the
Thayer.
We have Dr. Thayer who's with us. We got Dave Bratt, Brian Kennedy,
Naomi Wolf,
Naomi
Tiffany Justice. It's like the Oscars.
Exactly.
Keep it going.
No, we had like 30.
Yeah, Peter Navarro. How can you forget Peter Navarro?
Dr.
Ben Harnwell.
Ben Harnwell.
Mike Davis.
Dr. Peter Navarro. Isn't he missing tonight?
Peter Navarro is actually at
he went to the party, huh?
Peter Navarro was actually Mar-a-Lago in the expensive with the high-end guys. So I said, Peter, let's get you on. He says, I'm actually occupied tonight. He's got a.
That's great.
So just fantastic. Grace, anybody we're not thinking of that's been with us for this journey over the last 4 or 5 years?
Joe Allen. Oh yeah. I don't know if you guys said Joe Allen. Tony Lee helped when you were locked up.
Joe Allen.
He helped a lot, so shout out to Tony Lee.
Tony. fantastic.
Gosh. Yeah,
Just
I mean,
great.
Mo, of course, Ellie, for all the flight and all the everything she's helped us with, and oh gosh,
the Jack Bannon.
Jack Bannon, Sean Bannon, Chris Bannon.
Oh, Fox just called it. Okay, Fox News.
Elizabeth Robinette.
Elizabeth Robinette. We said that Elizabeth Robinette.
Dan Flouette.
Dan Flouette, by the way.
The former president come
Okay, let's go to that right now.
in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men.
Okay, we got to stop. I'm gonna throw up in my mouth, right? So ridiculous. Matt Drudge is being very gracious. Matt Drudge says world in shock, right? Is the president walking out yet? Let's go back to Brian Glenn in the. In fact, if we get Mo up there too, Brian Glenn. Let's go back to you in the convention center. We're awaiting President Trump. Hold it. There we go.
Okay, Steve, I'm going to stay off camera right now because we're waiting for him to come out any moment. On the video screen, Fox News had formally announced that President Trump has won the election. So it is unbelievable. The energy in here, Steve, is something like we have all waited for so long. They erupted. It's electric, and he should be on stage here shortly. It's kind of loud, to be honest with you. It's kind of hard to hear you. But, Steve, what a night here in West Palm Beach.
A historic night. To go back to 2016, John Solomon and Natalie and team, we had rented the Hilton in Midtown, right? And we were so broke as a campaign. This is for the victory party. And we were pretty confident we were going to win. We were so broke, we couldn't even afford we had to make it a cash bar. So we had a VIP. And the way we did it, they had these chairs, like a Hilton has chairs, and we got police tape, and we taped off the VIP area in police tape, right? And police tape from the general thing. It was only set like 1,000 people. My dad at the time was 94 years old, and the entire time, I think Laura Ingraham sat on his lap. I mean, they had Laura Ingraham and a handful of people there. Wow. And then we walked in. It was only 1,000 people. Here it's 7,000 or 8,000 people. I mean, this is, plus they got a VIP thing across the street, so they really don't.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
Wojciech.
Dave Walsh.
Dave Walsh, Energy Dave Walsh. We've got a whole list of guys. Who else are we forgetting?
Mike Benz.
Mike Benz. I said Darren Beatty.
What great work he's done.
Darren, amazing work. Amazing work.
Yeah. All of the precinct members.
Yeah.
Oh, Jane Zirkle.
Steve Stern.
What is Jane Zirkle?
Jane Zirkle's
somewhere. Jane's actually in the.
Catherine Engelbrecht.
Oh, Vish, Burra, Raheem.
Dude.
Is Raheem?
All of Denver.
All of Denver.
Will.
Denver. My favorite guys.
You gotta do. Shout out.
You got to.
All the guys that
Will,
left before, Trey,
Luke, all the guys we burned out.
Yeah.
You know, it was so bad. People come up to me. People come up to me. Wendell. People come to me and say, "Why do you pick on that guy Denver all the time?" And I go, "What?"
Dude,
when I was screaming.
Taylor Avery.
That's
very funny.
Taylor. Hold it. Don't start. Yeah, all the guys. That's Avery. All the guys we drove out because I don't want to see the lawsuits. No, just an incredible crew.
And thank you to our sponsors.
Yeah, sponsors. Hold it. Field of Greens, Birch Gold,
Home Title Lock.
Yeah.
Well,
hang on. And for the first time tonight, Real America's Voice actually had real commercials. Right? Want to thank they had a real commercial with the guys that replaced. No, it's the guys who replaced. AMAC. AMAC. Want to thank
Trump knives.
The AMAC. A Trump knife.
How fitting.
It's the best way to gut the Department of Justice with a Trump knife. Just kidding. I'm not having violent rhetoric. This is not violent rhetoric. I already did my rant. You're looking there, right there. That is the convention center in West Palm Beach. By the way, Parker, how far is the convention center from the Real America's Voice studio?
It's very close.
It's a 3-minute walk. It's right there. In fact,
It's where
is this where
Turning
Charlie?
Point
This is
held their event a year or two ago.
Danica Patrick said on the stage that what converted her was going to AmFest. And I guess AmFest is the one in Phoenix, right?
This was their summer rendition of him.
And shout out Daily Clout.
Daily Clout, Naomi Wolf,
the Pfizer,
the whole
Amy Kelly,
the 3,500, Dr. Malone, Julie Kelly.
Market futures are up to over 700.
Hold on. My staff's going long.
What's the price of gold?
My staff's going long here. It's a Trump buy. It's a Trump bounce.
Tell them to get the book.
Brian Glenn, let's go back to you in the convention center. We're waiting President Trump to come on the stage. I know it's a very emotional moment for President Trump. Brian Glenn, what do you got for us?
It is. Okay, I'm going to stay off camera because I really want to show you guys the scene here and in case he does walk out. But, Steve, this is an emotional moment. I'm looking up and down the media riser. I see a lot of, let's say, the friendly media tends to be celebrating. A lot of Trump staffers, a lot of advanced staff that I've worked with over the last 5 years or so. They're on the floor. They're congratulating each other. They're getting emotional.
So how does it feel to be part of history, to live through history?
Right, this is interesting.
This is historic. It is. It's historic.
Is not everything we do historic? I'm just kidding, but I mean it is. But I feel like everything that happens these days is kind of like leading us into those moments of these are going to be remembered in history.
Yeah, every day is history.
Mm-hmm.
But these last 4 years have been, everything has been exposed. A lot of it has been exposed in the past 9 years, really, but definitely these last 4.
I think more exposure will come.
Absolutely.
I mean, we know that it's inevitable, but it'll be interesting to see what the next 4 years actually bring forward and how much more truth comes to light, how much more, people will be able to see reality for what it is and not be so brainwashed or indoctrinated into the lies that they want us to believe. But this is interesting because it's going to be, the trajectory is changing, right? And we're kind of witnessing that right now. And I think that is pretty amazing. And it's going to be really interesting and I don't even know what other word to use at this point, but just to see where we go from here, because people have been wanting this for so long, and I don't know. I look forward to the future of what happens either way. Even if it was that Kamala won, I still look forward to the future of seeing what happens. But I think that this can be a positive type of change as long as the things that he said he's going to do, he will. So it's I look forward to seeing what happens on the border, what that means for this, and if these people are going to stop coming, or if they're are these people going to be held accountable? So it's like watching a soap opera, but it's real life, So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
I'm speechless. I don't really know what to expect next. I mean, I'm just wondering, is the left going to accept this? Are the blue states going to accept this? Because we could have some more history, upcoming between now and January 6th. So it's a great moment now for sure, though.
I mean, I think that with what Jamie Raskin was planning on J6 and not, I guess, allowing Trump to get him because of the 14th Amendment, not certifying the vote. I think that changes now because Trump won the popular vote.
Exactly. Yep.
I think that changes now. If there would have been a split there to where Kamala Harris won the popular vote by millions, then they could play the game. Why was she won the popular vote? He won that. Okay, but now I think that changes everything because the majority of the people have spoken. So I think that changes their plans.
I completely agree with that.
They're fleeing. They're fleeing. They're going to flee. A lot of these people are about to go overseas. I'm telling you, you're going to see like just airplanes taking off. Islands. They're going to go. They're going.
All right. Good riddance. That's why, Paul, I'd like to ask you. So, like, with something happening coming forward with Trump and like them possibly putting him away, do you think this would be a means and a way for them to, then make him a criminal even more so and put him in prison and say like, oh, see, he isn't even able, like, we're not going to be able to instill him as president because of this. I do feel like they will go all out to make sure that this doesn't take place. Do you think that they could possibly do that? And then what would necessarily happen after that takes place if it did take place?
Yeah, I mean, my thought on that, because I almost forgot that we have the upcoming sentencing in his New York case, right? That's what you're referring to? Yeah, so I mean, my view on that, I think that he needs to not go to that sentencing. Like, I know Trump's been showing up at all these court hearings, but I'm like, what, now why? Don't go. Like Ron DeSantis or some governor needs to offer him asylum, pending him taking the White House. And what's New York going to do about it? Like, just don't submit yourself to the jurisdiction.
Yeah, exactly.
Make them come get you, and just be like, you know what? Screw you guys. I'm done with y'all. I'm the president. I'm the president-elect. What are you going to do?
Right.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be interesting to see what takes place because like having this happen, I feel like, okay, then they're going to go like all in and they're going to say, okay, well, whatever we need to do to make sure that this doesn't take place. But then what happens if that takes place? Say they do sentence him, is it that she then takes the place of him because she would be like, it would that, because I'm not positive on that, and I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to educate.
It would be JD Vance. I mean, if they did do something like that, it'd be JD Vance. And I honestly don't think they want JD Vance to be president. I think they believe that he would be actually worse than Trump. I don't. I mean, yeah, the sentencing is supposed to come out. I think they dropped the cases. I think they just dropped the case because one, they know they were fraudulent cases. Two, I mean, no person in the history of this, with the stuff that he was charged with, ever been prosecuted. So they know it was all a sham. All of it was a sham in the beginning, and also Jack Smith, he never should have been appointed anyway. His appointment was illegal. He was never certified. So I think they don't go there because I think if they try to go there. I mean, it's going to, they're going to lawyer up the Supreme Court to get involved. I mean, I think it'd just be too big for them. I think they, try to save face and, and just drop it because, I mean, if not, I mean, they're going to, the new AG, Attorney General is going to come after him anyway because, I mean, all of this shit was really fake. All of it was fake. So, I don't think they risk trying to put him in jail at this point. I don't think they do that.
Well, what can happen between now and January 6th? I mean, we could see all sorts of, all sorts of violence, false flags, war. I mean, who knows? I don't know what to
There's
expect.
always a chance of war. I mean, no doubt. There's always that. I mean, I just seen a clip, Ukraine has engaged the North Korean troops in Russia. I mean, so, Israel is still bombing folks over there and, and Iran can again retaliate at any point. I mean, all of that is still on the table, no doubt about it. I mean, if nothing's burning, is DC burning yet?
No.
I figure you're gonna start burning it, but
I've seen something in Seattle so far and New York tonight.
Okay, so they're rioting already in New York and Seattle.
There's New York actually looks pretty wild. Sometimes I feel like I have to study it for a minute to make sure I'm looking at the real deal.
Real?
But, it looks like so Antifa protests in Seattle. And in New York, it was like if anybody steps off the sidewalk, they're done. So like,
I mean, if they keep that shit in the blue states, that's fine.
Like
that's fine. They can keep all that shit in the blue states.
Yeah, keep that.
I mean, they can tear that shit up for all I
Let
care.
Waltz do that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Keep that shit
But
on
I
your
think
Tuesday.
but I think about like if they were to start a civil war and like you don't exchange power, the hands of power, right? At that point. And I'm not like I hate talking about this stuff because I feel like when we put it out there, then it becomes like it can become a reality. But I like to just be, you know, real with what could happen, because if they do start a civil war, they're not going to give Trump power on January 6th. Right, like
Yeah.
in January. So will that happen? Is that something that they will go to do to make sure that they control what's happening? And then I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not trying to be negative, but I just like to.
I actually heard somebody say this, and it really changed my lens in which I've been looking at all of this. But they said, you know, if it gets down to war, it won't be a civil war; it'll be a revolutionary war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that really changed my perception of what's going on. And you know, I mean, ultimately, I feel like we are in the middle of a revolution right now.
Yep.
I don't know what they will do, but I would consider us probably the revolutionaries of this revolutionary war. I don't know. It's bizarre. It's a little bit of like a time hop going backwards, but everything's still so contemporary in other ways. But yeah, just even the language of like what kind of war it would be changed my perception a little bit. I feel like I understood it more actually.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think that I just know how hell bent these people are on continuing their agenda. So that's what concerns me, is like, because either way, it was like if they win, they're stoked because then they can continue it. But if they don't, is it even worse at that point, because they're gonna go just all out, use everything under the sun. Like, you know, they keep everything like, I'm going to keep this in my back pocket just in case, like we have this mechanism, we have that. But like when they know that this is happening, it's like, you know, what are they willing to do to make sure that their agenda continues? Because it is something that has been taking place for a very long time. I mean, you have generation after generation that have been like pushing this, right? It's like they don't even see it get fulfilled. Like, you know, you go through and then you go through your life and they have their family members and or whoever doing it, but they don't necessarily see the agenda be fulfilled. But they know that they have to do it. That's what's so crazy, is that they're so organized while we're very disorganized, because they brainwash the people and they make us divide each other. But like the way that they push this, it's like they don't even like each other. They hate each other, but they still do what they're put here to do, right? And so they will do it at all costs, where people on our side, I feel, will like, oh, I got to go on vacation, I need to do this. Like we're not as organized as them. And so what are they willing to do that is going to be able to continue the destruction of, I wouldn't even say our nation, but the world in general, of society, of all the people, of all of, you know, the beliefs that the people have. Like they are very good at it. And so in that, because they're so organized, like what does this mean? And I'm like, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I'm just,
No,
I
love how you come up with questions like that, because I'm the same way. I think about questions like that. And I actually kind of am doing something similar to what you're doing, just totally different. Like when you were talking earlier, I was like, ooh, I really like her.
Yes.
And thank you for your work, all of you guys, you know, for you guys to be so dedicated to speaking truth. And, you know, I mean, you guys are really purists, and I appreciate being here with you guys. And thank you, them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. When I think about stuff like that, kind of like how you do, you like pose these questions to yourself. You know, I think about like intended versus unintended consequences. And I wonder what the unintended consequences are going to be of this, because we've already sort of started to plan, you know, what can we see as being viably, you know, just what would be viable after he's elected or she's elected.
Right.
I don't know. I fear the stuff that we're totally, the unintended consequences is kind of, you know, what I fear. because they've been so overt throughout the years that if it starts becoming less overt, I wouldn't take that as a sign that there's like improvement on that side of the aisle as far as like just health. So I don't know. I'm hoping. I don't know. I really don't know what to expect, but
I'm really hoping for the best, but I'm just going, oh my gosh, I got to think about all the other things. Anyway, go ahead.
To answer your question, Audra, well, what if what might even be scarier is if nothing happens, because then you got to think, well, wait a minute, was Trump who they wanted to elect, and why? Why are they not doing all these things that they could do? They being the globalists, the Zionists, the Rothschilds, whatever, whoever's pulling the levers of power that obviously wants to enslave humanity. So it's like, if Trump really is the hero of human freedom and individual rights that he's, trumped up to be, then, why wouldn't the globalists do everything within their power to stop him, including, I don't know, shutting off a regional power grid or whatever, whatever crazy thing, releasing a new virus, all the things that we're constantly told, so if they don't do anything, then you got to think, well, why? Are they like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe,
what does that mean?
What does that mean? No, I really don't know. I'm trying. We're all trying to figure it out, right? It's like,
can I jump in and propose something here?
Yes, absolutely.
I think in the next 24 hours, and certainly over the next several weeks and a couple months, we're going to see what they're still capable of. In my side of the world, the Anon side of the world, we talk about forcing them to expend ammo. Well, this has also been visibly a protracted 8-year operation. It's most certainly gone on for decades and decades before Trump got there. And we have a lot of dangerous animals around the world, right? With doomsday options, with viruses, think Ukrainian biolabs funded by Metabiota out of the US with DOD money. That's one of who knows how many tentacles are out there that could literally end humanity, right? There's a reason they all have bolt holes in bunkers, right? They know that if the shit hits the fan, they hit the button and then they all hide out for 12 months in their underground swimming pool and come back and reseed humanity. But you have to imagine that this protracted operation was to cut off all of those options. And only now at the end, when this has happened, do I have faith that there's nothing left they can do. They're going to scramble Antifa, BLM, whatever they can do.
I think they get shut down right away this time, though, if they do.
I think the right away shutdown probably is still a few months out. That's just my gut. I'm a weather modification guy. If you guys want to watch my podcast, 40,000 Foot View, we did a really good one on weather modification. I've been doing it for over a decade. So the weather weapons up until, Helene, we're clearly still under the control of black hats. But that doesn't mean that white hats can't flip a switch and take control. Potentially it's about catching them in crimes. That's the best I can come up with, why this stuff would still be allowed. But I really do think that they've been neutered. And it's a war. There could be something unexpected that could come out. But, everything from a dirty bomb to a nuclear option to a virus, I do think that they have spent decades planning to make sure that when we do this switch over to this is the new world order, right? This is the ascension. This is the godly world order. We're in it now. Humanity is ascending. And I really do think that they have planned for every possible outcome, right? You're talking about ChatGPT, and, I use that a lot. I use Grok now a lot to compare them. Imagine what kind of AI they have had for a long time.
Hell yeah.
If the civilian can do that stuff for free, imagine they've gamed out every imaginable scenario. They had to. And they had to have contingency plans. Now, nothing's perfect. We may find out something goes boom tomorrow. But I really feel like this operation was complete, right? And thorough. So I'm not worried about that.
Do you think that, like, in their, like, when we talk about the white hats and all of that, like, because they'll always say, like, it has to get bad enough in order for something to happen. Why is that? I mean, I know that things have to get bad in order for people to see. I totally believe that, because sometimes it's not enough for you to really change your ways. But do you believe that's along the lines of like Christ and like God consciousness and stuff like that? Or do you think that because like for me, it's hard to sit there and listen to saying like it has to get bad enough, because it's like I don't want people to suffer, but I understand that we have to in order to be refined, to understand why we need to change our ways. It's just like if we turn away from our wicked way, like 2 Corinthians, I think it's 7:14. If we turn to God's, and seek his face and turn away from the wickedness, then he can cleanse our land. Is it under those like guidelines, do you believe? Because I don't want people to suffer again, but I know they need to. But when we talk about it like that, like it has to get bad enough, it's like it's been bad enough. So like how much more do we need to suffer before it, like
yeah, I
change?
understand. That's a great question. I wasn't expecting you to bring like Christ consciousness into that.
I know, sorry.
You're making me think, because honestly, like I found God on July 11th, 2022. Well, I should say the Holy Spirit found me, and that was my day, right? When I returned to Christ after being an atheist, or thinking I was for most of my life. I got rebaptized in 2023 in water. So I do think about this a lot, and Christ suffered, and we're supposed to live like Christ. So there is something to that. I also think that we're talking about cognitive dissonance based on a lifetime of brainwashing and propaganda. This isn't like, you went to college and you got brainwashed. The moment you came out, the toys you had, the things that were on the TV that your parents were watching, the music, everything has brainwashed everyone. We're the lucky ones. We're the Neos in the Matrix. For whatever reason, we either had life experiences or some genetic something that made us question everything early on. And that's why we all came together. Now everyone else has to follow suit. Now for them to do it, it's not as easy as us. So they have to break that cognitive dissonance. And I do think the pain and the suffering, which I mean, I'm not sure if that's what you would call Christ consciousness, but it's in that pain and suffering that you find yourself, right? Outside of you have to get rid of the noise, the propaganda and the noise. And what's going to turn that noise off for everyone else more than this, right? This is going to be the rudest awakening they've ever had. Everything they believed. I mean, there's people who think we're Nazis and think that the country was just taken over. And they're going to quickly learn that they were so wrong. I don't know how they're going to deal with that, right? But it's going to be painful. And in that pain, there might be some quiet, right? And in that quiet, they may be able to break that cognitive dissonance and say, well, shit, like if you're a little wrong, you can lie to yourself, right? People, that's what they do. People just put their head in the sand and go on living a lie. Most people have some kind of awakening in their teens or mid-20s, and the pain of that awakening is so strong that they put their head back in the sand. They create a narrative to make that lie not a lie, and they literally live their life, right? You meet people in their 50s, 60s, 70s who've lived the lie. But that was a little thing that happened to them in their teens. This is huge. This is your entire belief system. And almost everyone's identity is based on their belief system. So when you see that your entire belief system was a lie, you lose your identity. If you've lost your identity, that's a little thing. You can't really write a narrative around that. So the narrative is what we're seeing unfold, and they're going to be forced to face that. So I guess my answer to your question is yes. I do think that the pain and the suffering is part of the Christ consciousness to bring people up, to ascend with the rest of us who've been telling them to do it, for a lifetime, screaming on our soapboxes. We were never going to reach those people, no matter what we said. We reached some. I'm sure you all, like me, have your, notches on your belt. You're like, oh, I changed this friend. I stopped this friend from getting vaccinated. They voted for Trump. But that's nothing. These people we would never reach. Only God can reach them. And that's what this whole plan we've watched unfold is. It's the hand of God using people like Trump, the U.S. military, us, to create this situation.
Yeah. And I think that, like, when you say it's like you lose your, I think we find ourselves in this, that like we find who we were intended to be, because it's like you lose yourself, you lose your old self, right? And it's like because we thought that's who we needed to be. Like, I thought I knew who I was, but then it's like, I was glad to leave that behind and come into and step into what God has like ordained for me. And I think that it's good because you're like sloughing off all of the like lies, all of the things that we've been indoctrinated with. We were living a lie for so long because we just believed it. We thought that this is reality. And then once you realize that it's not, like, the Lord refines us through fire. And it's amazing because so many times, like, we think that, you know, wherever we're going through is like a punishment. And it's like, no, it's a blessing. It is a blessing to let go of that old stuff and go like, oh my gosh, like I thought I knew who I was and I thought I was so proud of who I was. And then you go like, oh my gosh, that was not who I wanted to be. And now I can be proud of it. Now I can like stand firm in that. And I can go like, I can preach, or I don't even know if that's the right word, but like just cry out to the people and be like, this is where we're supposed to be, because we're not here for no reason. This is a specific time, a specific place. God has brought us through our journeys to come here in order to be able to do this, because without our past, there is no future. Like, we don't have anything to bring forward to the people. And it's like, he needs the broken, the people that have been through such crazy, like, just shit. And I hate to cuss when I speak about like the highest being, but it's like, and he knows that. He's like, I know your mouth and it's fine. That's why I brought you here. It's okay because you stray off the path all the time. And that's okay. But I love you for it. And that's why I can't wait to be in his presence and be like, I know I'm sorry, but you know me. And like, that's why you use me. But like, he takes us from where we are. And that's why people think you have to be perfect. You have to be like in this like amazing whatever, like that's not the way it is. It's the broken, it's the people that are just flawed, that he can use us for those purposes. And it's so amazing to me because it's like, oh my gosh, I couldn't be more blessed to be able to be used in this. And that's why I always ask him to guide me through everything that I'm saying. And half the time I'll tell you that I'll be like, what did I just say? And I'm like, oh my gosh, that was so stupid. And then I listen back and I'm like, okay, when I'm asking you to guide me, I need to trust that whatever you're saying through me and speaking the room, that is spot on. But I'm contradictive of myself. And so in that, I feel like we need to trust ourselves and know that whatever he is doing with us in this time is purposeful, it is powerful, and it is intentional. And that's why we need to be intentional in everything that we do. But I just believe that, and I don't even know where I was going with this at this point, but like, and that's what happens. But it's amazing because we are like, he's using us at this time, and we just have to step into that.
I just want to really quickly respond to two things you said about the broken and about knowing who you are. So I would say, I hope I'm not overstepping with anyone, that all of us here and all of our friends that are in this movement are broken from a long time ago. And that is what allowed us to go through this different path and see these things. So to your point that God uses the broken, I think he used us for a long time to get us to be playing this role that we are right now. And so maybe to your original question, this is the breaking point for everyone else that they were able to avoid. But then the first thing you were talking about is not knowing who you are. And I always like to remind everyone, because we always talk about the people we're trying to wake up. And what do people who want to fix people? People who want to fix people are broken and they try to fix other people instead of fixing themselves. This is our moment too. So they're going through their breaking, which will give them the entryway, the on-ramp to their ascension, right? But we still don't know who we are, okay? They may be farther away, but we don't either. And I think this is our moment. There is something, we're all excited. We won tonight. But what did we win? There's going to be 10 years of twists and turns and plot twists and failed expectations like we've had over the last 8 years. And we are here to learn who we are as well. And this is something that we can't forget. We can't forget that in this, we have to build our community, connect, but we can't smell our farts and say they're roses. We have to be holding each other accountable, and we all have to push each other, because I don't know about you guys, but I'd really like to know who the fuck I am before I die, and getting closer every day. And I think that we can. And I think it's the hand of God is giving all of us an opportunity now. We just have to lean into it. We have to be vulnerable. We have to accept that it's scary and just jump. And just jump.
Yes. Just accept it, because it's like I always tell people, you're the superhero you're looking for. We are placed here for a specific reason. And when you step into it, like just getting involved locally or doing whatever you're doing, like it's addictive, and not in the way of like in a bad way, but it's like, oh my gosh, you just like dip your toe in. You're like, oh my gosh, that's so great. And I just want to keep doing more of it, because I never felt like I had a purpose in my life before doing what I'm doing now. I felt like, oh my gosh, I just want to make a difference. I didn't know what that meant. And I know God called me to do this, and it sounded whatever. And we were already talking about, but he did. And it was like, I didn't understand it. I was like, I don't know why you're like calling. I mean, I was paralyzed for 8 years from a spinal tap, and I have MS, and he told me to get up and walk. And it was like, what? And I'm like thinking like, what? And I knew there was like a spiritual battle ahead, and I didn't really understand it. And I understand it now, but this was like in 2018 when this was happening. And so I was like, I felt like I was dead. I thought I was dead. I thought I was, because of the spirit. I mean, it was like a very dark spiritual battle that I was going through. But I didn't understand it. And I thought like, am I ever going to understand it? And it's like, that's the problem, or the thing with God's timing, is that it's never right now. It's never like, oh, you're just going to like know exactly right now what's happening. You're going to find out later. And that's in the blessing in, is that going through the journey, being able to go through that. And it's like, I mean, I should be dead right now, but I know that he had something else for me. And I was like, because I didn't feel like my life mattered. It was like, I wanted to do something that really made a difference. And I thought like, is that ever going to be possible? And when I knew there was some kind of battle ahead, I'm like, then when COVID hit, I'm thinking like, okay, here we go. Okay, now I'm ready. I'm with you. Now I just want you to guide me through this. I need you to lead me to wherever you need me to go. And I think that that's so important, is that like bringing him into the forefront and saying like, okay, I'm at your mercy. Like use me, let me be the vessel that you need to use. But like, I'm not in control of that. And that's what is weird, because we want to be in control of everything. We want to like, you know, be able to, yeah, go ahead.
We got the
Trump's about to speak. You might want
I'll be back.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, God bless
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little
If you guys can
That
hear
little
me, I gotta
thing
hop
called
off. But it was
special,
nice
we
to
have
meet
to make it
everybody.
so. We're going to make this so
Bye,
great.
Deb.
It's
Thank you
the
so
greatest
much.
Meeting
country
you.
and
Thank
potentially
you.
the greatest
See ya.
country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane.
Hey guys, I'm going to interrupt real quick, but I got to bounce. It's been great hanging out with you all, and a nice meeting you all for the first time, most of you. And we're definitely going to do this again. So love you guys. I appreciate it. And Vim, you have the con, brother.
All right, bro. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to peace out too. I got to go to bed and get back to my pillow brief in the morning.
I mean, y'all take
nice
care,
meeting
man.
you.
Yeah, y'all too, man.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Talk to y'all soon.
You have something called Starlink, is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said.
Oh, he was playing that.
Oh, dang.
Oh, damn. Hang on.
Did get dang. Can you get that?
Yeah.
That sucks.
I got it.
You got it. Let's go.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. That was just funny. It's like, wait, what's happening?
Yeah, there we go. Sorry.
You can't hear it.
What happened to Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States, in West Palm Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make America great again for all Americans. Said God spared his life for a reason in those 2 assassination attempts. He said promises made, promises kept, and he has a big agenda ahead. He thanked a lot of people on that stage and said success will bring us together. Trying to bring the country together after what is a bruising, damaging, very vitriolic campaign that comes to an end with this massive win. He praised a lot of people, including Elon Musk, who he called a new star, up-and-comer, that guy.
Have you met him? Have you heard
I think he's an up-and-comer.
He went on about the rocket for a while.
He did. But he did the dismount, and now he goes on to be president-elect of the United States once again.
It's an extraordinary story, an absolutely phenomenal political comeback for Donald J. Trump, who will be the 47th president of the United States when he is inaugurated on January the 20th. And he said that God spared him from those assassination attempts in order to lead the country. He said success will bring us together, and he said it was an honor. And he thanked everyone involved and thanked the American people for tonight's outcome.
We have no indication that Vice President Harris has made a phone call. We're trying to get confirmation that there has been any concession. We don't have any word that that has happened. We were told by her campaign that she's going to wait till tomorrow to do something and to respond to all of this, but no phone call, as we can tell right now. We're going to wrap up with our panel: Harold Ford Jr., Katie Pavlich, Mark Thiessen, Kellyanne Conway, Kayleigh McEnany, and Trey Gowdy. It's only just come on. Final thoughts.
I'll be brief. The next few days, I think, are really, really important for the country, for Democrats, for the leadership in my party to reach out to the president-elect. I thought this speech tonight was the right tone. You said he might give this kind of speech, Kayleigh. I was pleased that he did. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in the East Coast. He gave the speech like it was 9 o'clock in the evening. He's got great energy. Congratulations again to him. And I believe what he said and want him to act on it.
One person who was not there for this celebration tonight was Corey Comparatore, who was killed at that July 13th Butler rally. So God bless his soul. I'm sure he'll be happy with the results tonight. The United States of America turns 250 years old in 2 years, and Donald Trump is going to be in the White House, and I think he will probably throw a pretty good party for America.
A heck of a birthday party for America.
Mark, we don't know how big this is going to be. There may be more coattails with Senate races yet to call.
Yeah.
He won Texas by 15%. He won it by 6% in 2020. We're going to see some big numbers, and he could win the popular vote.
Yeah, it's a landslide, and it's getting landslidier as the evening goes on. Having written presidential speeches, the thing that jumped out at me is that most of these speeches begin with, "I just received a call from my opponent, who graciously conceded the election, and I thanked her and I congratulated her on a well-fought campaign." Has Kamala Harris not called him?
We don't have any indication.
And by the way, why is she not speaking tonight? She lost. She just go to bed? I mean, Wisconsin's called. It's over. Why is she not coming out and conceding? It's shameful.
The whole thing was that he was going to say he won when he didn't really win, or not concede if he lost.
Yeah.
And now here we are.
President Trump took a victory lap, well deserved. This is a huge political comeback. It's looking like a landslide. We'll see if that amount. He could have won every single swing state, by the way. We will see. The most important line, this will be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. What a line. Donald Trump did that tonight.
Right.
Conciliatory, magnanimous. It's not a political comeback to me. It's a political resurrection. I don't think anybody saw this. My only advice to him, hire people that are not going to write books for your cabinet. Do not make the same mistakes you made with the first term. Don't hire people that are going to go get a book advance to trash you later on.
Kellyanne.
Hating Trump has become a cottage industry, very lucrative, makes some people famous. I think that's going to go away now, by and large. Some people will still be the only gear that they have, but I don't know that America's going to abide it. This is a country filled with need, and that need has deepened and it has worsened in these last 4 years. And those are big jobs in the White House and the administration. I think we're going to find a lot of great men and women who want to step up and serve, who are willing to make that sacrifice of money, privacy, safety, perhaps, God forbid, time, scrutiny, because they know that this man is going to work with the same kind of energy and enthusiasm, and I'm going to say the word again, alacrity and urgency that you saw in these rallies, this nonstop punishing schedule. Donald Trump showed up to the American people, stood up and showed up for them, and then today they stood up and showed up for him.
Well, I want to say a couple of things. One is this journey has been absolutely amazing. From covering this race from the beginning, think about all the things that happened, all of the bumps along the road, the debate June 27th, a candidate that gets 2 assassination attempts, a new nominee, all that we followed. It's been a joy covering it with you, but we have so many people at Fox behind the scenes that put all of this on, that make all of this happen. And there's just a cast of thousands. So thank you to, there we go.
There we go.
Wave of the control room.
Very nice. We have an amazing team of people, super supportive group, fantastic leadership here at Fox, and we're grateful to all of you who made this happen. Last Saturday we had a rehearsal. There was 100 people in this room, so we're grateful to them for making it look easy out here, and I'm grateful to you. It has always been a joy to be by your side on these journeys, and thank you all at home for standing with us and for sharing this incredible election process with us.
You know, Bill Hemmer is off the board currently, but
He'll be back very soon.
I think he's going to be back in just a few hours, but he did tremendous work going through all of those numbers. We didn't actually think we were going to have a call tonight. We thought that this might extend just when we first got our poll numbers, the Fox News voter analysis. But the fact that this is all coming to an end, trust us, the commercials will come to an end. The text messages will come to an end. But there's going to be a lot of digesting what happened tonight, which was history. This was history. And don't forget where you were tonight.
I think a lot of the American people I spoke with said, I just want there to be a decisive outcome. And I think that is a gift to the country. And I hope that we can all wake up in the morning and be and move forward with our great country.
Thank you for joining us for Democracy 24 election night coverage. Trace Gallagher picks it up from here.
Good night, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
It's interesting. Kamala didn't say anything, and it'll be interesting to see what tomorrow brings. But this is, it's good. I'm glad we did this.
Yeah. This was awesome, guys. This was really awesome, guys. This was really awesome.
Yeah.
Why am I feedback? But thank you so much. We should wrap it up.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. And we're getting a lot of feedback for some reason. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm on a Tom at 10 a.m. Please tune into that. And we got a lot of stuff coming for you. Just stay tuned with the America Happens Network. And, it's just starting. It's just starting right now. Joshua, Audra, thank you so much. We'll see you very soon.
Sounds good. God bless. Have a great night, everybody. Let's go.
God bless you guys too. Thank you.
Hey, have a good night, man. Have a good night, man. Again, Vim and Audra. Before you go, before you sign off, can you hear me all right? Am I getting any feedback?
No, you're good.
Seriously, man, like you took one for the team, Vim, and I hope everything really turns around for you. Like that, nobody deserves that shit. And I want to tell you something. I haven't told this before to anybody in my life, but when I was a kid, I got escorted out of a movie theater because I started yelling at the bear in Milo and Otis when he started attacking, when he was messing with that little cat. And I just, it really bothers me when I see like innocent or good people get thrown under the bus or like fucked with, you know. And I got that feeling, man, when I saw that deal happen with you. And I don't know even what tomorrow is gonna bring, like I still got like a little, it's like what how are things gonna turn out? But for whatever it's worth, thank you guys, because I know you guys both, seriously, man, you guys do some heavy lifting, and I really hope that this is like the golden age that Trump is bringing in, and the best is yet to come and stuff. So Audra, thank you for everything, and then same Vim, like for real, bro.
Thank you.
Hope you get to take some time and heal, and
Oh, I'm good, bro. I don't need time off. I was actually the first thing that came into my mind when he won was I had a sudden urge to go to Washington D.C. So
Okay, yeah, same
good.
thing. I was on the Hawaii X Space, and everybody's up in arms talking about waking up tomorrow morning and going after the Office of Elections because people are still at the polling stations right now. So it's like the work's not done yet, but I don't mean to get
Because
all chummy,
local
but-
is being counted right now, right? So it's like
Yes.
there's still all of these things. I mean, it's not over yet, but we're on the brighter side of things. So
yeah, it's been a heck of an evening.
Yeah.
God bless. Love you guys.
Have a good night, guys.
Good morning. This was an amazing crew. Like we got to together.
Definitely.
All right. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Great night.
You too.